Like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring. Now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, Finnish friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the deep. These no Cartiers. Pockets deep, 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 bro. I can make it in my seat, bro. Do you, I'm doing me, bro. Making noise, use a peep, bro. Whoa, whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa.
And I'll see you when I get back. And he's like, okay, Daddy, love you. And I'm going to finish watching Pokemon. I remember it like it was yesterday.
I didn't have anything to do with it.
Letecia Stauch was taken into custody in Myrtle Beach.
Why are you saying Gannon is dead?
I didn't have anything to do with it. Why are you saying this to me?
You've seen my little man, because I want to live this earth knowing that justice was served for my boy.
Good morning, loungers and reverter loungers. Good morning. Hey, Mike Sanders, dancing it in. Don't hurt yourself dancing it in, guys. It's still early. It's still early. Good morning. We are live, so it doesn't seem like they had any weather issues. The WebEx is wide open, so we are good with that. Welcome to Day 16. Hello, CR and Allison, Marie, Mandy, you're here on time today. Good job. Hello, Frankie, my lovely. Hello, Melissa B. I'm so glad you didn't change your name. I was thinking about you yesterday, and I was thinking about my little tirade the other day, and I was like, that was really unfair of me to do because you have that name, and I never want you to feel like uncomfortable. So I'm glad you didn't change it, and I was going to tell you, do not change it because you don't need to, because you are the new Melissa B, and the old one will never be spoken about again. I got it out of my system. Hello, Jenny and Mary P. And Shell is here moderating this morning, along with Mike Sanner and Janice Burns. Hello, Flo and Punani, Meg P, Marie Arnold, Melanie. You guys were all here early. Lacey, Shelly. I was a couple minutes late because, hello, Cindy. I just made a video for you guys. So get this. It came out, and this is pure, like, speculation. But in the affidavit filed by Brian Kohberger's investigator, Batanti, Mr. Batanti, allegedly Bethany Funk saw a naked man run out the back slider. Make it make sense.
What?
Put a 1 in chat if you've already heard this, because it was leaked in the media and not News Nation. I do, Mandy, I do. I like to get it off my chest, but yeah, I don't like that. Whew. So did you guys hear this already? Because I was like, what the freak? Was a 1 if you heard it, 2 if you didn't? Okay, I'm uploading it as we speak. And I will let you guys know when it is complete. Holy shit. I mean, like, how the fuck does she see, guys, how does she see someone go out the back door when she's on the first floor? So what I did was I compiled the old press conferences and put some clips in there. I don't even know what to make of this because they completely left her out of the affidavit. So is it because it didn't fit their narrative? Oh my God, I know, naked? Like, what the freak? So is that what's going to clear him? Or was there two people? No, I do not. That affidavit is sealed, and it was leaked into the media. I believe it was the Guardian or the Mirror. I'd have to go back and look. I'm uploading this for you guys right now, though, and we're just waiting for court to start. Here we go. This is the same.
Right,
Yes,
call
Mike.
20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, you
Defense? Oh, we've got everybody, right?
We good?
Oh. All right, we're going to
Okay,
give the jury
it
just
is
a
what
couple
it
more
is.
minutes yet.
All right, let me try to get these windows set up for you guys. Every day it's different. Well, I'm personally shook by this news of a possible naked man, and Dylan seeing a dressed in black, going out the back door, and she saw a naked dude. There's something wrong with this story. There's her sister with veils on. Ugh. Day 4, no shower. All right, let's get the judge pulled up. And watch, they're probably going to play musical things when they turn on the witness cam. It's probably going to all move around. You watch. Oh my God, I know, a naked man. Like, how can that happen? How? I can't. Oh, I know, she's re-wearing the shirt. She's so gross. This chick is disgusting. I can't wait for deliberation. I'll leave it like this till they open up the witness thing. All right, here we go.
Did I ask them to do that?
Right, he just ran to his car. But, like, did he strip down before he ran out? Who the fuck knows what's going on now?
Okay.
No, this is the prosecution calling a witness. We're not on the defense yet. Right, Mandy? I cannot. So did he have that Dickies jumpsuit? And did he take the jumpsuit off? Was he naked underneath? What the heck? You don't believe the story, Heather? Or you don't believe this is going on. I don't know what to believe anymore. This truth is stranger than fiction when it comes to this case. I know, running out the back door, dick a swinging. Really? Was there two of them? Was one of them Kopaka? What the heck's going on here? Dickies. No pun intended. No pun intended. He left the sheath because he couldn't attach it to anything. How about his balls? That might hurt. Good Lord above. The conversations that we have to have because of the news. It's unreal sometimes. But welcome to chat, you guys. Make yourself known if you've never made yourself known. We are a nice bunch here. We probably have the best chat on YouTube. So please make yourself known and say hello. And while you're waiting, make sure you get that thumbs up. It's a free way to help creators get in the algorithm. It really does help a lot, guys, more than you think. I even forget when I watch videos. I try to remember. It gets annoying. I know, like, I feel like I'm annoying when I say, hit the like button. But it's like, I forget. So I know everybody forgets. The video is processing, so I'll let you guys know when it is ready to be viewed. And then we'll watch it at break, too, so you won't miss it. I got you. I got you. Hey, Minky. Maybe she saw something else bushy.
Didn't ask, but I assume we have our witness, right?
Yes,
Okay.
she's here.
Bushy. Gross. Brian Koberger's bush.
I was thinking exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
All rise for the jury, please.
Stand up.
Trying to find the witness here. Bear with me. Cisco meeting. There we go. Where the frick did that window go? Good grief. Good grief, Charlie Brown.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Judge.
I'm glad everybody made it in light of our epic snowmageddon.
Epic.
Again, has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe that you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Yeah, she's guilty
If
as
so,
hell.
please raise your hand.
No response.
No response. All right. With that, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thanks, Your Honor. Good morning. We would call Dr. Jackie Grimmett.
Dr. Jackie Grimmett. Let's see what kind of act this bish puts on today.
Snuck up on me. I'm sorry. If you would raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
She
truth?
scared the
Go ahead and
judge.
have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Love this man.
Mr. Young.
Thanks, Judge.
Bushy Brian.
Good morning, Doctor. How are you?
Morning. Good, thank you.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name's Jackie Grimmett, Grimmett.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic psychologist.
How long have you been a forensic psychologist?
10 years.
Could you give the jury a little bit of your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, a master's degree in psychology and health, master's degree in counseling, and a doctoral degree in clinical psychology.
Ooh, she's
And are you working
British.
currently?
I am.
What is your profession?
I am in private practice as a forensic psychologist.
And where do you practice? What states?
I live in Hawaii. I practice full-time in Colorado.
And are you licensed to practice psychology in both those states?
Yes.
Do you have to be licensed in the field of psychology to perform evaluations and do forensic evaluations?
Yes.
Could you give the jury a little bit of your background with regards to professional memberships that you belong to?
I belong to the American Psychological Association, the Colorado Psychological Association, the Hawaii Psychological Association, and I'm a specialist in the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
And are you a board certified forensic psychologist?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means I've gone through a rigorous peer-reviewed process involving a written exam, submitting practice samples, and submitting to a 3-hour oral exam with a panel of experts who then attest to that I've reached a level of competence in the field of forensic psychology.
It sounds like that's something more than just sending a check to someone and getting a certificate in the mail.
It was a multiple year process.
And what percentage of forensic psychologists are board certified? Do you know?
I think that there's about 3% of psychologists in the country are board certified in forensic psychology, and that totals about 350 psychologists in total.
And are you in a position now where you approve others who may be seeking to be board certified?
Yes, I serve on the exam faculty for the board. So I review practice samples and I conduct oral exams.
And so you get to do what you had to
They
do
did to me.
before. You get to evaluate those people.
Yes,
How long you've been doing that?
about a year and a half.
The jury's heard a little bit about what a forensic psychological evaluation is. How many of those have you conducted in your career?
Probably about 1,500.
And 1,500, we're not going to get into those, but have those been both for the court, the prosecution, and defense counsel?
The majority of the work I do is court ordered. I have done a few evaluations at the request of the prosecution. I have done a fair bit of private evaluation for the defense.
Okay. What about your past professional history? What kind of jobs have you held as a forensic psychologist or a psychologist?
My first job as a psychologist was as a forensic psychologist. I worked at the Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo as a forensic evaluator, doing competency evaluations full-time for about 4.5 years before I left to pursue private practice.
I imagine a lot of those 1,500 evaluations came from that role.
At this point, about a third.
Okay. What about after that? What'd you do?
I've been in private practice, mostly doing competency and sanity work. I do some civil capacity evaluations, undue influence regarding wills for the elderly, some mitigation work for the defense. I both do private practice, second opinion competency evaluations, and I'm also a contractor for the state.
And in your career, have you both performed, we'll rephrase that, but have you treated patients for their psychological issues?
Yes, prior to becoming a psychologist, I was a licensed professional counselor for 10 years, and I treated people doing therapy weekly, mostly returning soldiers at Fort Carson from Afghanistan and Iraq.
Post-traumatic stress symptoms?
Yes.
Is a forensic examination different from what would be called a clinical evaluation as a psychologist?
Yes.
What's the difference?
A clinical evaluation is typically requested by the person coming to seek treatment. They've got symptoms and they're in some discomfort, and you develop a therapeutic relationship with them. You're there to help them. In a forensic evaluation, the person being evaluated is never the person who actually requested the evaluation. It's typically an attorney or the court. There is no therapeutic relationship there. You're not there to help them. You're there to help answer a legal question. So there's no treatment. In a clinical evaluation, you take the patient at their word. What they tell you is their experience, and that's what you treat. In a forensic evaluation, you consider what the person tells you, but you also look for collateral information to support that what they're telling you is genuine, and there's records to document that what they're claiming to be experiencing is genuine.
And have you been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic psychology in the past?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
80?
80?
Yes.
And have those all been in Colorado or other states?
Colorado.
At this time, we would ask that the court allow Dr. Grimmett to be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic psychology and render opinions in that field.
Yes? No objection. The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Dr. Grimmett, could you explain to the jury how you became involved in this case?
Excuse me. Yeah, I was approached by the defense to complete a court-ordered second opinion evaluation of competency to proceed.
And when you say court-ordered evaluation, what does that mean?
Well, when somebody raises the issue of competency, the process is the court issues an order and the state has to conduct an initial evaluation. Either attorney can request a second opinion at that point, and the judge then issues an order for a second opinion to take place.
And really what I wanted to get to is, were you aware that there'd already been a competency evaluation done in this case when you got this order to do the second evaluation?
Yes.
Okay. And is that common practice based on your experience?
I'm always aware there's been a previous evaluation.
The fact that the defense requested you, how does that impact your evaluation in this case?
I try to take an impartial stance in every case. My job is to help give the court information that they can use to come to an ultimate opinion on competency. In pursuit of that, I contact the defense counsel and the prosecution to get their input. And I'm always considering if the other person, if the other side had asked me to do the evaluation, why would my opinion be the same? And I try to check any non-impartiality I might be experiencing.
Okay. Could you give, well, let me ask you, have you done insanity evaluations in your career as well?
Yes.
Could you let the jury know what the difference between a competency evaluation is and an insanity evaluation in a forensic setting?
Sure. Succinctly, a competency evaluation is an evaluation of someone's present state. So the day I meet with them, how are they doing? Are there any impediments to them being able to proceed with their case? An insanity evaluation is a retrospective evaluation. So you're assessing how they were doing at the time of the offense, not how they're doing now.
And so with regards to this case, did you conduct an insanity evaluation?
No.
And would you need to do an insanity evaluation before you could render opinions with regards to Mrs. Stauch's sanity at the time of the crime?
Absolutely.
So you can't do that, right?
Right.
All right. I want to make sure everyone knows that before we go forward. So let's talk about the competency evaluation for this particular case. What did you receive in preparation for your competency evaluation?
I received the court order. I received the previous evaluation. I received discovery in the case, which was voluminous. Included videos. I received jail medical records and recordings of jail phone calls between Ms. Stauch and other parties.
A lot of information, I take it.
A lot of information.
There was a large amount of police reports and what's called discovery in this case. Did you review all of that?
Yes.
Now, there's been reference to the DSM-5, the diagnostic manual that I think everyone knows that psychologists and psychiatrists use to evaluate people. Within that manual, would you find competency?
No.
Is that a medical diagnosis?
No.
Is that a legal term?
Yes.
What about insanity?
Same.
Legal term?
Legal term.
It's not in the DSM-5.
No.
So how do you go about determining whether or not someone's competent to proceed? What do you look for? Kind of run the jury through that process.
So the statute outlines what a competency to proceed evaluation entails. The requirements are that the defendant needs to have the ability to have a factual and rational understanding of the proceedings, and also to have an ability to consult with their attorney to assist in their defense. So in pursuit of that, I would conduct a clinical interview, look at their current mental status, ask them very specific questions about the legal process and their case in order to establish whether or not they had that understanding and ability, and if not, why not? And that why not has to relate to a mental illness.
And so why is it that you need to look at the police reports and the discovery in a criminal case in conjunction with talking to whoever's being evaluated?
So in order to assess whether the defendant has a rational and factual understanding of the proceedings, that includes their case, I have to understand their case well enough to know whether or not they understand their case.
And so prior, I'm assuming you eventually sat down with Ms. Stauch and had a forensic interview with her.
Yes.
Prior to that, did you review the materials in this case, the police reports and so forth?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns about Mrs. Stauch's credibility going into that forensic interview?
Credibility is always something to consider in a criminal case. There's always high stakes, especially in a case like this. There seemed to be a lot of inconsistencies in the records that I was reviewing that made me question what kind of presentation she was going to have when I met with her.
And I should have asked you this before, but do you recall when you got the court order to do the evaluation?
I know it's in my report. The date of the orders in my report, I don't know off the top of my head.
If your report was filed on January 7th of 2021, obviously it would have been sometime before that.
Yes, I met with Ms. Stauch in December 2020. So the order would have come in probably a
Sometime in
month
that
or two
time
before
frame?
that.
Okay, that's fine. So you said you met with Ms. Stauch on December of 2020. Do you see Ms. Stauch in the courtroom today? Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's sitting in between the two attorneys with teal.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant subject to cross-examination.
The record
Very
will so
greasy.
reflect. Go ahead.
How long did you meet with Ms. Stauch?
I met with her for about 3 hours and 40 minutes.
And did you meet with her one time or on different times?
I met with her once.
And could you just give, I know it's a long process of the forensic interview, but could you give the jury a little idea of how the interview started and what your first impressions were of Ms. Stauch when you started the forensic interview?
So whenever I sit down with a defendant, I give them a notification of purpose. Because it's a court-ordered evaluation, they don't really have the ability to not participate. They can choose not to participate. I still have to do an evaluation of that person. So I explain that there's no confidentiality, that I'm not there to help them. I'm here to help the court. What's going to happen with the report that I get, those kind of things. And then I check to make sure that she understood what I had to say and she understood the context of our meeting, and she indicated that she did. She made some complaints, I believe, about her attorneys and feeling it was a conspiracy, but understood what we were doing. And then I proceeded to ask her background questions, trying to establish what her social and mental health history had been in order to give some context to the current day. And that took a long time. Ms. Stauch is very verbose and likes to expound on her answers. So the interview took a long time. And then I had some concerns based on the prior testing from the original evaluation, where she produced invalid results on some tests, and the inconsistencies that I was seeing both in the records and in meeting with her, that I administered some tests to assess for the genuineness of her responding. And then I proceeded with the legal questions at the end.
Based on your history in this profession, I would imagine that you've seen people with some serious mental illness. We talked about the post-traumatic stress disorders that our soldiers have when they come back from Afghanistan and things like that. Did you note any of that on your initial impression of Ms. Stauch?
Did I note what specifically?
Whether or not she had a severe mental illness based on your initial conversation?
No, I did not believe she had a severe mental illness.
Had you seen that in your past where you're treating someone and the moment you see them, you know something's off? For instance, you might be experiencing some sort of psychosis or things like that.
Yes, sometimes it's very obvious from the get-go, and sometimes it takes some time.
Could you give the jury an example of something that you've seen in your past where right away you knew there was some psychosis going on?
Sometimes as soon as somebody steps into the room, they're already having a conversation that you're not part of. And you try to interrupt them and orient them to what is happening, and it's as if you're not there. And the things that they're talking about are not apparently real. Conspiracies, people following them, all kinds of things.
Did you see anything like that with Ms. Stauch when you initially started talking to her?
She engaged in some behaviors. I think I mentioned in my report that she was humming to herself. She was putting her head on the wall. Her affect, which is what her expression of emotion, didn't really seem to fit what was happening. She seemed happier than she should have been. And she, at some point, turned around to talk to somebody else and then turned around to tell me what was happening.
What was that all about?
She said that she was talking to a vampire and then resumed conversation with me.
We're going to talk about the vampires later in your testimony. Earlier, you indicated that you had some concerns about some prior psychological testing with regards to your interview with Ms. Stauch. Could you expand on that? What did you mean, and what were these psychological testing that you had concerns with?
So the previous evaluators had administered an MMPI and a PAI. I can say what those are if you need them for the record.
Sure. Why don't we talk about that? First, we're hearing about it.
The MMPI is a Minnesota multiphasic personality interview. I think they gave version 2 or 2 revised format, I'm not sure. And the PAI is a personality assessment inventory. So those are long kind of forced choice self-report measures to look for psychopathology, any mental illness symptoms that people are experiencing. And you can answer them in such a way, there's what we call validity scales, which assess how genuinely you're responding. And you can answer in such a way that the protocols are not interpretable because it appeared somebody was trying to make themselves look worse than they were, or they were answering in a way that most people don't answer. And that's what happened with Ms. Stauch.
And do you recall reading is there a computer printout that's associated with the answers that Ms. Stauch gave, talking about various scales and whether or not she's feigning psychological symptoms, that kind of
Yeah, you can get a computer printout of the results, yes.
And do you recall what the printout said with regards to the MMPI-2 that Ms. Stauch did with the prior evaluators?
I just remember it was uninterpretable because it was invalid responding.
Do you know whether or not she, based on the psychological testing, and was it Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray that did the prior competency evaluation?
So Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray did the prior competency evaluation. They had a colleague, Dr. Hashimoto, actually administer the tests.
And is that the test that you looked at prior to your interview?
Yes.
Did the results of that test indicate that her symptoms were the equivalent of someone who should have been in a psychiatric hospital? Various psychiatric issues?
I don't recall that it said that specifically. Typically, when a protocol is uninterpretable, I don't delve too much more into that because the information you get is not good information you can rely on.
Okay, well, we'll ask Dr. Torres about that. You indicated that you reviewed materials prior to this interview. Did you review the notes from the mental health staff at the jail regarding Ms. Stauch prior to your interview with her?
Yes.
Let's talk about those for a moment. Why did you review those notes?
When you're doing a competency evaluation, you just get a snapshot in time of somebody. You know, I met with Ms. Stauch for 3 hours and 40 minutes, but she may function differently outside of that environment. So I'm looking for information on how she does in general, not just considering my observations. People that have more contact with her might have different impressions, and those are important.
What was your impression of the notes as chronologically it led up to the point where you're doing a competency evaluation, starting from the moment she went into the jail on March 5th, 2020, up until December 2020 when you're interviewed?
They typically indicated that Ms. Stauch was complaining of anxiety and nightmares when she was receiving medications for those. I think from memory, she received those medications fairly quickly. And then in May, she had requested to come off of one of them because she didn't want to take it anymore, and the jail staff accommodated that. So she was taking one anti-anxiety medication when I met with her, which was Buspar. She had consistently been observed to not have serious symptoms of mental illness. There were quite frequent reviews of whether or not she was having hallucinations, complaining of hallucinations, suicidal, homicidal thoughts, those kind of things. She was consistently described as not experiencing any psychotic symptoms like that, although she had filed kites that were rather incoherent, didn't make sense, and the staff had noted that her behavior didn't match the kites.
Was there anything in the jail notes that led you to believe that perhaps she may have had a serious mental illness prior to your interview with her in December of 2020?
In the jail notes specifically? No, I think when she came into the jail, she didn't report any mental health history. And as her stay progressed, she started making comments about having been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, PTSD, and multiple personality disorder, as she called it. But that didn't feature until November.
And was that after she had raised competency in this case?
Yes.
Sure, I'm going to object to the term that Ms. Stauch raised competency that was raised by her prior attorneys.
Overruled.
Did you also review Ms. Stauch's jail calls, or at least some of her jail calls that she had with various people while she was incarcerated?
I did.
And why did you review the jail calls?
It allows me to extend my observations of her in a somewhat more natural context where she's not interfacing with a mental health professional, but she's talking to people that she knows. And the whole point of reviewing all these different sources of information is looking for consistency. If someone is impacted by something, you would expect them to be consistently impacted by that, not dependent on the context. So that's the purpose of reviewing those things.
I want to come back to the vampires now that we're talking about the jail calls. Did you know about Ms. Stauch's conversations about vampires based on the jail calls that you listened to prior to meeting her in December of 2020?
There was not a lot of content in the jail calls. I believe maybe one or two contained some statements, but not to the degree that she discussed with me.
What did you find relevant about the jail calls that you listened to?
There was some inconsistency between who she was talking to and what she was saying. She was talking to people and saying illogical things, saying that she wasn't doing well, losing her mind, those kind of things. And then consecutively calling her daughter and giving her very clear instructions on how to manage bank accounts, job interviews, what can you get for me, very clear, coherent requests that didn't make sense.
And were these phone calls, you said consecutively, are they literally back to back? One moment she's talking crazy to someone, next moment she's talking to Harley, her daughter, and having a normal conversation?
Certainly on the same day.
Earlier, you testified that in a competency evaluation, you look at the statute and you make a determination of where you're going to go within that statute, I take it? That's a bad question. I'm going to rephrase it. Going into the competency evaluation, are you looking to diagnose her with a mental illness?
It's required for a competency evaluation to include a diagnosis. I don't go into a competency evaluation to diagnose someone. Some people don't have diagnoses, but I'm simultaneously looking at their competency-related abilities and whether or not they're experiencing any mental health symptoms, and formulating as I go along whether or not there's a barrier to them being able to meet the requirements to proceed.
Are you essentially gathering facts, looking at those facts, and weighing those facts to what the law is with regards to competency, and then rendering opinion back to the court?
Yes.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, that's much more succinctly than I said it.
So during this interview, what are you looking for when you're talking to her? And why do you not rely on everything she's telling you with regards to vampires and other things that we're going to talk about?
For the reasons I mentioned, it's a forensic evaluation. There's often motivation to present yourself a certain way to achieve a certain outcome. So I'm trying to weigh what her experience is, what others have experienced with her. My goal is always, is there a barrier to competency? That's really all I'm looking for. Can you do this? If not, why not?
And earlier you mentioned some things that were mentioned in the jail notes, but did Ms. Stauch tell you what she felt her mental illnesses were?
I don't, well, she mentioned bipolar disorder to me. She did not ever say to me, I have dissociative identity disorder. And she told me briefly about some trauma she'd experienced, but I don't remember her explicitly stating I have PTSD.
Let's talk about the bipolar disorder first. Did you do anything to either diagnose her with that or rule it out, or what'd you do with the bipolar disorder information?
So I noticed from the first competency evaluation, they offered a rule out diagnosis of bipolar disorder, which means that there's not enough information to say yes or no. So I considered that in meeting with her, and bipolar disorder was something she mentioned in the jail record, and it's something she mentioned to me. As part of all competency evaluations, I go through many different symptoms of disorders to see what somebody might be experiencing that they don't know is a mental illness. She said she was bipolar and described being impulsive all her life and being hyper, having mania, as she called it, for like a few minutes to a few hours. And those are not consistent with a bipolar illness.
Needless to say, you didn't diagnose her with bipolar disorder?
Excuse me. So the first evaluators offered a rule out, and in my evaluation, I ruled it out, saying I did not believe she had that.
You mentioned dissociative identity disorder. How did that come up in your conversation with Ms. Stauch?
She mentioned 2 instances whereby she asserted that she had found herself in places that she hadn't planned on being. And she also told me that she had various different personalities, and she named them for me.
Let's talk about the personalities first. What personalities did she name to you that she had?
She named Taylor, Keisha, Jasmine, and I believe Jasper.
Okay. I'm sorry, Taylor, Jasmine, Tisha, and Jasper? Okay. Did she ever mention Victoria?
No.
Did she ever mention Harmony?
No.
Did she ever mention Christina?
No.
Little Lucia?
No.
What about Maria Sanchez?
No.
So as she's saying these things to you, did you see any signs that she was changing personalities or turning into someone she's not?
No.
Based on what she's telling you, did you consider dissociative identity disorder as a diagnosis?
I considered it.
Tell the jury about that. What did you consider and what did you do to either diagnose her with it or rule it out, or however you approach that?
Dissociative identity disorder is a very rare disorder. Somewhere between 0 and 1% of people have it. It's a very destructive, disabling disorder. People tend to be very high consumers of mental health services when they have DID. It can be very frightening because people don't know what's happening to them. They feel very strange and they can't explain what that is. So there's a lot of mental distress that goes along with that. And those people typically have very poor functioning, can't hold down jobs, can't hold down relationships, just not very productive. In talking with Ms. Stauch, she did not describe any such dysfunction. Her history didn't support that. And in describing the alters, which is what those different personalities are clinically referred to, she had selected names for them based on things she liked and aspirations she had, which is inconsistent with this disorder where typically the alters present themselves to you. You don't create them. and you don't name them kind of whimsically. So I just didn't see any of the impairment that would be expected to go along with the claims that she was making.
If you wouldn't mind pulling that microphone a little closer to you, just to make sure everyone can hear you.
Sorry, the chair is tilted and.
The microphone moves, the chair doesn't.
Okay, is that better?
Happen to everybody else, it's okay.
So, can you expand on this disorder? What have you seen anyone with this disorder in your career?
I don't believe I've ever seen anyone with DID.
Based on what do you base your opinions on then? Is it the DSM-5 and
Research.
research? Is this a type of disorder that would be hidden from relatives and family members?
I mean, with the expected dysfunction that I described, I don't know how somebody would be that impacted by a disorder and nobody would know something was wrong.
And is it based on what you've read and your experience, is it common for family members to actually seek help for someone who's having blackouts and not knowing what's happening and forget, things, significant things are happening in their lives, are not able to function because of this type of stuff?
I would certainly expect that there would be some intervention sought.
See any of that with Ms. Stauch?
I wasn't provided any information to suggest that she had been a high consumer of mental health services or that anybody had concerns along those lines.
And just so we're clear, in a competency evaluation, does it end with a diagnosis of a mental disorder?
No, I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Well, in your evaluations, or if you diagnose someone with, let's say, schizophrenia, is that the end of the evaluation? You say, oh, she's got, or she or he's got schizophrenia, we stop.
Okay, I understand, sorry. No, absolutely not. So the profession of psychology considers mental illness, but the statute, the legal system considers mental disability. So I'm assessing for a mental disability. And the difference between those two is a mental illness is what you've heard of: depression, anxiety, schizophrenia. Within those disorders, everybody's going to experience them differently. So if two people are diagnosed with depression, you don't know what their experiences are or how impaired they are. A mental disability says, okay, they have a mental illness, but they're disabled by it. So it's to a high degree. It's not sufficient to have an illness. It has to be impacting functioning, and that in a specific way for competency, and that renders it a mental disability.
And is that the same for an insanity evaluation? Does it end with a mental illness diagnosis, or do you have to go further, similar to what you talked about in the competency?
It's a slightly different definition, but yes, it's not sufficient to just have a mental illness.
I just want to talk about the vampires some more. Did you talk to Ms. Stauch about her experience with vampires during your forensic interview?
I did.
Tell the jury about that.
Ms. Stauch introduced a vampire called Justice. She said that there was a button in her cell that she could summon Justice, Jasper, perhaps Patrick, if I remember correctly. She said she had been introduced to vampires when she lived in Alaska previously. And they used to go door to door like Jehovah's Witnesses. And she didn't really offer them in any kind of meaningful way, like wasn't explaining anything or trying to use that information necessarily. But she certainly referenced them throughout the interview.
Did she tell you where she got these names for these so-called vampires she's talking about?
She directed me to the movie Twilight.
And did you find out that these names were from the movie Twilight or the book series involved in Twilight?
Yeah, a few of them for sure. I'm not familiar with the series myself, but I Googled. She talked about a vampire council, and the name of the council was taken directly from that series. And then a couple of the names for sure came from there as well.
And is that something that would be common with someone who has dissociative identity disorder, that they would be able to tell you exactly where the names of other personalities came from and things like that?
Are you drawing a connection between the vampires and DID? Because I got a bit confused there.
No, I'll ask you a different question. What relevance, if any, did that have in your evaluation? The fact that she's talking about vampires that came from a movie.
Well, certainly if somebody's talking about vampires and that appears real to them, that could signify that they're experiencing a mental illness. So I looked further to see, I'm looking for consistency again. So it was notable that she said that she had been interfacing with these vampires since Alaska, but she made no mention of them to the previous evaluators. And she also didn't mention them throughout her jail stay until several months in. I think I lost track of your question. I'm sorry.
Well, what's the significance? It's one thing to say that I talk to vampires and I see vampires. What's the significance of her saying clarification? Well, these vampires came from a movie.
Right. So that's not consistent with a mental illness. It sounded like a fabrication. If people are talking to vampires, I would expect them to have their own unique aspects to them and something unique to the individual that would make sense in a greater scheme of how they see the world. And it just seemed like she was conveying a story essentially from fiction.
And did she bring this up on her own, or did you ask her questions that might trigger that answer?
I didn't ask her any questions about vampires initially.
Okay. And I forget the term you used to describe how she was talking to you, but she likes to talk, for lack of a better way to say it, right?
Yes.
Would she just volunteer information to you and change subjects as you're talking to her?
She didn't change subjects a whole lot. I didn't get the impression from her that she wasn't following my line of thought. She was telling a coherent story. She just gave far more information than was necessary to answer the question.
Okay. Did you perform any psychological testing with Ms. Stauch?
I administered 2 measures to assess for genuine responding for her mental illness symptoms.
And what were those measures?
The MFAST, which is a Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, and the SIRS-2, which is a structured interview of reported symptoms.
And what were the results of those psychological tests?
So she exceeded the cutoff on the MFAST. It's a screening measure for feigning. And feigning means the intentional exaggeration or production of mental illness symptoms. So she crossed over the threshold, indicating that she might in fact be feigning. But because it's a screening measure and it wasn't 100% sure, I gave another more comprehensive measure. On that measure, there's several scales. It looks at different aspects of feigning. Are you reporting symptoms that you're not manifesting observable behavior of? Are you reporting inconsistent symptoms, rare combinations of symptoms? So she just elevated one scale on that test, suggesting probable feigning. But on the test overall, it was indeterminate.
In your report, it indicates that she yielded a total score of 12. Do you remember what test that was on?
That was on the MFAST.
And what does that mean to you as a psychologist?
So the cutoff in the manual is 6. So if you score anything above 6, it's presumed feigning. But because it's a screening measure, there's a lot of false positives. So they suggest you do more testing. So it's out of 25. If somebody scores over 16, it's like 100% rate of also elevating the SIRS. So at 16, you don't have to give the SIRS as well. So 12, it was certainly elevated. I had concerns, but I wanted to be thorough. I didn't want to just, it's a very prejudicial term to say somebody's feigning or malingering.
Sure.
So I just was being prudent.
Okay. Well, in your report, you indicate that such a score is highly suggestive of malingered psychopathology and indicates the need for further assessment. What did you mean by that?
And that's taken from the manual. So because it is high, most people don't get that score by accident. However, because it's a screening measure, it's not very sensitive. You're going to get false positives. People are going to look like they're feigning when they're not feigning in that scoring range. So that's why more testing is done.
What does the term malingering mean?
Malingering, excuse me, I'm sorry. Malingering is like feigning, where you're intentionally exaggerating your symptoms, but with malingering, there's an added element of the presumption of trying to obtain a secondary gain.
Did you see that in this case?
It certainly seemed that Ms. Stauch was presenting symptoms that she didn't appear to have. I can never know if somebody is trying to achieve a goal or not. So I didn't offer an opinion on malingering, but certainly there were suggestions that she was not as impaired as she was portraying.
Did you diagnose Ms. Stauch with anything or any mental disorder out of the DSM-5 as a result of your competency evaluation?
My diagnostic impressions were that she had some personality dysfunction, both with traits of borderline personality and narcissistic personality, but not meeting threshold for either full disorder. And I offered a rule out of PTSD versus an unspecified anxiety disorder. I just didn't have enough information. And given that it wasn't a clinical information and I wasn't there to help her, I didn't want to probe too much into her trauma.
Did that have any impact on your ultimate conclusion with regard to competency, either of these diagnoses?
Well, those diagnoses would not really reach the threshold of a mental disability.
Is that why you didn't go further and try to rule out post-traumatic stress?
Whether or not she had post-traumatic stress, she did not demonstrate functional impairment as it related to competency. So for my purposes, it wasn't important.
Okay. So what does it mean when you say other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features? Can you break that down for the jury?
So personality disorders, just like other clinical disorders, have certain criteria that need to be met. And you have to have so many. I believe there might be 7, and you have to have 5 of 7 for each one. So in my impressions of her, she had a couple of features of borderline personality disorder. She was impulsive. She had some kind of push-pull relationships. I don't know what Dr. Moore testified to yesterday, but there was insisting that she saw Dr. Moore, and then Dr. Moore would show up and she'd refuse to see her. That's quite consistent with a borderline personality. And the same for her narcissistic personality. Those features are typically a sense of entitlement, grandiosity, a lack of empathy are 3 big ones. Ms. Stauch told me on 2 occasions during the interview that she lacked empathy and she didn't experience people's thoughts and feelings. She had grandiosity throughout our meeting where grandiosity. Thank you. Throughout our meeting where she touted her accomplishments, her intellect. She was refusing to meet with people that didn't have the highest credentials. She didn't want to meet with social workers. She wanted to meet with people with higher degrees in order to talk about her problems. Wasn't sure that she met all the criteria for the disorder, so I was just trying to convey my goal in an evaluation is to try to help the person reading it experience what I experienced meeting with her. And her personality was very much at the forefront of our interactions. So that's what I was trying to convey.
Did she ever refer to you as being an actress?
She made a comment. She said, "I think you're an actor." And then she just continued talking to me like she didn't really have the concern.
Was that about the time you were introducing yourself and saying what your role was, or at what point did that come up?
No, it was somewhere in the middle.
Okay. There's a couple things I want to talk about the borderline, the personality disorder diagnosis that you have in your report. Are you familiar with the term transient episodes of psychosis?
Yes.
What is that, and what does that mean?
Well, transient means it comes and goes. The psychosis, part of the DSM, the psychosis that can go along with borderline personality disorder is typically related to fears of abandonment. The disorder itself is an attachment disorder where people, the primary goal is to not feel abandoned. So there's these desperate attempts to keep people in your life, at the same time pushing them away. So the transient episodes of psychosis that the DSM refers to is kind of a paranoia about abandonment that might manifest like you text your loved one, they don't text back as quickly as you think they should, and you start thinking that they're leaving you. And then you go into a spiral thinking that the relationship is over, and then they text you again and they were busy, and then you're like, oh, I'm fine now. That would be considered a transient episode of paranoia.
Seems like that's pretty common, at least. I hear about that on occasion. Did you see any of that with Ms. Stout during your evaluation?
No.
Is that something that are you capable of ruling that out as a symptom or being anything to do with Ms. Stout?
It wasn't something I observed during my interview. She has personality dysfunction that I wouldn't say I would rule it out as ever being possible happening. I didn't see it firsthand.
So it didn't come up?
No.
I want to talk to you a little bit about what she, let me ask you this. Did she talk about Gannon and Gannon's death?
A little bit, yes.
Did she talk about feelings that she wanted to bring him back to life?
Feeling that she could bring him back to life.
Yeah, that's probably a better way to ask you that. Tell the jury about that. What did she say about feeling that she could bring Gannon back to life?
She described holding some religious beliefs based on a local pastor of a church here in Colorado Springs who purportedly had brought somebody back to life at some point in time. And she believed that Gannon could meet that same outcome based on those religious beliefs.
Sounds kind of weird to me. I mean, how did that come into play in your evaluation?
Well, it's an unusual belief that I obviously explored further. Clinically, it kind of appeared to be a bit delusional to me. However, religious beliefs by definition are not delusions. The DSM has an exclusion. If it's a commonly held belief in a subculture of religion, then it's not a delusional belief. So I chalked it up to subscribing to religious beliefs that weren't in the mainstream.
Did she talk to you about her upbringing in North Carolina and her religious beliefs as a child as she was brought up in North Carolina?
No.
Okay. Did she talk to you about Tupac?
Briefly.
What did she say about Tupac?
At the same time that she was talking about Gannon being able to come back to life, she also said she believed in the conspiracy of Tupac Shakur not being dead, actually.
And Tupac Shakur is who?
He was a rap artist that was famously murdered in a very public way.
And so was this in conjunction with talking about Gannon, possibly bringing him back to life based on what the conspiracy was going on with Tupac and his murder?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what diagnosis Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres gave Ms. Stauch in their first competency evaluation?
In their first competency evaluation, yes.
Is it similar to what your diagnosis was?
I believe it was very similar, except they had the added rule out of bipolar disorder.
Is that a coincidence, or did you tell us about how that might happen? Did you consult with them at all on your diagnosis, or was your diagnosis independent of what their diagnosis was?
I did not consult with them. You would hope that when several mental health professionals meet with someone, there's going to be consistency across what they believe. That's what the DSM is for. It helps to guide us, gives us a common language to talk about things. My impression of Ms. Stauch was that she had heavier narcissistic features than borderline. I'm not sure what the other doctors' impressions were, but we saw the same constellation of symptoms.
Was that surprising to you that you had the same diagnosis than they did?
No, it happens often.
Okay. I can just have a second, Your Honor.
Me?
I want to ask you a question about some phrasing in your report and just expand on that. On page 22 of your report, you indicate that her presentation is better explained by the maladaptive features of her personality, which includes efforts to control her situation and obtain emotional relief. Do you recall saying that in your report?
Yes.
What is that? What does that mean?
Is it okay if I refer to my report?
Absolutely. Page 22, last paragraph.
So the maladaptive features of her personality that I'm referring to are the borderline and narcissistic personality characteristics that I've outlined. Can you point me to the paragraph?
Sure, it's the last paragraph on page 22. It would be the second sentence in that paragraph.
Okay, thank you. So the symptoms that she was presenting to me, like having the personalities and having conversations with vampires, all the things that we've talked about so far seem to be an effort to achieve something for her. And my impression was that she was trying to feel better. She was trying to make sense of her situation. She's trying to deal with the reality of her situation. And considering that context, that seemed a better explanation of why she was making these efforts to portray herself in certain ways to meet that goal. Because of her personality structure, it wasn't in a very perhaps methodical or logical way. It wasn't perhaps ideal for her to get what she needed. But people with personality dysfunction don't tend to do things in a straight line. It was just, there was an absence of mental illness, but some behavior that I needed to explain.
In your opinion, did Ms. Stauch have a mental disability or developmental disability that prevented her from understanding what's going on in the courtroom?
No.
Did she have a mental disability or developmental disability that prevented her from working with her attorneys and proceeding forward in the court case?
In my opinion, no.
And is that why you came up with the ultimate conclusion within your report?
The ultimate conclusion that she was competent to proceed, and it's an opinion. The court has the ultimate conclusion.
Good point. That was your opinion.
Yes.
And it was based on everything that we talked about just now?
Yes.
Is there anything else significant that you would like to share with the jury about your evaluation of Ms. Stauch?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. If I can just have a second, Your Honor. There's one thing I forgot to cover with you, and dissociative identity disorder. The first part of that is disassociation. Could you tell the jury what that is and what that means from your standpoint?
Dissociation is kind of losing track of the present momentarily. It can manifest in a variety of ways. Many of you probably experienced driving down the highway and finding yourself passing an exit and you don't remember the 3 exits prior. That's dissociation. You're still focused, you're still driving, you're still being safe, but your attention was somewhere else. So that would be kind of an adaptive, benign experience. In the extreme, dissociation happens maybe in the context of a trauma that's occurring where the physical body is being exposed to something very terrible and the mind is able to go somewhere else to separate itself, so to not have to experience what the body is experiencing.
And I imagine you may have seen some severe disassociating features with some of the soldiers that you evaluated early on in your career, with some post-traumatic stress issues that were going on during battle, for lack of a better word.
Yes.
Is that kind of what you're talking about, those severe versus everyday disassociations that we may experience?
Yeah, just with anything, most things in the DSM, they're all symptoms. We all experience most of them. They become a problem when they impact your functioning. So dissociation is a normal thing when you're doing repetitive things. It's a problem when it starts interfering with your life, when you're needing to be somewhere and psychologically you're somewhere else, or it's causing a lot of distress for you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Dr. Grimman, how are you?
Morning. Good, thank you.
Kind of, okay, the water some Josh. I kind of pick up where Mr. Young left off in talking about disassociation in general, and I think you said it's everybody to some degree disassociates from time to time.
Yes.
And how the mind does it or the exact mechanisms, it's somewhat unclear, but it somewhat has to do, at least my understanding, is it's where memories are stored. And so memories may be stored in a place that's not necessarily easily retrievable.
I'm not sure that's specific to dissociation. That does happen.
Yes.
I guess I would need a clearer question.
Well, I guess, for example, one part of disassociation is, a person comes home, from work, they immediately get into a heated argument with their spouse, and they can't remember where they left their car keys. But sometimes if they may go back to that emotional state of anger, then they may be able to, that memory may be more accessible to them.
Yeah, there's a specific term for that. It's called state dependent learning,
Okay.
where you can go back to the state you were in when you did something to try to remember the thing you forgot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that a type of disassociation?
It's an encoding issue with memory.
Okay.
So it's a memory issue. I'm not sure that it would be dissociation. I'm not an expert on dissociation.
Okay.
But I'm not sure it'd be classified as a memory or a dissociation issue, but it's certainly a process that happens.
Well, and dissociation is an occurrence that happens with post-traumatic stress disorder, or can.
Yes.
And it's, to some degree, it's a defense mechanism.
Yes.
When a person is confronted with trauma at that point in time that they're just not capable of dealing with.
Yeah, it works in two directions. It can be an adaptive escape, or it can be you dissociate to a bad place.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's beneficial, and then sometimes it can be to where we get to it's a disorder. I mean,
well, you can think you're back in the war zone, for example. Yeah.
And kind of like the same thing, that trauma can be stored, that memory of that trauma can be stored in a place, and then certain things can trigger it.
Yes.
Smells.
Yes.
Times. If
Yes.
if it, something happened like around a certain holiday, I could get closer to that holiday, and I could start experience the stress of the trauma. And sometimes people don't even realize why they're experiencing that.
Yes.
That's oftentimes why, veterans or other people who have experienced that type of trauma get into therapy and everything like that to try to figure out, why am I behaving, this way around these certain types of, for lack of a better word, trigger.
Yes.
And something that was beneficial allowed them to get through a traumatic, experience. Then when they're taken out of that kind of that traumatic experience, it impacts like a day-to-day functioning.
Correct.
Their brain kind of reacted rationally to an irrational situation.
Sure.
And then when they're in rational situations, sometimes their brains act irrationally.
Yes.
And again, that's something that oftentimes people have been through traumatic, one traumatic event can cause post-traumatic stress disorder.
One traumatic event can cause post-traumatic stress disorder, but most don't.
And what's the difference between post-traumatic stress disorder and complex post-traumatic stress disorder?
Complex I'm going to say PTSD.
Okay.
Complex PTSD typically refers to repeated trauma, more than just one single incident.
Okay. And I mean, in a hypothetical example of a woman, a grown adult woman, who is sexually assaulted by a stranger, that can cause PTSD.
It can.
It can. Now, and let's get this straight. And I think the jury may have some questions. Trauma affects people differently, correct?
Yes.
Some people, and we don't know why, there's a lot of different theories. Some are genetic, why trauma affects people differently. You can't, I know it's easier because we're having a conversation to node your head, but you have to say yes because she's taking it down.
I wasn't sure you're asking me a question.
Okay.
So I'm just like gesturing, but
Yeah.
if you need a response, yes.
Yeah. So one of the factors that can impact how somebody deals with stress can be genetics.
I believe, well, neurobiology. I'm not sure that it's passed down from generation to generation.
Okay. Also can be upbringing can impact how somebody can handle trauma, correct?
Yes.
If there are other kind of anchors, people or places in their lives that can help somebody handle trauma.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, if somebody, for example, a woman is sexually assaulted, but she has, a strong community, she has a strong family around her, she has support, other, support groups and everything like that, that can help her deal with trauma better than somebody who is isolated and alone.
Yeah, I mean, some people are just more predisposed to having trauma,
Okay.
but most people who are exposed to traumatic events don't get PTSD.
Yes. And when we're talking about dissociative identity disorder, most of the literature indicates that that is a response to overwhelmingly child sexual trauma.
Yes.
And the basis kind of for that, or in the literature and the thinking of how this develops, is you have a child who is perped on by a caregiver, is the kind of classic example of it.
I don't know that I have looked into the literature to that degree. Childhood sexual abuse is certainly problematic. I haven't looked at perpetrator literature.
Well, for a child who is perpetrated on by a caregiver, creates a problem for that child.
Right.
Because you have somebody, because kids are not self-sufficient, correct?
Correct.
They rely upon a caregiver to give them food, correct?
Correct.
They rely upon a caregiver to give them a shelter,
Yes.
correct? And we've learned more and more in the last 20 or 30 years, they also rely upon that caregiver for, emotional support.
Right.
And we'll get into that a little bit, attachment theory and so forth, but that's actually a need of, young children, is emotional support from a caregiver.
Yes.
And so a child who is perpetrated on, who is molested by a caregiver, the point behind, or the theory behind DID, is they disassociate. And so the memories of the perpetration and the molestation go into one place. And then there's another personality or ego state that doesn't have that memory, and so can look to that caregiver for the food, shelter, and emotional support. Are you aware of that? That's the theory behind.
I'm aware of that theory, yes.
Okay. And therefore, it's basically a defense mechanism that would allow a child to survive and to be able to function in a horrible situation.
Yes, dissociation would be an adaptive function.
An adaptive function of that thing. And the literature, especially, when you're talking about, sex assaults in general, it's generally thought of that it is more traumatic for an individual who is aggrieved, or who is molested, who is sexually assaulted by a family member or something like that. That is generally considered more traumatic than by a stranger.
Someone in a position of trust, yes.
That causes, can cause long-term mental health issues.
It can, yes.
And just to be clear, not every kid who is sexually assaulted or perped on by an adult develops a serious mental illness.
Right.
Some of them are able, for whatever reasons, to adapt and overcome and lead a relatively normal life, correct?
Yes.
While others can, based upon the trauma suffered as a child, develop serious mental illnesses.
Yes.
And when we're talking about, disassociation and kind of alter ego states, more and more we are understanding that everything is a continuum.
Mental illness.
All mental illness and all, you said before, everybody disassociates to a degree, and then it becomes a problem where it becomes a mental illness, which is interfering with day-to-day life.
Right.
And the same is kind of, everybody to a degree has some different either ego states or personas that they put on.
That's very common, yes.
Very well, when I walk in here, I got my tie on, I'm going to talk professionally, I'm going to try to act smart. That may be a very different persona than I act with my kids.
Sure.
And it's not something that, especially once you've done it a bunch of times, you even have to think about it. I don't have to be up here thinking, be lawyer persona, be lawyer persona. I walk in, I've got my tie, everybody's looking, I slide into that role.
Right, that's a conscious process.
A conscious process, yeah.
Right.
And when you get what dissociative identity disorder is to some degree somebody who doesn't have control of sliding in between the different roles. They lack, I don't want to say capacity, but they lack control over that. They can slip in and out of the different personas without the ability to necessarily control that.
Well, it would be an unconscious choice.
An unconscious choice, yes. And they also lack the thought, at least in the DSM and a lot of literature, is they lack the ability to access some of the memories that the other persona has.
I think there's some variation with that, but yes,
That
that can happen.
That the one persona is keeping all the bad memories to itself, and so the other persona can function in real life.
In theory, yes.
In theory, there's literature in the DSM-5. That's what the DSM-5 indicates.
Sure.
Okay. And again, it only becomes a disorder when what was a defense mechanism or a coping mechanism begins impacting day-to-day life. That's when it goes into the disorder.
When it causes functional impairment, yes.
Functional impairment. It causes something like a person's not able to hold down a job for a long period of time.
Yes.
It causes problems when they have inability to have a long-term relationship with people.
Yes.
When it causes them to have problems with family members and so forth.
Sure.
And I wasn't the one, and just so that the jury understands, we're not Miss Stauch's first set of attorneys. You understand that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, eventually you were requested by a woman by the name of Katie Strobel.
Yeah, the public defender's office.
Yeah. And did they provide you any type of work history of Miss Stauch?
I had some data. I think just specifically there was some letters from Dr. Niederhauser referencing work.
And we'll get to those later. But I
Okay.
mean, just, generally a life history, whether or not she's had trouble maintaining a job, whether or not she's constantly been changing jobs, that type of stuff. That was
No,
not
I don't
provided to
think
you.
they provided me that.
Okay. And that may be something that you talked about might be relevant towards either dissociative disorder or borderline personality disorder. Is somebody who constantly cannot hold down a job, that can be symptomatic of either one of those diagnoses, or can be evidence of it, not in and of itself, but circumstantial evidence
Well,
of it.
and many other things. So
Sure.
it's an important thing to ask about. Yes.
Absolutely. What type of mental illnesses are comorbid with dissociative identity disorder?
So comorbid means that they're happening at the same time.
I just wanted to seem smart.
You did.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Dissociative identity disorder, PTSD, borderline, bipolar, sometimes it's confused with bipolar disorder. I don't think it's comorbid with it. Anxiety disorders.
Okay, and you are aware that Ms. Stauch had been diagnosed with a general anxiety disorder?
I am aware she reported that.
Okay, well, I mean, you're aware that the jail was actually prescribing her medication for anxiety?
Yes.
Well, and you're aware from a letter from Dr. Niederhauser that she was suffering from anxiety and stress?
Yes.
And that was a letter that was dated a couple months before the events in question?
Yes.
Another possible indication of dissociative identity disorder is self-injury?
Not just DID, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just talking something that the DSM-5 lists as something that occurs in a, generally, you can see, can be evidence of DID, and that would be self-injury is one of the things that DSM-5 indicates.
I'm actually not aware of that.
What about suicide attempts?
I don't have the DSM-5 memorized, as I'm sure you can appreciate.
Absolutely.
I don't know the full extent of the criteria. I obviously reviewed them as part of my evaluation, but I haven't memorized them, and I don't want to say yes or no to symptoms that I'm not clear on.
If I may approach? You may. Okay, I'm on page 294. And if you could look at the associated features supporting a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder.
Thank you.
Okay, and so self-injury, anxiety, all those things can be associated with dissociative identity disorder.
Yes.
May I approach? Thank you. You are also aware that the DSM-5 indicates only a small percentage of people with DID present in a manner that somebody would see the shifts in personas.
Yes.
And so, asking individuals who maybe have talked with Ms. Stauch for an hour or so who don't know her, if they've noticed changes in her personality, would not necessarily be that relevant in determining whether or not she has dissociative identity disorder.
Yeah, that wouldn't be very reliable.
Yeah, I mean, it would be kind of misleading to indicate that somebody with dissociative identity disorder is going to be changing personas multiple times in a 1-hour conversation.
Yes.
That's not consistent with any literature whatsoever.
Correct.
You also, with dissociative identity disorder, impairment varies widely from apparently minimal to profound.
Yes.
And that's in the DSM-5. And so somebody, you just said, but on direct, you're saying you would expect to have all like these problems with dissociative identity disorder, but the DSM-5 seems to indicate that it can be minimal disruptions or profound disruptions depending upon the individual.
So I was referencing my competency evaluation.
Okay.
So
Yes.
if somebody is experiencing mild symptoms of anything, it's not going to be something that presents as a barrier. So I'm looking for symptoms to a degree that they're causing functional impairment. So I'm offering testimony specific for the purpose of my evaluation.
Okay. And many mental illnesses, or almost all mental illnesses, they fluctuate.
Yes.
And that's why when you're talking about competency, you're doing competency at that specific time.
Yes.
Because it's not static.
It's not.
It can vary.
Yes.
And almost, even a mental illness such as schizophrenia can vary. Sometimes people can be in active psychosis, but you could have someone who has schizophrenia and a month later, they may look apparently normal.
Yeah, we talk about symptoms waxing and waning.
And I've had experience with clients who have grown up in very traumatic, chaotic environments that are actually much more comfortable in jail or prison environments. And have you seen that same type of thing?
Yeah, people get institutionalized and they
Well-
need that structure. And sure, ask your question.
Okay, let me for example, like somebody who, again, one caregiver may be abusive. They sometimes may not have food. They may not know what's going to go on for day to day. Jail or prison is very structured. You eat at this time, you do this at this time, everything like that. Sometimes people from traumatic environments can actually be much less stressed in jail and much more adaptive in jail.
Some people, yes.
Yeah. And so the degree, sorry, it's thirsty. As to the structure of the jail was impacting the presentation of mental illness, we don't necessarily know.
I wouldn't know in the course of a competency evaluation.
A lot of times people with dissociative identity disorder will try to conceal that's going on from other people around them.
I haven't worked, to my knowledge, directly with people with DID, so I can't answer that.
Are you aware that the literature reflects that generally people are in mental health treatment between 4 to 6 years before they're correctly diagnosed with DID?
Yes, I believe it can take a long time.
Are you aware that the DSM-5 indicates one of the things that leads a lot of individuals with DID to therapy initially is OCD?
I think I remember reading that.
Okay, and what is OCD?
Obsessive compulsive disorder.
What does that mean?
You have thoughts that are very disturbing to you that that drive you to engage in a behavior to alleviate the distress of having the thought, like hand washing, germs, stuff,
It's a coping mechanism.
to alleviate mental distress.
Okay. Can it be a coping mechanism to alleviate the mental stress of childhood trauma?
I mean, there's no straight line to get to OCD, so
Okay. It can vary, but that's a realistic hypothetical.
sure.
The DSM-5, the DSM-5 is helping figure out what's wrong with a person and give them a label, correct?
Right.
And the reason for that, and again, I think Ms. Young has brought this up, it's not necessarily designed for the forensic setting. It's designed more for the clinical setting, that we give somebody a label, and then based upon that label, this is kind of the course of treatment.
Right. It's very much specifically for clinical treatment, and it provides a common language for providers to be able to talk about, diagnose, and come up with plans for patients.
But it is still relied upon to a large extent, even in a forensic setting.
Well, there's a forensic caution
Sure.
in there, but yes, it's the only diagnostic manual we have.
That's the only thing that we don't have anything else, so we have to use it, even though it's not necessarily specifically designed for that.
Correct.
And it has what's called, when it lists differential diagnoses, what is that?
A differential diagnosis is if, let's say, DID is the primary diagnosis you're looking at, a differential diagnosis would be other things to consider that it could be instead.
Okay. And one of the things that it lists, it lists personality disorder, and it lists specifically borderline personality disorder.
Yes.
And it specifically states that oftentimes borderline personality disorder can present similarly to DID.
Yes.
And you diagnosed Ms. Stauch with a personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features.
Yes.
And when we're talking personality disorders, those are kind of organized by clusters.
Yes.
And narcissistic and borderline, I think they're in the B cluster.
Yes.
And when we do clusters, that means we're organizing personality disorders that have some similarities.
Yes.
And that's when did we start doing the clusters?
Before my time.
The DSM-3?
It was definitely in the DSM-4 TR, which is my time.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it wasn't in the previous editions.
Okay. And we'll have other personality disorders that could be, there's cluster A and there's cluster C that are kind of different than cluster B.
Right. And we no longer have clusters in the DSM-5 TR.
We don't?
Don't think so. It's more of a dimensional continuum.
You sure?
I'm not for sure.
Okay.
I
If the
thought that
DSM-5
we
seems,
were the clusters.
okay, the DSM-5 still indicates cluster B, would that be,
If it indicates it, then it's correct.
if I may approach? You may. 659. Thanks.
Well, look at you looking smart again. Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so cluster B, we've got antisocial, histrionic, borderline, narcissistic.
Yes.
What is antisocial personality disorder?
Antisocial personality disorder is a pervasive pattern of breaking the law, having difficulty adapting to authority and social norms, deception, lying, general rule-breaking behavior.
And Ms. Stauch has had multiple evaluations. She's had 2 competency and 2 sanity.
I'm not familiar with what happened after I met with her.
Are you aware of anybody ever diagnosing her with an antisocial personality disorder?
Not to my knowledge.
What's a psychopath?
Psychopath is not a diagnosis.
Okay.
It is a person who manifests a lot of antisocial traits, lack of empathy, callousness, kind of parasitic behavior, living off of other people. There's a specific criteria that need to be met to be diagnosed as a psychopath, be assigned the label, but it's not a clinical diagnosis. It's not in the DSM.
Nobody has ever diagnosed her or given her the label of a psychopath, to your knowledge.
To my knowledge.
Talk a little bit about borderline personality disorder What is borderline personality disorder?
Borderline personality disorder is a disorder of interpersonal relationships where the person has a profound fear of abandonment, chronic feelings of emptiness, tendency to engage in self-destructive behavior, whether it's sex, gambling, self-injury, suicidal gestures, and possible transient episodes of psychosis.
Okay. And similarly, both the underlying literature seems to indicate that both DID and borderline personality disorder are generally caused by childhood trauma.
I believe that for borderline personality disorder, it's not necessary or sufficient to have had childhood trauma.
No, but the thought of is that childhood trauma can cause borderline personality disorder.
It can certainly lead to it, but it's not required.
It's not, yes. So DID, it's almost exclusively
Trauma-based.
childhood trauma. I mean, most of the literature has anywhere between 94 to 100% of people with DID suffer significant childhood trauma, and it's almost always sexual childhood trauma, correct?
Probably.
Okay. And borderline personality disorder, there's a correlation, but not necessarily a direct cause.
Yes.
And a high degree of people with borderline personality disorder reflect childhood trauma.
Yes.
And some of this, at least my understanding, how are you familiar with attachment theory?
I mean, I've had it as part of my training.
Okay, and it's Bowlby. I'm mispronouncing that.
Bowlby.
Bowlby. And what is attachment theory?
Well, Bowlby, this is going back to the 60s, I think, before
Yes.
my time. There was research done on the damage of separating mother and infant. There's a critical period between the age of 0 and 2 where attachment with the caregiver forms. If those attachments are disrupted, it can affect the child's functioning going forward.
And basically they took, it was him and then a Mary Ainsworth. They took, I think it was 1 or 2 year olds, children in between that age. They put them in a room and then they had the caregiver leave.
Ainsworth did, yes.
Yeah, Ainsworth did. And
Ainsworth?
and based upon that, and then the caregiver, Mary Ainsworth, the caregiver would be gone, I think 10, 15 minutes, and then the caregiver would re-enter the room.
Yes.
And what they were basically able to notice is 3 different phenomena with the different children.
Yes.
One phenomena, which they would then label secure attachment, which is what as parents we hope to be able to do with our children, is the child would be distressed, and then the caregiver would return to the room and the child would be soothed.
I believe with secure attachment, the child was able to self-soothe before the caregiver returned.
Are you sure?
But they were comforted by the caregiver returning.
Or that be avoidant attachment with the child that doesn't seem to care whether the parent comes or goes?
Well, I think they were still distressed, if I remember correctly. They just weren't comforted by the caregiver.
Oh.
This has been a long time.
Okay.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Absolutely.
Amy, if you could find a reasonable breaking point.
This is a good breaking point, Your Honor.
This is good.
Sure.
I didn't want to interrupt.
No.
Okay. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own research about any aspect of the case. With that, we'll see you back at 10:40. All right, from the jury first.
Stand up, bitches. It's intermission time. Halo. Oh, we got Darlene still up on the screen. Ah! Darlene. Darlene. Darlene, Darlene, Darlene. There's Darlene, a.k.a. Letecia. All right, so I promised that we would watch the video and talk about this new information with funk. Get the funk on out of here.
Thank you. May I be seated? Dr. Grimmett, you can step down if you would like to present something. We're being recessed. Thank you.
All rise.
To the mirror. All rise. That's what she said. You guys having a good morning so far? Without further ado, let's check out the video that I put up this morning and let's talk about it. I also put up a live for tomorrow at 11 a.m. We're going to be going over an interview of Melanie Gibb. Melanie Gibb. She did an interview with Nate Eaton a couple years ago, and I want to go through it and comment and talk about it. So tomorrow morning at 11 a.m., we're going to be looking at some Gibb information. And this just came out this morning in the Vallow trial. J.J. Vallow, this is tough news. J.J. Vallow, cause of death was asphyxiation by a plastic bag. And we know from what we've learned about how the kids were found, Tylee was literally burned in a bucket. Her pieces, and that's the only way I can really describe it, her pieces were shown to the jury yesterday. And JJ was found with, well, when they first found him, he was covered in black trash bags. And underneath the black trash bags was a white trash bag over poor JJ's head. So along with that was also a ton of duct tape. So one has to wonder, was he drugged before they put that bag over his head? Because if he was fighting, Mandy, I don't give a funk. But yeah, it's horrific. The details of that case are absolutely horrific. All right, so here is the video I put out. This is 10 minutes long. I'll see you guys in 10.
The other two roommates were there at the time of the attack?
All the information that we have from our investigation is that yes, they were.
Okay, but they were unhurt.
That is correct.
So is there any explanation as to why it took so long then for someone to call 911?
Do you guys have audio or no? I don't think you have audio. I gotta add audio. Hold on. Sorry about that. So sorry. Here we go.
The other two roommates were there at the time of the attack?
All the information that we have from our investigation is that yes, they were.
Okay, but they were unhurt.
That is correct.
So is there any explanation as to why it took so long then for someone to call 911?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to What's the 411 with Jay. I am Jay, your host, and today I want to talk about what's going on in the Bryan Kohberger case and the latest with the surviving roommate, Bethany Funk. So let's review some of the things that we have seen and have been leaked into the media, because when you piece them together, they tell a little bit of a story. So here's the first article. It was Funk who found the bloodied bodies of her 3 housemates, and she has argued she should not have to appear because she now lives in Nevada, not Idaho. That was what stuck out to me. And through her lawyers, she slapped down the foreign subpoena and said a judge must have a hearing before Funk can be required to testify. And then if you go down, it says one of the survivors allegedly heard a commotion and witnessed a masked man exit through a rear sliding door, according to a police affidavit. The second survivor, in this case, Funk, is alleged to have heard or saw things that could clear the suspect, according to Batanti's affidavit. Batanti argues that the information Funk possesses is unique to her experience and cannot be provided by another witness. The next one, and these are all from mainstream media sources. Investigator Richard Batanti, who is working for Ann Taylor, Mr. Kohberger's lawyer, has subpoenaed Ms. Funk to appear at the accused killer's hearing on June 28th. Now, the hearing's going from June 26th until June 30th. That is what they have slotted, and they have her wanting to come on the second day. So what is that? I don't know why. Why wouldn't they want her there on the first day if she has something that could exonerate Mr. Koberger? But more importantly, according to the affidavit, she allegedly witnessed a naked man run through a rear sliding door. She lived on the first floor of the home and came face to face with the alleged killer. So this is what has been leaked about the affidavit that Richard Battanti put out. Oh, hold on. So we have Bethany. This is from The Mirror. The Mirror UK. So according to The Mirror, Richard Battanti's affidavit filed in Nevada has Bethany witnessing a naked man running through a rear sliding door. I don't know if this is accurate because the affidavit is behind, it's sealed. But allegedly, this is what The Mirror is reporting. If Bethany saw a naked man run through the rear sliding door, how was she on the first floor? Well, we were lied to and told they were both sleeping all that morning. Let's revisit that, and then we'll come back to this.
So there were, sorry, I'm Emma Epperly with this Folks Interview. Hi. So there were other roommates who lived at that residence. Were the roommates home at the time of the attack?
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
And then they didn't call it into police. So were they injured?
They were not injured. But like I said, we're still following up with everybody that could have.
You guys, when I revisited this morning, I was like, God, he acted so weird. No, the latent shoe print was found outside of Dylan's door, which was in the hallway. And the slider, it doesn't say a slider on the first floor. It says that she lived on the first floor and she saw a naked man go out of a slider out the back. So either the killer stripped down and ran out with the bloody clothes in his hands so that he wouldn't leave any, or there were two people. Was someone naked with him? Right. Did he have sex with someone? But see, now Dylan, if this was Koberger, Dylan says there was a guy clad in black went out the back door. And now we have Bethany allegedly saying she saw a naked guy go out the back door. But let's listen to this and just note how awkward he is. He does not want to say anything, and I get that, but he doesn't even call them witnesses. At one point, someone says, there were two witnesses. He's like, well, I wouldn't call them witnesses. He's got some splaining to do, and this is going to get interesting.
In that area.
I know you said when the call came in, it was for an unconscious person, and also that was a stabbing. It seems, just from an outside perspective looking in, like that would be not the first thing a person calling in would think.
You're right. But the report that we got was that it was an unconscious individual. It wasn't until our officers arrived on scene, went in to do caregiving check on the individual who was unconscious, that we found the scene that we found.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Heather Roberts with ABC News. Just to follow up on what she asked. So the other two roommates were there at the time of the attack?
All the information that we have from our investigation is that, yes, they were.
Okay, but they were unhurt.
That is correct.
So is there any explanation as to why it took so long then for someone to call 911? You have surviving witnesses to an incident at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the 911 call didn't come until noon?
I don't think I ever said that they were witnesses. I said they were there. So, you know.
What? It's like you'd assume they're witnesses if they were there, doofus. I never said they were witnesses. I said they were there.
We don't know why that call came in at noon.
We don't know why the call came in at noon. It's 3 days later. Because you're a liar. Liar, liar, liar.
Because you're a liar. Not in the middle of the night. Would have we loved for that to have happened? Yes, but that's not how it took place. So.
Oh, and look at, he touches his nose. He's lying like a motherfucker. Lying like a motherfucker. Watch that again. Would we have loved for that to take place? Oh, sure. He acts like he's talking about a late delivery to the local Moscow grocery store and nobody could get fruit. Would we have loved for that delivery to be on time? Yeah, but it didn't. So you got to wait for your fruit. Dumb analogy, okay? But this guy here, I can't. I can't give him the benefit of the doubt when I revisit this, and it's just like, it just is so obvious that he's hiding something, and it's more than the integrity of the investigation, it seems.
Yes, but that's not how it took place. So that's why we're investigating everything still to try to pull all the pieces together.
Were they one of the people, were they the 911 caller?
At this point in time, I'm not going to divulge who our 911 caller is, just because I want to keep the integrity of the investigation at this point. Okay.
Okay.
Excuse me, Derek Shug, Fox News Digital. Was there anything missing in the home, or were the purses still there? Any robbery attempt, anything like that?
Nothing that we have identified.
Hi, I'm Tim with Daily.
I thought that was a great question. That was our dude from Fox, the one that I got the body cam of that got the weird messages. Thank you, CR. Jeff Kent, welcome to the lounge. Come on in and make yourself at home.
Green, I was just wondering, were the two other individuals present at the home when police responded at noon?
Yes.
Okay.
Chief, if you don't mind elaborating a bit more on those two people. Was it two people?
He really got grilled, didn't he?
Have those people shared about the circumstances of that night, what they saw or didn't see?
Well, I'm not going to go into what they shared that night. Obviously, that's part of our investigation. That's part of the information that we're trying to build our complete story with. So.
Wait. I love that wording too. We're trying to build our complete story with. I think there's a little more truth in that sentence than I originally thought when I heard it.
That goes, we're not going to go any further into what they know and what they don't.
Oh, watch this. This would be a perfect, this just happened to work out. I'm going to be stupid for a minute because we're on break. So check this out. Watch Fry. It didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to. Sorry.
We believe too.
Nice try, Jay. Wow. After revisiting that footage, this case seems even more mysterious. I know. Are they going to line up bushy peens? Than it did before. I mean, mysterious is being kind. This is downright puzzling. And apparently, you guys were not alone because the media was picking up on this weirdness at that press conference.
1:45 a.m. The two surviving roommates had also been in the community but returned around 1 a.m. On the morning of November 13th, a 911 call was made at 11:58 a.m. reporting an unconscious person at the residence. The call came from inside the home.
Inside
from
the
one
home.
of the surviving roommates' cell phones.
Okay, there we go. Okay,
Moscow
so check
police
this out.
responded.
Came from Bethany's cell phone, I bet you. Because they threw Dylan's shit right out there. They threw Dylan's shit, everything that she allegedly said, they put in that PCA and threw her right out there. Why didn't they do that with Miss Bethany? Why? If it's true that she saw someone nude, who was the nude guy? And if there's video footage, look out. Ring doorbell. Dick's flapping. Who is it? Who is it?
Found 2 victims on the 2nd floor and 2 victims on the 3rd floor.
Now that we know that Bethany does not want to testify and has a lawyer speaking on her behalf, what do you think is the reason for that? Some people think she's scarred. She's emotionally traumatized. Others think she has something to hide. I personally feel if my friends were brutally murdered, I would be there with bells on to put that perpetrator behind bars. Sometimes your mind and body just take over in those situations. And somehow we're able to put our fears aside when there's something more important that needs to be accomplished, like justice in a quadruple murder. News. So here's one more article. An affidavit filed in March by a criminal investigator supporting Koberger's defense says Funk was in a first-floor bedroom of the apartment house during the early morning of the murders on November 13th.
No, I said it was on.
Funk
I said you went wrong.
interviewed
I
by
thought you said
police
skip it
on
off.
several occasions. All right, we're back.
Yeah.
That was pretty much the end.
Oh, there she is. Okay. All right. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Dr. Grimman, I remind you, ma'am, the church is still under oath. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
I do so.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury.
It's like someone said earlier. What did she see that was bushy? We've got one girl saying he was head to toe black with bushy eyebrows. And then we've got another girl saying we got a stark naked man. And you know what? I want to know. This is my question. Hang on. I'm going to mute them for a minute because I want you guys to answer in chat. I want to know if this girl has, there's 2 questions. If she has information that would exonerate Brian, free him, and he's an innocent man wrongly accused, why wouldn't they be able to hold an emergency hearing to present that in front of a judge? Secondly, why would they wait until June 28th when the preliminary starts on June 26th to have her come? If you guys know why, tell me. I'm sure a lot of witnesses are traumatized. She ain't the first and she won't be the last. Get a therapist, sweetheart, because you're going to need one. But you have to do this for your friends, your quote-unquote friends.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will
Close your
recall
mouth
20
before
CR
your lawyer sticks
1358,
something in it,
People versus
bish.
Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Grimmett. That's where we will resume. Mr. Tellini?
Yes, Dr. Grimman. And back, we were kind of talking about attachment theory, and I'll kind of move on from the exact experiment, but what from the experiment, they basically developed 3 different styles of attachment, secure, avoidant, and anxious. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And secure attachment, the theory is that comes when a child grows up and they are given the appropriate attention by the parent. The child cries and the parent comes in to soothe them. The child is hungry and the parent comes in to feed them, correct?
Yeah, the child perceives their needs are met.
And the theory behind attachment theory is that then children who grow up securely attached are then able to have secure relationships. They can have a romantic partner. They can explode, romantic relationships or other relationships that actually work and are functional.
It sets a good foundation for that.
Yes. The theory with avoidant attachment, people with that, maybe had a caregiver who was not attentive. The child would cry and nobody would come to soothe it. The child would be hungry, nobody would feed it. and they kind of grow to put on a persona that they don't need anybody and are very kind of self-reliant and feel threatened by intimate relationships and so forth. That would be kind of the characteristics of avoidant.
It could be, yes.
And then we have anxious, and that's somebody who, similar to the avoidant, did not have their needs met by the caregiver, and they can be extremely needy in a relationship. They put a lot of kind of same with that's why I was getting to it. Anxious attachment would be similar to borderline personality disorder.
I think that it stems from an unpredictability and inconsistency with the parenting, where the child doesn't know what's coming, whether they're going to get soothed or not. There's some inconsistency there that causes some distress.
And kind of back talking with borderline, that's with the romantic like relationships, they're consumed with it at the beginning and then think that it's going to be taken away and are very threatened by the fear of abandonment.
Yes.
And then later on, they actually came up with disorganized attachment.
Yes.
And disorganized attachment is kind of the anxious, but on steroids. And that's generally thought to somebody who was traumatized by a caregiver.
I'm not too familiar with that.
Okay. Have you ever heard the term disorganized attachment style?
Yes, I could tell you what the criteria are.
But so the same, theory of the causes, at least back to anxious, there's some tracking and some similarities between the anxious attachment theory and borderline personality disorder.
Yes.
And you were, as part of the discovery that you reviewed, were you given hours upon hours upon hours of phone conversations between Al Stauch and Letecia Stauch that were recorded by the FBI?
Not hours and hours, no. I did listen to some pretext phone calls, but I don't recall them being hours.
Okay, you're lucky. Somebody who, in the face of a missing child or a homicide investigation, who is incredibly preoccupied with the relationship status and whether or not Al Stauch is going to take her back, that would be extremely consistent with borderline personality disorder.
Yes. Yes.
So where it appears like this is just irrational, the focus on this.
It's an irrational focus. I would say it's consistent with borderline personality disorder, but also be consistent with other things.
Sure, it could be consistent with narcissistic personality disorder.
Right.
And the DSM-5 itself, it has a ton of different categories of mental illnesses or symptoms of so forth, correct? There's a lot of different diagnoses in the DSM-5.
Oh, yes.
The DSM-5 itself doesn't, at least now, the DSM-5 especially, does not categorize one thing as a serious mental illness versus something else. Like it doesn't say the DSM-5 is, I cut you. The DSM-5 doesn't say schizophrenia is a serious mental illness, but borderline personality disorder is not.
That's correct.
It just says these are the things we look for these diagnoses.
Right.
And all the diagnoses can exist on a continuum.
Yes.
Somebody could have a very, I'll say mild, but bipolar disorder can be a serious mental illness, correct?
I mean, it typically is a serious mental illness.
But somebody could have bipolar disorder to a degree that it does not substantially impact their life. And then, so according to the definition of the National Institute of Mental Health, would not be a serious mental illness.
There are mental illnesses in the field that are considered serious because of how impactful they are. And bipolar disorder would be one of those. You don't tend to have a mild case of bipolar disorder, certainly can, but it's typically a disabling disorder.
But it could not be.
It could not be.
Okay. And that's why I'm saying, that's why the DSM doesn't necessarily label it, because you could also have a on the continuum a severe case of a personality disorder that can impact the day-to-day functioning of that person's life.
Right.
And if it and according to the National Institute of Mental Health, if the mental illness is impacting that person's day-to-day life, then it is then categorized as a mental illness.
I don't concern myself with what the National Institute of Mental Health says for competency evaluation.
Sure.
So I can't really answer that.
Do you know that that's what the definition by the National Institute of Mental Health is for serious mental illness?
No, not particularly. I work off of the DSM, and because
Okay.
I'm not providing treatment,
Sure.
it's not relevant for me
Okay.
day to day.
Would you agree with that definition? Is a serious mental illness is a mental illness that impacts somebody's day-to-day life?
I don't know what the formal definition is, but if I'm assessing someone,
No.
I'm looking for the level of impairment in day-to-day life.
Okay. And sometimes personality disorders can be so severe that they impact a person's day-to-day life.
Yes.
Now, I also gave you, I emailed you some articles.
You did?
One of those articles I'm going to be approaching with Defense Exhibit C is hallucinations and other psychotic symptoms in patients with borderline personality disorder.
Yes.
If I may approach? You may. Take a look at that and see if that looks familiar.
Yes.
And just so everybody understands, you said one of the things that you do when you're confronted with, a patient or something new is you do research in your line of profession.
Yes.
And because psychologist or psychiatrist has had specific hands-on experience with every type of mental illness, there's new things that come up, correct?
Correct.
And you do research, and where do you turn for research?
To peer-reviewed journals.
Peer-reviewed journals. And basically what that is, there are, both sometimes practicing clinicians, and there's other people in academia, and they will do studies and so forth and submit articles to peer-reviewed journals.
Yes.
And then those peer-reviewed journals there's lots of different ones in psychiatry, evidently, or psychology. And you will look at it and look to those peer-reviewed journals to inform you on certain situations.
Yes.
The article which I have given you, that comes from a peer-reviewed journal, correct?
Yes.
And it is something that would be, I'm not asking if you agree with everything in it or not, but that would be something that would be generally relied upon people in your field.
It would be considered.
Consider.
Yes.
Yes. That article indicates that they've done studies and people with borderline personality disorder can suffer psychotic symptoms.
Yes.
And I want to step back here for a second. Let's talk about psychotic symptoms. And Dr. Emmett, if I'm incorrect on any of this, let me know. My understanding is there are psychotic symptoms, and psychotic isn't necessarily a diagnosis itself, but there are certain symptoms that we look at to make other diagnoses in the DSM-5. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And when we're talking about psychotic symptoms, we're talking about a couple different things. We're talking about delusions.
Yes.
And delusions are a fixed belief that is not amenable to change by evidence.
Yes.
And so I have this belief, and no matter what you show me, what you do, I'm not changing this belief that I have.
Correct.
And, the general delusions that everybody's are, familiar with, we have delusions of grandeur, one type of delusion, grandiose delusions.
Are you asking me a question?
Yes.
Yes.
Another type of delusions would be paranoid delusions.
Yes.
And delusions can, again, they can be on a continuum.
Yes.
A delusion of grandeur. I mean, hypothetically, if we have the NFL draft coming up this weekend, are you aware of that?
I'm not.
Probably
aware of that.
not. But, say somebody who hardly ever played for his college team believes that he's going to be drafted despite everybody saying there's no way this is possible. That could be delusional.
Yes.
And that would be on the low end of the spectrum.
I'm not sure it would be considered pathological, but
Pathological, but it's a fixed belief that,
delusions of grandeur are more typically thinking you hold some high status like you're Jesus.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And then on the other hand is the Masonic, I'm coming here, I've been blessed to save the world, I have this specific mission, I have super smarter than everybody else, that type of thing.
Right.
Paranoid delusions, the government's after me, they're putting stuff in my head. That would be an example of a paranoid delusion.
Yes.
So that is one symptom of psychosis.
Yes.
Another symptom of psychosis would be hallucinations.
Yes.
And hallucinations could be auditory.
Yes.
And auditory hallucinations, I'm hearing voices, I'm hearing anything that is not really there.
Right.
We have visual hallucinations.
We do.
Which is I'm seeing things that aren't there.
Right.
And sometimes I'm seeing things that aren't there and they're talking to me, and that would be an auditory and a visual hallucination at the same time.
That's right.
We can also have tactile delusions. And what is that?
Feeling something on your body that's not there.
Okay. We also have, then the next thing would be disorganized thought or disorganized.
You don't want to cover the rest of the hallucinations?
I can. What else do we have? I thought I have the main ones.
Well, there's a couple more that you should know about.
Tell me.
There's olfactory hallucinations where you smell things that aren't actually there.
Okay.
And there's gustatory hallucinations where you taste things that aren't there.
Okay. All right.
Want to make sure we have all the information.
Absolutely. Thank you. We also have disorganized thought. And what is that?
Not being able to follow your own line of thinking, not making sense in your thoughts and how they come out your mouth.
And that can also be on a continuum, correct?
Yes.
I mean, it can go anywhere from kind of tangential thinking all the way to what's called word salad.
Yes.
And what is word salad?
When the words that come out your mouth are not logically connected to each word, so it sounds like you're just saying words and it's not a sentence.
And tangential thinking is where somebody is jumping from one thing to another without anything necessarily connecting them.
Correct.
And then we kind of have the other ones. We have abnormal motor behavior. And what is that?
Well, that can be lots of things. It might be like a stereotypic shaking. It might be picking, pilling, or having underactive movements where you don't respond.
And then finally, we have the negative symptoms. And what are those?
So the hallucinations and delusions are considered positive symptoms. That means there's a symptom present when you wouldn't expect there to be something. A negative symptom is when you expect to see something that's not there. So that would be underactive motor, flat affect, no change in emotional expression, a lack of energy, lack of interest, lack of engagement, apathy, those kind of things.
Sometimes people who are psychotic can just sit in a room and stare into nothing for hours upon hours at a time.
Yes.
Like we've been doing for 2
And
weeks.
we use these to make, diagnoses. I mean, generally what we think about psychotic symptoms, the main diagnosis we have is schizophrenia.
We have schizophrenia, bipolar disorder with psychotic features, major depression with psychotic features, or typically bipolar disorder and major depressive disorder with psychotic features are the typical ones.
And there's certain criteria for somebody with psychotic symptoms for schizophrenia. I think it has to be, you have to experience psychotic symptoms for about a month, and then it has to be persistent for over 6 months, correct?
You have to have symptoms
very
for over 6
white-sided.
months. You have to have hallucinations, delusions, and disorganized thinking or the negative.
You have to have multiple symptoms of psychosis,
Right.
not just one. But there are lots of other mental illnesses that can cause transient psychotic features, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, sometimes PTSD can cause transient psychotic features.
Uncommonly, but yes.
Okay. Dissociative identity disorder can cause transient psychotic features.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. And that article indicates that people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from transient psychotic features.
Yeah, and that's one of the criteria in the DSM-5.
Yeah. And it indicates that between 20 to 50% of people that suffer from borderline personality disorder suffer from hallucinations.
In this sample.
Yes. That these hallucinations can be both auditory and visual, sorry.
Yes.
Sometimes that 50% of the hallucinations had malicious content.
Right. So this was a sample of 143 people, just because you don't have the article.
I know. And Mr. Young's, after I'm done, he's going to come up and you guys are going to discuss why he thinks this article is garbage. But I'm just going.
If I may, at this point, I'm going to object to this line of testimony as to irrelevant. There's nothing tying this to what she did in this case, and certainly nothing tying this to the defendant. So,
Well, first of all, the jury will disregard counsel's statement regarding what Mr. Young may or may not do. As you know, counsel can't testify in this case, and nothing that they say is evidence. Secondly, you qualified this witness as a witness in forensic psychiatry.
Psychology.
Or psychology, that's right, I'm sorry. Forensic psychology. This witness has not said it's outside her expertise, so it's within her expertise. And there were some questions regarding the presence or absence of dissociative disorder, dissociative identity disorder. So I will allow the questioning. Overruled.
And according to this study, 50% of the hallucinations are malicious content.
I don't recall specifically, but yes. Can you direct me to where on the?
If you could look on the second sentence of page 790.
Thank you. Yes.
50% of the hallucinations had malicious content.
Yes.
And so that would mean 50% of the hallucinations seem threatening to the person perceiving them.
Yes.
And I think I gave you a couple other articles that from other peer-reviewed journals that indicate that people with borderline personality can suffer from audio and visual hallucinations.
Yes.
Are you aware of any studies disputing the fact that people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from auditory and visual hallucinations?
No, it's part of the criteria for the disorder.
Okay. And also people with borderline personality disorder can disassociate.
Not just from borderline personality disorder, but they may have other conditions going on that cause dissociation.
Okay. According to this article that we are talking about, the hallucinations, there's kind of three different things that they look about that bring upon the hallucinations. The first one that they talk about is stress.
Yes.
And that periods of stress can cause somebody who has this personality disorder to slip into a psychotic state.
Right. And that's not specific to the article. Again, that's the episodes is stress related.
Okay. You were provided a letter from December, I believe, 13th from a Dr. Niederhauser.
Yes.
Indicating that she was seeing Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
And indicating that Ms. Stauch needed to resign from her work because she was suffering from stress and anxiety.
Yes.
Another thing, according to this article, that can impact the degree somebody with borderline personality disorder suffers psychotic symptoms is whether or not they experience childhood trauma growing up.
Can you direct me to the page again?
And I'm looking at page 790. So the same page that we were on, it kind of has number 2 or what factors influence psychotic symptoms in borderline personality disorder. The first one, it indicates stress. The second one, hallucinations, childhood trauma, and disassociation.
Okay. I just feel like we addressed this when we were talking about the underlying factors for borderline personality disorder. So I didn't perceive anything in this article to be different than what we've already discussed. That's why I feel a bit confused.
Okay. No, but when we were discussing whether or not childhood trauma causes borderline personality disorder or whether or not it's a correlation, and I think you pointed out, some people can have borderline personality disorder, but not necessarily have childhood trauma.
Right.
And this seems to indicate that people who have both childhood trauma and borderline personality disorder, those people seem to suffer psychotic symptoms more than people who have borderline personality disorder without childhood trauma.
It's just very difficult to work through because most people don't experience just one issue. So if they have borderline personality disorder, they usually have accompanying other dysfunction, whether it's another mental illness or other personality disorders. So trying to narrow it down to say this causes this, there could be a number of reasons why somebody's manifesting symptoms, and me and my role would not be able to say this is coming from that.
Sure. And I wasn't asking that. I'm just saying that that's what this article seems to indicate, correct?
Okay.
And it also says that it can be impacted by whether or not a person feels lonely.
Yes.
It also indicates that people with borderline personality disorder can feel stress more acutely than other people. And I think that would be, I mean, that's pretty much accepted. Would you agree?
Yeah, they don't handle stress well.
and I think you talked about it. I mean, someone with borderline personality disorder, they send a text, and if that's not responded to correctly, I mean, they get
Their world is ending.
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. The world is ending.
Okay. All right. So let's now, and actually, Your Honor, at this point in time, I would move for admission of Defense Exhibit C under 803-18 learned treatise.
Prosecution?
May I vote aye?
You may.
Defense Exhibit C that you have there in front of you, did you use that in any way, shape, or form in formulating the opinions that you gave to the jury today?
No, I was only provided this last week or the week before.
Does it have any impact on your testimony or your opinions that you gave to the jury today? And our objection would be based on relevance.
May I see Exhibit C first?
Yes. If I may approach?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Also hearsay for that matter.
That's why he's offering to admit it under 803-18. Exception to the hearsay. Right. Under 803-18, statements from a learned treatise may be admitted. They may be received as exhibits. I'm not going to allow this entire article to go back there, largely because it appears to have a lot, or it requires a lot of expertise to decipher large portions of it. 803-18, however, says that if admitted, the statements may be read into evidence as the court permits. If there are certain specific statements, not the entire article, but if there are certain specific statements that you want to read into the record, you can do that.
And again, Your Honor, I'm asking it to be admitted as impeachment on Dr. Grimmett. She has diagnosed Ms. Stauch with a personality disorder with borderline features. She then indicated on direct that that was not a serious mental illness. I think this article impeaches her regarding that and how that borderline personality disorder can be a serious mental illness to the degree that it is. There are scientific terms and extra stuff in here that can be difficult for a lay witness to discern. I would say that goes to weight, not admissibility, and I'm asking it to be admitted under those grounds.
I've made my ruling and I've given you an option. So you can either read the specific statements that you wish to have into The record, it sounds like you probably covered most of them, not in exactly the same language that's in the article, but I've given you the option and I've made the ruling.
Okay. And I would just read. Well, let me ask.
You need this back?
Yes.
Do that? Okay.
Well, I have a copy up here. Mo.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Before we leave borderline personality disorder, where does the term come from?
It is considered to be on the borderline between neurosis and psychosis.
And it, in the older DSM, I think under the DSM-2, it was actually listed under the schizo disorders.
That is more information than I have.
Okay.
I don't have a copy of the DSM-2.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to your evaluation of Ms. Stauch. One, well, Dr. Grimm, you've actually done evaluations for me in the past, haven't you?
I have.
This evaluation that you did here seemed much more thorough than a typical competency evaluation. Do you agree with that?
A typical competency evaluation that doesn't have a felony one charge on it.
Sure. And generally on a typical competency evaluation, I mean, is this what percentage of competency evaluations do you go through and listen to jail phone calls?
Whenever they're made available to me.
Okay. And is that usual or is that unusual to review jail phone calls?
It's fairly unusual.
Okay. And who provided you the jail phone calls?
The district attorney's office.
And they actually helped and assisted you in playing them, correct?
Oh yeah, they're always recorded in a format that's very difficult to decipher.
It is. When you initially started talking with Ms. Stauch, she expressed some frustration with her attorneys.
Yes.
She was very frustrated because her attorneys would not come to visit her at the jail.
Yes,
And for context, this was during COVID,
it was.
and COVID changed a lot of the ways that we do stuff.
Yes.
In-person visits became the rarity, and a lot of stuff was done over WebEx or so forth.
Yes.
You did this one though in person, correct?
Yes.
Where in the jail did you do it?
In the no contact booth. I don't remember if it was Alpha or I don't know, but it
Did
was.
it have it like the trap open or was the trap closed?
I documented it was a no contact booth. I don't recall talking to her on the phone.
Okay.
So I'm imagining it must have had a trap.
Okay. And just so that the jury's, aware, this is where you go, it's like you see on TV, the person comes in, there's a big, it's not glass, it's some type of clear plastic in between you and them. And then there's like a little trap door that opens and shuts, and the communication is done through there.
Yes.
She was also in shackles.
She was.
And that kind of prevented you from doing some types of testing, correct?
Yes.
Specifically, I mean, there was some further testing that could have been done, regarding malingering and so forth, but that is somewhat prohibited by the nature of the examination.
Yes.
Objectively, I understand your position that she was malingering some symptoms to try to seem more mentally ill than she was. Objectively, though, she indicated to you that she did not want to be found crazy.
First of all, I never said she was malingering.
Okay. Okay.
I had concerns about feigning, but I did not use the vocabulary of malingering. So I just want to be clear.
What's the difference between feigning and malingering?
Feigning is intentional exaggeration or production of symptoms. Malingering takes it to the next level, assuming what the secondary gain may be.
Okay. And just to be clear, somebody can have a serious mental illness and feign symptoms.
Yes.
They're not exclusive.
I outlined that in my conclusion, yes.
I mean, and it's not necessarily even that uncommon.
Not in forensic settings. No.
Not in forensic settings. So a lot of times you can have somebody who has a mental illness, but they will try to exaggerate those symptoms in hopes that you will come with a diagnosis that is helpful for them.
Or they're so mentally ill that they don't understand how they present and they think they have to act worse. Otherwise, I might miss it.
Okay. And to be fair, that makes the job of a forensic psychologist more difficult.
Difficult and interesting.
Yeah. To figure out where the mental illness ends and where the feigning begins can be tricky.
Right.
She did indicate to you, though, very clearly that she did not want to be found crazy.
Yes.
And then you actually even heard her on some jail phone calls with her daughter, Harley, indicating that she passed the first test, the first competency exam with flying colors, and she was going to pass yours with flying colors.
Yes.
So she would have known that she was found competent, and so she viewed that as passing, and she was going to pass your exam as well.
Well, I recall that she had said, I don't recall whether it was to Harley or someone else, that she wasn't intending on passing as well or doing as well in the second time that she did on the first.
But there's at least one phone call to Harley that she passed the first one with flying colors, and she's going to pass yours with flying colors.
Yes.
You kind of got a history from her.
Yes.
She indicated she grew up in North Carolina.
One of the Carolinas? Yes, I
Yes.
think so.
And do you have your report up there?
I do.
And if it's okay with Mr. Young, I don't have a problem if anytime you need to refer to your report to refresh your recollection to do so. If you could just let us know that you're referring to it.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
I have no problem with it.
Okay. So she grew up in North Carolina?
Yes.
She was raised by both her mother and father until they divorced when she was 2.
Yes.
She indicated that she didn't really have any contact with her father after that until she was much older.
17, I believe.
She indicated being raised a lot by her grandfather,
Yes.
who was very religious
Yes.
and would alternate between kind of a good guy, bad guy thing. Kind of a sometimes nurturing, sometimes harsh authoritarian.
I didn't go into what she meant by that.
Okay. She did indicate that she was molested by her stepfather.
Yes.
How much detail did you get into that?
None.
None. And that she was also angry at her mother because her mother didn't protect her from the molestation.
Yes.
That the mother had chosen the stepfather over her.
She just, what I wrote in my report is what she told me,
Okay.
that she hadn't forgiven her.
When people or perpetrators molest children or stepkids in that environment, one of the keys to it is secrecy.
That can be an element, yes.
That's generally isn't the element that whoever is molesting a stepchild will do things in order to try to keep it secret within the family.
I don't work with perpetrators.
Okay.
So I just don't have a knowledge base for that.
Then I will move on to my next chapter. She indicated, you talked about kind of her work and vocational history.
Yes.
She indicated to you that she primarily worked as a teacher, but she experienced some mental problems and she started having visions of her stepfather that interfered with her work.
Yes.
She also indicated numerous miscarriages
Yes.
in her history. Did that stand out or?
I mean, it was notable, but remembering that my purpose is to establish if she's competent or not,
Sure.
it wasn't important to answer that question.
Okay. She indicated that she had been hospitalized in Canada,
She said that, yes.
that she was prescribed Zyprexa at
Uh,
one point.
Well, I don't know if she was prescribed or offered, but she said she refused it.
At one point she agreed to, Geodon, and that's an antipsychotic.
Yes.
It's kind of an unusual antipsychotic, isn't it?
No.
No? Is that the brand name or is that the?
It's the brand name.
Okay.
It might be palperidol. Don't quote me on it. But it's common.
Okay. And then she was also described in taking lorazepam.
She was not taking at the time of the evaluation, but she had.
Okay. And that would be for anxiety?
She said it was for bipolar disorder, but it is a benzodiazepine.
I mean,
typically for anxiety.
Lorazepam generally wouldn't be prescribed for bipolar disorder, would it?
It can have indications for bipolar disorder. I've never personally seen it prescribed for that, but when I searched it, it did say it could be used for bipolar disorder, but it's not a first line of treatment for
First-line thing.
bipolar.
I mean, generally with bipolar disorder, you'd prescribe a mood stabilizer.
I mean, prescribing is outside my scope of practice, but yes, I would expect
That
to
would
see
be-
that they were being prescribed a mood stabilizer.
Sorry. And well, that was actually one of the reasons why you discarded the possible diagnosis of bipolar, because she was given that coming from CMHIP to the jail, but was not given a mood stabilizer. And so that lessened the degree that that was actually a diagnosis, because if it was actually bipolar disorder, CMHIP would have more than likely then also given her a mood stabilizer prescription to take to CJC.
I would have expected to see that, and that was definitely one of the factors I considered.
Okay. But there was, and not only rule out, but that CMHIP in the transfer from her to CJC in the jail records indicated that CMHIP had diagnosed her with bipolar.
So the CMHIP records indicated she had been diagnosed with bipolar, and then she underwent a review at CJC where that prescriber ruled out bipolar disorder.
Okay. So just so that I'm clear, CMHIP had said she was bipolar disorder, and then CJC and Dr. Moore said, no, she's not bipolar disorder.
It was Holly Wallerstein.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't Dr. Moore who did the review.
Okay. But somebody reviewed it and said, no, I disagree with CMHIP. She's not bipolar.
Yes.
And it's always been confusing to me when you say rule out something, because in the general terms, when you say rule out, that makes, every time I read it, I'm thinking you're saying, no, it can't be that. That's not what rule out means, correct?
With a rule out diagnosis, it explicitly means there's not enough information to say they do or they did not have it. It needs to be ruled out.
Yeah. So someone needs to do some more research and everything like that to either say yes or no.
Right.
Very confusing.
Well, and you see it a lot in forensic evaluations because we have time limited meetings with people. So we offer rule outs because we can't be sure.
And because it doesn't necessarily go towards competency.
Correct.
I mean, whether, kind of with your, whether or not she actually suffers from PTSD or not, or suffers from an anxiety disorder or not, you didn't see either one of those affecting her ability to know what's going on or ability to work with her attorneys. And so you have limited resource, limited time, don't have time to make that determination whether we have PTSD or anxiety.
Right. It's not a psychodiagnostic evaluation. So I just cover what is necessary to support the opinion.
A lot of some things that you considered in your evaluation were jail notes by deputies at CJC.
I mean, I considered the notes. I don't
Okay.
know that I gave them any more weight than anything else.
Sure. Was there a concern on your part regarding bias of the deputies making those notes?
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, because, well, and so what everybody understands, the deputies at CJC are part of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes.
And that's actually the agency that has investigated and is assisting in prosecuting Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
And so, there's always concern for both actual bias and implicit bias. Would you agree with that?
There's bias is always a concern. Yes.
What is implicit bias?
Bias that you're not aware of.
Okay. And so deputies even trying to be fair may suffer from implicit bias in noting Ms. Stauch's behavior.
Yes.
And that's something that you consider?
Yes.
When you gave her 2 exams, correct? You gave her the structured interview and what's the other one you did?
MFAST.
MFAST. Are you, well, let me ask you this. Are you aware of literature indicating that oftentimes people with DID will have elevated scores on the MMPI-2?
Yes.
And what is the MMPI-2?
The Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, 2nd edition.
Okay. And I think what you're talking about, and so there is literature that people will have an elevated score on that test. If people who actually suffer from DID will look to be elevated, possibly given that false feigning.
There are questions on the MMPI-2 that most people would not endorse that can reflect the experience of somebody with DID, and so it can look like they're exaggerating when it's real.
Do you know, does the MFAST and the structured interview that you did, does that have those same type? Are there any studies indicating that people with DID can have elevated scores on either one of those?
Not that I'm aware of. The questions are not of the same nature that are on the MMPI-2.
What's the difference between the MFAST and the MMPI-2?
They're totally different tests for different purposes. The MFAST is purely a feigning measure.
Okay. And the structured interview that you performed, that's the SR.
The SIRS 2?
Yes, that has different scales.
Yes, so it's kind of an expanded version of the MFAST.
Yes. How many different scales does it have?
I want to say 6.
Okay, and of those 6, only 1 indicated feigning?
Yes.
The other ones were, I think it said the other ones were ambiguous towards feigning. I think it said
No, I think she only elevated 1 scale.
Okay.
And then the overall index, which considers all the scales, was general indeterminate.
Okay. She indicated there are notes. They're called kites. What's a kite?
A kite is a complaint, a grievance, or a request that an inmate can file to get certain needs met in the jail.
Some of her kites were complaining that the solitary confinement was causing her mental health problems.
I think I read a kite where she was asserting mental abandonment.
And that the solitary confinement eats away at your soul and your brain feels like something's eating it.
I don't think solitary confinement was the term. Maybe segregated housing.
If you look on page 7 of your report.
Oh, stand corrected.
Okay. I'm concerned why mental health has not helped me with the solitary confinement is the first line of the kite.
Yes.
And then the second line of the kite is I thought mental health is an advocate for mental safety. This eats away at your soul and my brain feels like something is eating it.
That is what the kite says, yes.
Are you aware, or have you found, because I couldn't find any studies relating how solitary confinement could impact either dissociative identity disorder or borderline personality disorder?
Not specific to those disorders. I know that there's plenty of studies on the effects of solitary confinement on the mental health of an inmate, but I'm not familiar with specific diagnoses.
And I've bizarrely seen some studies that go both ways. Sometimes I've seen studies that indicate solitary confinement can be helpful for people with psychotic features.
I have recently read, there was a large literature on the detriment of solitary confinement for quite a while.
Yep.
And there does seem to be some burgeoning literature that maybe it's not that bad.
And it kind of depends on the different person. Some people who have a mental illness, solitary confinement makes them much worse. Some people, it appears surprisingly, with a mental illness, solitary confinement can help them.
Yeah, there's lots of individual differences.
Could somebody who has dissociative identity disorder in different personas, could one of their personas as a defense mechanism try to feign mental illness?
Hypothetically, I imagine so.
Okay. And again, with the feigning, let me go back. Your understanding with dissociative identity disorder, let me say this. My understanding from the literature, when you have a dissociative identity disorder, personas are generally locked in the time that they are created. Are you aware of that?
No, I think that goes beyond my knowledge of the disorder.
Okay. Some, would you agree? Well, let's just get this out. Let's agree. We were all, the vampire stuff is feigning made up garbage. We can agree with that, can't we?
Your words, not mine.
All right. It almost seems made up garbage in a childlike way, that this is so ridiculous that no intelligent adult would expect anybody to believe it.
I would certainly say it was contrived.
It's contrived and stupid.
I didn't make any opinion as to what kind of intellect it reflected.
And whether or not it could have come from a persona who was locked in a childlike
I
state.
just dismissed it as irrelevant to competency.
Okay. Because it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It was not believable and was not impacting. Justice the Vampire wasn't keeping her from discussing stuff with Miss Strobel.
Correct.
She did indicate that one of the things that would kind of soothe her when she suffered from anxiety was to hide under the covers.
That it was more effective than medication, yes.
Okay. I think we covered this a little bit, but in regards to determining, the feigning and the degree, more tests would have been needed in order to be able to do that, correct?
Well, my intention had been to give the MFAST the SIRS if necessary, and had they not indicated any feigning, I would have liked to have given the PAI or the MMPI myself.
Okay.
Given the results of those tests, it didn't seem productive, because if she feigned on those, it was likely she would also invalidate the ones she'd already invalidated in the previous evaluation.
And we had a previous one where and the MMPI-2 is a lengthy test.
The PAI, both of them are. They're over 300 questions each.
Okay. And because we had one prior that was invalid, that would have been waste of the kind of short amount of resources that you have.
Well, just feigning is a dynamic concept. Just because you feign at one point in time doesn't mean you're always feign.
Sure.
So the fact that she'd invalidated it previously didn't mean I necessarily thought she would invalidate it again. But after she did not do well in the measures I gave her, that was an indication that she wouldn't be forthcoming on the test.
When you were discussing things with her and you're discussing with her, oftentimes her thoughts were kind of circular and almost tangential to a degree.
I don't know that her thoughts were circular. Her speech is circular.
Yeah, speech.
I think I portrayed her in my report that she wasn't tangential. She always stayed on topic. She just provided a lot more information. I don't recall having to redirect her. I might have cut her off because she was trying to give me too much information, but I don't recall her being tangential.
And I guess what I'm getting to is I kind of read your report, and if I read it incorrectly, let me know, that you gave some consideration as to whether or not her manner of speech would reflect disorganized thought. And there was they had some similarities in the interview that you had with her, but then you went and listened to the jail phone calls and it didn't seem to be that way. Would that be accurate?
Well, it was those things and the kites where she wasn't making sense.
Yeah.
So I was looking at all of that, and it seemed like with the phone calls, she was able to be very concise, given that there was a time constraint for the phone calls, and had that reflected an actual mental disturbance where there was thought disorganization, she couldn't have just selected to be concise.
Okay. But at least with you, there was some similarities between how she talked and how somebody may talk if they have a disorganized thought process.
No,
No?
she wasn't disorganized.
Okay.
She was organized and garrulous, very, very wordy.
Extra wordy as far as extra information that was not necessarily needed to the questions.
But not irrelevant.
Okay, but the extra information, I mean, that can be an indication of disorganized thought.
If it doesn't make sense.
Okay. And you indicated that a sincere belief that somebody can raise somebody from the dead would not be delusional?
In the context that she provided it with her religious beliefs, that would be correct.
I mean, she seemed to indicate that she believed, like Andrew Womack, that she could raise Gannon from the dead.
Right.
And that wouldn't be consistent with facts, would it?
What fact? Whether or not
Just biology?
I thought you meant the facts of what Andrew Womack claims.
Well, we can just...
I believe the standard accepted belief is that we cannot raise people from the dead.
Yeah.
It appears there's a faction of religious practices that does, in fact, believe that things like that can happen. And given that she presented that idea in the context of a religious belief, I attribute it to her religious beliefs rather than a delusional belief.
How can, I mean, oftentimes people with psychotic disorders have delusions that are religious in nature, correct?
Yes.
So how can it be distinguished between a delusion, which is basis of a psychotic disorder, versus delusion that is based upon religious upbringing?
It's a great question. She believed what other people believed. It's a shared belief.
Okay.
So it's a shared belief specific to that religious organization, or I don't know what the correct term would be. So it didn't have the personal meaning to her outside of the context of that larger religious group. She was in step with what they purport to believe in. Therefore, I consider it to be a religious belief. Whether or not it makes sense to me, whether or not it's rational is a different question. But in terms of looking at the diagnostic criteria, the fact that it's a religious belief shared by other people, and that's the context in which she shared it, it would not be considered pathological.
Would it be pathological, though, considered as to a specific person, not just the belief that the dead can be raised, but that she has that innate ability herself to raise a specific person from the dead?
If she had presented that idea to me without the context of the religion, I would certainly have had more concern. But she said, I know about this guy, and he said he did this, and I tried to find him because I want him to help me too. That's a totally different quality.
And I mean, but clearly in people who are raised in very religious upbringing, oftentimes will suffer from psychotic delusions that are based upon religion. That is not uncommon.
But it won't be considered psychotic just because of the beliefs that they hold. If they're just holding their mainstream beliefs within their religion, that would not be considered. It's when they take it to a further level that goes outside of what the mainstream of that religion believes.
Just a moment. Oh, I have. Thank you, Dr. Bennett.
Yeah.
Redirect.
Yes, thanks, Jim. Did you consider that she could have just been making this up to make you believe that she was delusional?
Which part?
The part about raising Gannon from the dead.
I mean, I considered whether or not it was truly delusional. Did I consider whether she genuinely believed that? It was probably part of my calculus.
When we talk about self-reporting and your interview with her and the reason why you want to look at all the collateral information, is that one of the reasons why is sometimes someone who's charged with first-degree murder is going to not be truthful with you in the evaluation because they want to appear to be something they're not.
Yes.
I want to clear something up for the jury. Is the accent from Scotland?
We've been taking bets. The accent's from Scotland.
I just got to keep consistent with all my witnesses, figure out where they're from so the jury knows that. I want to go back to Mr. Tonini's initial cross-examination when we were talking about trauma and that trauma is related to post-traumatic stress disorder. Do you recall that line of questioning that he started out with?
Yes.
Are there studies, or in your opinion, are there any time frames as to when someone might be experiencing delusions or psychosis as a result of trauma?
I don't know that there's a whole lot of research on trauma and psychosis. It is something that happens. It's not part of the diagnostic criteria. So anecdotally, it's something that we see. Trauma itself, the development of PTSD can happen fairly quickly after a trauma happens, or there can be a delayed onset, sometimes up to a couple of years before people start manifesting symptoms. Sometimes not until another traumatic event happens that it all comes crashing down.
This sexual assault that Ms. Stauch was telling you about that occurred between her and the stepfather, did she give you a time frame as to when that happened?
No.
Did you find any collateral resources that it actually happened?
I didn't investigate it.
And is that because it didn't play any relevance to your purpose for the evaluation?
Correct.
Hypothetically thinking, is trauma that happens 20 years ago, is that going to trigger something 20 years from the trauma?
With nothing in between?
Nothing in between.
That wouldn't be typical.
Why?
Well, there would have to be an explanation of what's happening 20 years later that it's an issue now. What was the person able to do, or why was it not impactful at the time? I would just have a lot more questions.
With the trauma that's impacting your psychosis or delusion, whatever we want to call it, would it have to be related to whatever the trauma was to begin with 20 years ago?
No.
Why is that?
The body experiences trauma and it doesn't have the brain to make sense of it. So it's very physical. So the body just responds to the danger, not necessarily the context or the meaning of the danger. So it doesn't matter what kind of trauma it is.
Would you expect there to be stress or trauma in relation to killing an 11-year-old boy by stabbing them 18 times, hitting them with a blunt force object 4 times, and then shooting them once and attempting to shoot them 2 more times? Would there be some trauma associated with that?
There certainly could be.
Would there be some stress associated with that?
I would imagine so.
Would you expect others to see that an individual who just did that, for instance, in a cross-country drive to Florida?
I would expect if the person was traumatized by that happening, there would be signs of that.
And if the individual was Ms. Stauch's daughter, who she'd known for 17 years, who's been by her side the entire time, do you think her daughter might notice that there might be some stress or trauma related to that action of killing an 11-year-old boy?
I would think so.
Dissociative identity disorder, is that a particular disorder that leads someone to murder someone?
I don't believe that there's a high base rate for that.
Is there anything in the DSM-5, a mental illness, that has a criteria that says someone with this mental illness is going to go out and kill an 11-year-old boy? You understand why I'm asking that?
Yeah.
Does mental illness lead to murder?
Not in and of itself, typically.
Are there people who have serious mental disorders or mental illness that are able to function in life and society and obey the laws?
Those are 2 different questions. Can they function to varying degrees? Does a mental illness cause you to break the law? No, it does not.
People who suffer from dissociative identity disorder do they have recall or they remember the events that might lead them to a forensic setting?
I think that's probably a debatable issue. There would probably be an argument that an alter may have been responsible and the memories don't cross over. So that's hard for me to answer.
And is that because there's not a lot of data on that information?
There's not a lot of data, and I would imagine it varies because somebody with dissociative identity disorder could commit a crime as the primary persona, the host, and it has nothing to do with the alters. So then they would have memory of it. So there's too much information there.
And so just to clear things up, when you're doing a competency evaluation, you're evaluating Ms. Stauch on the day you're seeing her.
Yes.
In an insanity evaluation, you have to evaluate her on the day of the crime.
Right.
And would you look at her actions and the evidence associated with her actions in making that determination?
For the sanity evaluation?
Yes.
Yes.
Would it necessarily mean much in an insanity evaluation how her mental illness may have progressed due to solitary confinement in a jail setting?
It wouldn't speak to her mental status at the time of the offense.
Go back to your forensic interview. Counsel asked you some questions about that. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Not specifically.
I believe they asked you about how the prosecution provides you with the reports and things like that.
Yes.
Do you know who provides all the police reports to everyone in this case?
The prosecutor's office is responsible to give it to everybody. Like the state evaluators, they get it from the prosecution. So I request it from the prosecution.
Why didn't you ask that we go sit in on the interview with Ms. Stauch and you during your evaluation?
I can't imagine why I would think that was appropriate or necessary. A forensic evaluation is typically just conducted between the examinee and the evaluator. There can be impacts from having somebody else present in the room. There's statutory protections in the course of a competency evaluation that the information the defendant provides can't be used to incriminate them, so they don't need their own attorney there. If their own attorney isn't there, I don't think it's appropriate that the prosecutor should be there. I've just never encountered that would be a reasonable request.
Have you ever had a defense attorney sit in on an insanity evaluation with you?
No.
Why? Probably for the same reasons you just answered, I take it?
Yeah, and it's never been requested. For evaluations of this level of charge, it would be video recorded, so there would be no need for somebody to observe it because it's being memorialized.
Her social history that you discussed with Mr. Cellini on cross-examination that's in your report, was that based entirely on her self-reporting, what she's telling you?
The portion titled social history, yes.
The thing about miscarriages is based on what she's telling you?
Yes.
The notes that Mr. Cellini asked you about from deputies, were there other notes from mental health professionals within the jail that you relied on or at least considered in making your determinations?
I reviewed our entire jail record, so I was looking at jail deputies, mental health staff, so the prescriber, Dr. Moore's notes, and any deputies that had been tasked with making behavioral observations of her, all of them.
I can just have a second, Your Honor.
You may.
Those are my questions, thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Grimmett? Looks like we have couple coming. Counsel, retrieve those. Mr. Young, if you would retrieve those and counsel approach, please. Dr. Grimmett, can a difficulty or inability to face evidence or to be rigorously honest or to hold oneself accountable for consequences of actions be indicative of mental disability or past trauma-related BPD?
Really long question. Can I ask you to break it into chunks?
Sure. Can a difficulty or inability to face evidence or to be rigorously honest or to hold oneself accountable for consequences of actions be indicative of mental disability or past trauma-related borderline personality disorder?
Okay, I think I can answer that as a whole.
Would it help if you have the question in front of you? Okay. I will need it back.
Thank you. Okay, so the difficulty or inability to face evidence or be rigorously honest or hold oneself accountable for consequences are not signs of a mental illness. That would not reach the level of a mental disability. Can it be indicative of past trauma or BPD? Possibly, but the manifestations of that, the inability to face the evidence and be honest, those would not be considered symptoms of a mental illness that would reach the level of a mental disability.
Okay. And then I need it back so I can read the next question. Everybody knows what it is. Can compulsive lying indicate mental disability?
Compulsive lying is usually associated with an antisocial personality. It would not be a symptom of a mental illness, so it would not reach the threshold of a mental disability.
What does it take for a theory put forth in a psychology peer-reviewed publication to become mainstream enough to be published as part of some version of the DSM?
Very good question. My honest answer is the DSM is very political. There are groups of people that want to put forth ideas, and there's committees, and there's voting, and there's agendas, and sometimes it can seem a bit capricious as to what gets accepted and what doesn't. But with enough people endorsing ideas and testing out those theories and seeing that they're accurate and gaining momentum, that helps it become more acceptable in the field and possibly into the DSM.
Is it possible for a person with a great or normal upbringing to have anxiety disorder or to develop dissociative identity disorder?
Anybody can develop anxiety. That's not particular to any kind of upbringing. Certainly people with difficult upbringings tend to have worse outcomes, but people with good upbringings can have anxiety for a variety of reasons. I'm sorry, can you please, the DID piece?
Yes. Is it possible for a person with a great or normal upbringing to have anxiety disorder or to develop dissociative identity disorder?
Dissociative identity disorder is very highly correlated with trauma. So you don't just start to dissociate by having a normal upbringing and nothing bad happened to you. It's generally accepted that DID comes from some kind of bad event.
Right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
No, thank you.
Defense? Mr. Tellini?
Could we sincere belief that people are going to believe me, despite the fact that I have repeatedly lied to them about other stuff, be delusional?
I'm not going to allow that. I'm not sure. Tell me where that fits in on the questions that I've allowed.
The first question about whether pathological lying or refusal to face the evidence in front of you could be signs of mental illness.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to rephrase the question so I make sure I'm answering it correctly. Is it delusional to believe that despite the fact that I've lied repeatedly, now I think they're going to believe me?
Yeah, can that be delusional in some sense?
I think that practical approach to that would be it might be irrational. but it doesn't necessarily cross the threshold into a delusional belief. Is it fixed? Or is there any ability to consider an alternate point of view? There's other questions I would need to ask before making a statement about that, but just because something's irrational doesn't mean it's delusional.
Okay. And then as far as the question regarding when does an article become mainstream and in the DSM-5, the DSM-5 actually states that people with borderline personality disorder can suffer psychotic-like symptoms, including hallucination, body image distortions, ideas of reference, and I'm going to say this wrong, hypogenic phenomena during times of stress. I can't say it. Can you pronounce this for me? Let me approach.
Hold on. Let's finish the question, and then I'm not going to allow that question, but you can go ahead and finish it.
Well, and Your Honor, it is asking when the publication become mainstream and in the DSM-5, and it appears that the ideas presented in that article are part of the DSM-5.
Which is a different question than what is being asked. So I'm not going to allow that. So you can, because the question is, what does it take for a theory put forth in a psychology peer review publication to become mainstream enough to be published as part of some version of the DSM? What you're reading sounds like it's from the DSM and is in the DSM. The question here is, what does it take for an article, psychology peer review publication to become mainstream enough to be published as part of the some version of the DSM? So I'm not going to allow that question.
Can I rephrase?
Yeah, sure.
Are you aware that the theory presented in that article has become mainstream enough to be put in the DSM-5?
I'm not familiar enough with the article to speak to whether or not it relates to what's in the DSM-5.
In follow-up, are you aware the DSM-5 indicates people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from hallucinations?
Objection, Your Honor, is to beyond the scope.
No, I'll allow that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. Right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in place by 1:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we'll see you at 1:30. Have a good lunch.
Safe travels. Take care.
It felt white-sided.
Thank you. May all be seated. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution? Defense? Okay. All right. We'll see everybody at 1:30 then. Thank you.
All rise.
Stand up!
Hey, welcome to lunchtime. We've got Darlene over here. Actually, I apologize if I'm out of breath. So I said I wasn't feeling well, right? So I'm a glutton for punishment. So what do? I go outside and I start projects. And it is, let's see, what's the temp right now? I don't know. All I know is I got overheated and my head is pounding. I am my own worst enemy. I swear to God. Let's see. 83, but it feels hotter than that. I'm telling you. Let's see what it feels like. Marginal risk. Feels like 86. Feels like 86 with a humidity of 55%, which isn't bad for here. It's not really the humidity, just that sun. And Robin, if you're still here, she can attest. The sun is brutal. Like, you think it's not doing nothing, and then you get fried really quick. So you got to be careful. It sounds like I need McDonald's. I love McDonald's. It's a peony kind of day. Peony?
Oh, whoops.
I've had this in my head while I was outside. Okay. So not only am I outside like in the heat, but I'm putting up this stupid mister on my patio, and it's like this piece of tubing. It's nothing spectacular. And is Tough Tiff here? If Tough Tiff is here, make yourself known. I need Melanie Gibbs' hat. I do. But get this. So it's like this tube, and it has just like these little nozzles on it. It's just a little cheap thing. It was like $25, right? And I'm like, I can like DIY this. So I am out there hanging these things up on a ladder, and I have them on because I want to see like where they're misting at. So not only that, I'm soaked. Pickle Juice, Tough Tiff. I want to just say I saw your email. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. That is the nicest thing. I mean, super nice. I'm floored. So thank you, and I will write you back. Thank you so much, Tiff. You guys are amazing people. Hey, if anybody hasn't told y'all today, and I'm even going to tell you that, soaking wet like a rat. I have a beach towel, too. I'm like, I'm such a baby. I'm like, oh, no, I don't feel good. You guys are the best. You are the best in the world. I would never come on camera with a beach towel soaking wet in a tank top. But you guys rock. And I'm so grateful. So, all right, now I can go off. Let's bring Darlene back. I just went on camera like a drowned rat for you guys. That's how much I love you. Nothing like just jumping out of your comfort zone. Or, yeah, out of your comfort zone, rather. So anyways, I've had this in my head the whole time I was outside. While I was hanging this stupid tubing, getting soaked, my arms stretched up in the air because I only have a ladder that has 2 steps, and my arms are shaky, and I'm trying to get these stupid-ass things in, and I'm soaking wet, and this was what was in my head.
C'est la vie, adios, fuck off and die. Fuck off and die.
I must have sang that I don't know how many times. Fuck off and die. I'm like, geez, oh Pete's. We have Lori's sister's call too. I can't wait to do our Daybell update this weekend. I haven't watched much news lately. I've been so focused on these stupid trials. But Alec Baldwin, you guys, did you see that? Alec Baldwin is going back to filming Rust. He's going back to filming Rust. Look how old Nicolas Cage looks. Oh my gosh, you know who I saw last night? Dude, look how old he is. Do you feel old yet? Do you feel old? This shit makes me feel old. I'm going to make you feel really old right now. I know. I wasn't really happy though. I was like getting irritated because my arms were shaky and I just wanted to like get it done. And then I moved it to another position. And I was like, oh God, this isn't going to work. It's spraying the wall. So then I had to move it back. So literally I was telling the sprinklers to FOAD. I love how they sing it. But yeah, so catch this. Me and my husband were talking about like news people who like leave, you know, like Tucker. We were talking about Tucker, Don Lemon. We were watching the video, watching videos about it, listening to people talk about it. And I was like, I saw Bill O'Reilly has his own podcast, and I about shit when I saw his face. Now, if you can see my screen, the one with the circle around it is the Bill O'Reilly that I remember. This is the Bill I used to watch on Fox News at like 8 o'clock at night. I can't remember what time his show was on, but I used to watch him. We're not sure. We're hearing it's pending litigation, but I don't think it's the Dominion thing. So I don't know. We don't know yet. I hope Tucker comes out with his own podcast because he'll do better without Fox. I mean, look at Bill O'Reilly. He's got his own shiz. But look how old he looks. This is how I remember him. It's so weird. It's like these people, aged, like they disappeared. Why do I feel like I didn't see these people for so long? Is it because of COVID? Like what? Do you guys feel like that? Like 10 years almost feels like it went by in a year. Who's a potato? Who's a potato? Bill O'Reilly or Tucker? Well, the BuzzFeed, it's the true crime news, I think, that shut down, isn't it? For BuzzFeed? Yeah, they sucked anyways. I couldn't even watch them. They honestly weren't that good. But check this out. This is from... God, this is just from yesterday. I'm just going to have it muted, but just look at how much he's just so old. And I guess I'm in denial that I'm getting old. Yeah, and I think he's probably just a crabby old man. Like, I couldn't even listen to his voice. Sounds old. Listen to his voice. It's changed.
The company believes that an individual is gonna hurt their profit margin. That individual is gonna go. I mean, it's as simple as that. It doesn't matter who it is. Would you agree with that?
I mean, he still has the same facial expressions and all, but man, you can just hear it in his voice. It's just like all of a sudden, like, I feel like we came out of COVID and all these people got old. And I think it's because we were distracted for years. Isn't that weird? The things that we normally saw on a regular basis, we didn't anymore because everything changed. And we were so fixated on COVID and everything that went along with it that all our regular stuff kept going and got older, but we were still stuck in the visual we had the last time we saw it. Who interviewed Elon? Bill O'Reilly or Tucker? I'm confused. I just couldn't believe it. I was shocked. Because I don't know. Now we've got all these young people, and it's like, gosh, it's kind of scary to think, like, who's going to be next? And the up-and-comings. Weird, huh? Sucks getting old. I mean, George Clooney, what is he looking like these days?
I don't know. I kind of recognize.
I don't really care what they're saying. Hang on, let me change the quality here. Why is it so shitty? He looks the same. Is this even new? Well, there went that theory because he looks exactly the same. I don't know. It's just strange. That tripped me out. Bill O'Reilly tripped me out officially. How about back in the day when he was on Inside Edition? Do you guys remember Bill O'Reilly being on Inside Edition and having his meltdown? Boy, was he a dick. Boy, was he a deek. Okay, here we go. Let's watch it.
It for us today. Okay, I don't know.
Just read it, Bill.
Whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that.
I know you haven't seen it because you...
That's a parody. Hold on. I just want to get the raw footage. I know Scott H. loved this. I used to have this as a sound bite. And I got rid of it. Or I lost it. Damn, I want to find the. What the heck? I can't. But I get demonetized. Did you just see that shit? Threatening JetBlue worker? 1 year
It's easy. It's Bill O'Reilly.
You got contact with your man?
Bill O'Reilly on Fox 5. He wants to see a manager.
You know what you're going to do. He's 3 hours late now. No. You're going to find out. You look at him. Warm and warm. Oh, yeah?
Wow.
You're threatening me with violence. No, I'm not. You're the one. I dare you.
What an ass.
I sit there watching that you don't. You can't even get that information. You're going to lose your job. More than you need. Okay? We'll see you.
He said, you're going to lose your job. Wow, what a dick. Okay, so I guess this is Bill's personality. This is his accuser. Okay, here we go.
And that is it for us today. Now, I can't read it. There's no words on it. All right, go.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a. I can't do it. We'll do it live.
Okay. No.
We'll do it live. Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live.
Fucking thing sucks. He is such a fucking hothead. He is such a hothead. Look how old he looks here. That's the one I watched last night. Yeah, he's a jerk. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Oh, here's the longer version without the music.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. Okay, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that.
No, there is. We are going to do Sting, yeah.
Okay, but now I can't read it. There's no words on it.
Okay. Ready? Sure.
There's no words there to play us out. What does that mean? To play us out?
It's
Dance it out.
It's a video, Sting video.
What is
for credits?
I don't know what that means. To play us out. What does that mean?
Dance it out, Bill.
To end the show?
Yeah.
All right, go.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it.
Okay. In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a. I can't do it.
Okay.
We'll do it live.
Okay. No.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
Watch him get up. Look at this asshole. Look at him screaming. Look at him. What the fuck? He is crazy as fuck. Crazy. What year was that, I wonder?
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. Okay, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that.
The producers don't even, they're like, oh yeah, he's like, what does take it out mean? Take it out. What the fuck does that mean? It means dance it out, motherfucker.
In 5.
Look at his face. What a baby. Hold on. We got to make fun of this big man baby here.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today, and we will leave you with a...
I can't do it.
I can't do it. We'll do it live.
Okay. Well, no.
We'll do it live! Fuck it! Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live! Fucking thing sucks!
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
Okay, now watch. Watch his tantrum in slow-mo. Yanked. Wow. Well, that was fun. What else can we watch and make fun of? He's still a jerk. Bill O'Reilly rages on TV defending Megyn Kelly. Let's see him rage. Oh, wait, let me...
Highly exploding on live morning TV. He says it's open season on the Fox network and he's fed up.
It's a good place to work, all right? We do good work. We do honest work there.
So, who's he mad at? His colleague at Fox News, Megyn Kelly. In Megyn's new book, which is out today, she writes about being...
Which I love her podcast. I like Megyn Kelly. I really do. I think that she brings the facts, and she really tries not to be slanted. She really does.
Sexually harassed by disgraced Fox News honcho Roger Ailes.
He said he knew I must have some very sexy bras, and he'd like to see me in them.
Ailes denies that he harassed Megyn Kelly. O'Reilly says it's time to put the scandal to rest.
I'm not interested in basically litigating something that is finished that makes my network look bad, okay? I'm not interested in making my network look bad at all. That doesn't interest me one bit.
Just look at CBS co-anchor Norah O'Donnell. She's so stunned by O'Reilly's outburst, she's fanning herself.
Nora and I have...
Are you okay? On GMA today, George Stephanopoulos asked Megyn about reports that she was negotiating a new $20 million contract. She reportedly wants a salary.
I like Megyn Kelly. Let's see. There's more stuff about him. Megyn Kelly on Bill O'Reilly's $32 million settlement. What is this?
Just barely able to eat with silverware. Manual dexterity was not my strong suit. So, when I got a look at Charlie Albright, I couldn't believe it. This little kid has hands that are truly amazing. Cindy Hahn with our report.
This is music that can stir the soul. And it's plain. Charlie Albright, you see, is just 5 years old.
All right, somebody find this kid now. Charlie Albright. We need to get him on the show. Charlie Albright. Where are you, Charlie?
But it's the story of how Charlie learned to play that's truly incredible. Even his mother is puzzled.
I cannot explain. It's amazing.
In most ways, Charlie's a typical kid. He loves goofing off in an arcade with his friends, and he loves biking on his old two-wheeler. And when he was 2, he loved making noise on his family's piano. Then one day, a few months later, the noise stopped. Charlie changed his tune, and that changed his life.
In about 3 years old, he was making the songs. I mean, he was playing the songs. I was cooking that time, and looked and I couldn't believe.
The most amazing part was that Charlie never had a piano lesson.
This is from his YouTube. He's got, look, this is him. Stop it. Stop. Charlie Albright, pianist. Oh my God. There's Charlie. Two days ago, only 250 views. Isn't that a shame? You have someone like this who possesses so much talent and he only has 5,000 subs. I'm subscribing. And 250 views on this. And look how many videos he has. But he also fixes a bidet. Let's watch his Patreon video.
Hey everyone, Charlie here, and this is my friend Molly. Say hi, Molly. Hello. You probably know her from some of my YouTube videos. Anyway, if you're watching this video on this Patreon page, I'm gonna assume that you kind of know who I am and kind of what I do. If you don't, my name is Charlie Albright, and I play the piano. I've been playing for quite a long time and have done the whole concert tour thing. I've performed all over the place with some amazing people and with amazing orchestras and by myself, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful experience, and I am very blessed to be able to do that. You'll also know that one thing that I'm trying to do more of lately is kind of push ahead with my online presence. So basically, I want to try to embrace the internet to share my music with more people and make it more accessible to more people than just the people who are at the concerts. And so I'm trying to push forward with YouTube and Instagram and all that other kind of stuff to really kind of connect with my fans and my audiences and people who aren't my fans and people who aren't in my audiences, even more so than ever. Because we all know that the internet has revolutionized literally everything, and music is no exception. So I am going ahead with YouTube and Instagram, and one thing that I know that a lot of people have done who are in the creative fields. Creatives, is that a word? They are in the creative fields like music or art or photography or whatever, is using this platform called Patreon.
Look at his fingers. I mean, it's amazing, the talent. And you know what? I think people like this need to get more attention, and I think it's awesome you guys are subbed. Woohoo! Let's give him some subs. I think that piano playing is so amazing. Music is amazing, and people that have the talent are amazing. And look at Molly. I mean, if not, look at Molly in her vest. I can't with her fleece vest. She's adorable.
Whatever. And in turn, the person basically gives special perks and features and all that kind of stuff to the people who are basically members. So it kind of really creates this really neat, tight-knit community of people who do stuff and people who appreciate the stuff that person does, if that makes sense. So I thought that I would try something out like that. And if you'd love to participate and you'd like to support and kind of be a part of that, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. And
he's adorable. He's freaking adorable. Let's go back and watch him as a little kid again.
Just barely able to eat was so.
He loves goofing off in an arcade with his friends, and he loves biking on his old two-wheeler. And when he was 2, he loved making noise on his family's piano. Then one day, a few months later, the noise stopped. Charlie changed his tune, and that changed his life.
And about 3 years old, he was making songs. He was playing the songs. I was cooking that time, and I looked, and I couldn't believe.
The most amazing part was that Charlie never had a piano lesson in his life.
I asked him, well, who taught you that music? He says, nobody.
Charlie, his mother believes, heard her playing parts of songs on their piano, then somehow taught himself to play, often adding notes that his mother had never heard before.
I cannot explain that one.
It's magic.
And where does Charlie think his magical ideas come from?
My head.
Charlie's parents are now...
He said it's magic. It comes from my head. He's so cute. I can't. I'm in love with Charlie.
My head.
Charlie's parents are now taking him to a local piano store for professional lessons. And most days, he just can't wait to show Mom how he can really tickle those ivories.
He's so cute.
Yet Charlie is not necessarily destined to follow the tragic footsteps of some child stars, according to child psychiatrist Dr. Spencer F.
I think that child prodigies can grow up and be successful. What we would hate to see would be somebody like Mozart, whose musical gifts continue, but whose overall life adjustment is a terrible failure.
Charlie's mother is determined that her son not suffer such a tragic fate. If the fun ever stops, she insists so will the music. More than a prodigy, Mom wants a normal life for her sometimes silly kid.
Before the music, he's my child. So as long as he's happy, either he want to be a conductor or whatever, if it makes him happy, that's fine.
I can't believe it. And Charlie continues to come on strong. In February, he stole a show at a big Tacoma, Washington show celebrating Black History Month. And in June, he'll be a featured artist at the Miss Washington State Beauty Pageant.
Aw, how cute. If that doesn't make you smile, what does?
People who play the piano. Many of them learned when they were very young. But if you get the chance to meet someone as good as Charlie Albright is...
Charlie Albright is getting it.
Is he going to be able to eat a what for lunch, do you think?
Long neck.
Sure.
Charlie loves science, but nothing comes to him as naturally as music. Years ago, this was Charlie Albright playing, well, you know the song. It is a small world when your feet can't even reach the pedals. But today, Charlie's world is getting bigger.
He is a typical 8-year-old boy. Just typical, never cleans up his room unless if Mama tells him to do. He loves computers, and we have to set rules. Otherwise, he'll be sitting in front of the computer all day long.
I give up.
He has a God-given talent who can play music without any note. He can hear the music and he can copy it. He seems like he loves to play fast music. When he became 3 years old, he was all of a sudden playing this Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star on London bridges. And I asked him, Charlie, who taught you that? And he says, nobody.
Why do you like to play the piano?
I don't know. Because it's fun.
Some people spend their whole life trying to learn how to play as well as you do right now. Why do you think it's so easy for you?
Because God gave me a talent.
But it's his teacher's job to hone that talent and push him.
Good.
So once a week he travels to Nancy Adzett's place in Olympia.
Come on.
I think Charlie's promising. I think he's very good. And he's got a whole long way to go because he's played by ear most of his life. And when he came a year ago, I told him I felt my job was to teach him to read the music and put into his fingers what's on the page. Yeah, Charlie, I would start that nearer the first tempo. It's tempo 1.
You're tough on him.
I try. I'd like to sit back there and smile all the time, but, well, I think he deserves it. He deserves everything I can tell him to help him do his job.
Nancy just wants Charlie to go as far with his music as he possibly can. And right now, there's no way of knowing just how far that will be.
What a heartwarming story. It is crazy with those little hands. I agree, just Mike's. That's a person to get a life story from. And you know what's really sad is you see someone like this, and like I said, you know, getting not even 1,000 views on a video, and you have literal kids standing in line to see Taylor Swift. I mean, I don't know about you, but I feel like the talent lacks in the popular singers a lot of the time. And it's a shame that this kid doesn't get that kind of attention because he deserves it. Flavor Flav meeting Miley. All right. Mistakes her for Gwen Stefani.
So good
Gwen
to see
Stefani!
you. What's going on? You still never got me a clock.
Don't worry, I'll get you one. You got one. You got one. Yo, how you doing?
It's good to see you.
Oh
Good.
my God, nice to meet you.
How's Vegas treating you?
Oh, yo, I love it. I love
hell
it.
yeah.
Hey, yo, hold up. I gotta get a flick. Yo,
Here.
who's gonna take this for me? Come on, Craig. Rock that for me, Craig.
Wait.
Hold on, we gotta have one right here, guys, in the big camera. Thank you.
It's good to see you.
Yo, nice to meet you. God bless you with your life.
See ya. You too. You too. I'll see you later. Bye.
Peace.
Did he know who she was? Did he figure it out yet or no?
Wow. Gwen Stefani. Okay, now which tool is mine? That's Byron? That's Miley? That's it? No, that's Hannah Montana. Y'all stupid. Y'all stupid. Y'all stupid. Hey, yo, Miley. Just do me a favor. Just smack me one time. Thank you.
Can I take them?
I love you.
By the way,
I love you. Hey, your daddy Billy Ray.
I didn't know
Hey,
you
your
were
daddy
saying
Billy Ray.
To say sorry, you can give me a grill.
I love you.
Like
I got you. I promise.
Yeah, that's right.
I promise you, Miley. Yo, man, wow. That's Flavor Flav.
Oh my God, what an idiot. Oh my God. Oh, here, I've got another one for you guys. She grabbed his clock. She's like, yo. Okay, here we go. Here's from Howard Stern. This is Robin Quivers. This is one of my favorite clips of all time.
Hey, Gary came in and he told me the TV guys, for some reason, when you were singing to Cocaine and you were going berserk in there.
Oh, no, they found it?
So I said,
damn.
Why you were just saying to Cocaine, the song we played this morning?
I do that in here because I know it can't be recorded.
Well, I said to Gary, I only give Robin the option whether she wants to play that on the air or not. I know you.
That would be me outside hanging my shit going, fuck off and die.
Sensitive for some reason about your singing.
I am very
over
sensitive.
That? I have to protect Robin. I need her up and peppy.
There was something weird going on. Nobody knows because nobody else heard it, but the TV guys, for some reason, were getting Robin's microphone because I think they're like separate feeds.
I don't know. It must be a separate feed. I want to hear it if you're up for it.
I'll listen to it, but those performances will never be happening again.
Yeah, you better. I never sing in here. I don't know why you are singing.
I thought it was cute. It wasn't like it's not like you're wailing away.
Where is it? I want to hear
think it's Gary Page 1 now.
It's
I already
cute.
forgot.
Cocaine. See, now you're not hearing the music.
It's better this way.
Down to the ground, cocaine. She don't lie, cocaine.
You're going on American Idol.
Cocaine.
Cocaine.
Cocaine. It's cocaine.
You ever since you did that drug.
And you wanna run on cocaine.
Boy, you're not done. You sound better here than you do in the other attempts.
Cocaine.
Look at the party.
Cocaine.
What is this cocaine? That's the part.
No, I told you I was just having fun. I
was just having fun.
Paying attention. Cocaine.
You're on key at least. You've gotten better.
Down to the ground, cocaine. She don't lie, cocaine, cocaine,
cocaine,
cocaine, it's cocaine,
it's cocaine.
And you wanna run on cocaine.
Cocaine, cocaine. All right. I like the finger snapping.
And I even remember when I was changing the name of cocaine, I was like, what am I doing?
Cocaine. Cocaine.
What am I doing? I wasn't even paying. I was just in the moment. I was
You're not
just
even
like,
true to the words. You're
carrying on.
Cocaine.
Cocaine.
Cocaine. Cocaine. Diano.
Oh, she's great. That is another good one. Yeah, she's my favorite. David Bowie, high on coke.
When you walk around New York and a hard hat says, "Hey, sweetheart," you know,
I drive
do you
around
have
New York.
witty Respect. Good idea. What do your parents do for a living?
Well, my father's dead, and my mother has a small flat, and I think she's got
I don't think I have ever heard David Bowie talk.
a job.
Does she have trouble explaining you to the neighbors who say, "Are you any relation to that?"
I think she pretends I'm not hers. She doesn't talk much. You know, she doesn't. I don't think we were never that close, particularly. We have an understanding.
Yeah. It's not true that your real name is Menimsha Spiegelgas, is it? Yeah. Rumor. Is it really? You didn't want that revealed?
I was waiting for you to reveal it.
Well, I'm sorry if you didn't want that out, but what is black noise?
Black noise?
Yeah.
Black noise is something that Barrow's got very interested in. It's
intriguing.
Well, no, it's one facet of black noise is that everything, like a glass, if an opera singer hits a particular note, the vibrations are that of the metabolism of the glass, and it cracks it. Yeah. So black noise is the register within
Way
which
ahead of his
you can
time.
crack a city or people, or it's a new controlled bomb. It's a noise bomb, in fact, which can destroy.
Is
Why do you ask that?
it a real
Where'd you get
thing?
that
I mean,
from?
is it something that's
Oh, it
actually
is, yeah.
somebody's
It was
experimenting
invented
with?
in France.
Could a tyrant use it to...
Well, until last year, you could buy the patent for it in the French patent office for about equivalent to $3-4.
It's concentrated.
It depends
sound
how
waves.
much money you put into it. I mean, a small one could probably kill about half the people here, but a big one could destroy a city, or even more. I mean,
it's a weird idea.
Don't look at. It's not my idea.
No. Well, let's not give the instructions on how to do it. Can you recommend a good book to your fans? A good book?
What, this week? Apart from yours?
Oh, do I have a book out?
Yeah. Oh, no, I walked into that.
No, I wondered if you... Last thing I read, you said that Kerouac was important to you, but that's a long time back. What are you
Well, I
reading?
didn't say I'm reading Machiavelli.
You're reading Machiavelli?
No.
Oh. What
He sounds like
What
potato.
would we find on your coffee table in your apartment in...
At the moment, mainly pictures. I bought Diane Arbus's book of photographs. It's a photographer that I like very much.
Yeah. Could I ever do a walk-on in your show? I've got to know what it feels like to stand on stage in a big production thing like that.
In
I
a
suppose it would
production?
screw up your...
Well, if I had a part for you, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe if I were to bring out a cup of tea and a good book.
If it's your book.
Well, yeah. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. You do mine.
Don't ask me about my book.
You have a book.
Well, funnily enough.
A book coming. Don't you?
Yes, I'm writing a novel.
You are?
Yeah, based on the Trans-Siberian Express.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. That's it. Now you can ask me the next one.
I'm glad to know that. How do you say your wife's name? I've seen it printed Angels and Angela. Which is the typo?
Angela. Angie.
Her real name is Angela.
Just Angela.
Yeah. Is she a model?
Is she a what?
A model or an actress? Or I
No,
always saw
she
one
was,
very attractive picture of her.
No, she was an intellectual that went to school in Switzerland and has a vast capacity for knowledge and runs around, does theses on everything.
Yeah. And how do you say your son's name?
Zoe.
Your son's name is Zoe Bowie?
Yeah.
Is it true that Frank Zappa has a child named Moon Unit?
Yes.
Can you imagine?
Wow, that was Moon Unit was a baby.
Growing up, kids in a tough neighborhood, hey, Moon Unit! Do we have a message? We will take a break here and we'll be right back.
Craziness. Now look at this, 1973.
What did David Bowie think about David Bowie?
Well, all right. I find that I'm a person who can take on the guises of different people that I meet. I can switch accents in seconds of meeting somebody, and I can adopt their accent. I've always found that I collect. I'm a collector. And I've always just seemed to collect personalities, ideas. I have a hodgepodge philosophy, which really is very minimal. Very
Do you believe in
innovative
God,
is
for
my-
instance?
What?
Do you believe in God?
I believe in an energy form, but I'm not. I wouldn't I wouldn't like to put a name to it.
Do you indulge in any form of worship?
Life. I love life very much indeed.
You split people down the middle, don't you, a lot? That is to say that people are hostile to you, or they're totally indifferent.
Oh,
I don't want
absolutely.
to know about
Yeah.
that. What kind of reaction do you get from the people who are violently in favour of you? I mean, do you get fan mail?
Yes, a lot.
What is it? Scabrous or dangerous or interesting or exciting?
It's very sexy.
In what way?
Well, I seem to draw a lot of fantasies out of people, and a lot of the fan mail I get. A lot of it is awfully nice. I mean, they say, how's your baby, and how's your wife, and what's your mum's name, and things like that. But some of them are worth framing.
Can you tell us about one or two of the framed ones?
No, I couldn't really. No, they really are quite heavy. Heavy duty letters they are.
Heavy duty?
Heavy duty.
Duty.
So I drop me T's sometimes.
Crazy town. And then here he is on Ellen DeGeneres.
Passport photos. I'll tell you the second one was June the 6th, and that was in Florence, in Italy. That was our wedding anniversary.
The wedding?
Proper.
Okay.
But it was a contractual one while I was living
He
in
actually
Switzerland, so we
aged
had
really
that
well,
with
didn't he? CNN, you say? A quick update on Letecia. What happened this morning, guys? We had her lawyer, had a psychologist. Is it a psychiatrist or psychologist on the stand? I want to say she's a psychologist. Correct me if I'm wrong, but her lawyer questioned, I believe it's their witness, correct? I don't think anything, I don't know. I really didn't take away anything from this morning. Thanks, Silence. You like my intermissions? This one's always made me laugh, so maybe this will make you guys laugh too. Mike Tyson clip.
Mike, were you really sick this week? What was the problem?
I broke my back.
What do you mean by that? You
My
broke
back is broken.
What a vertebrae
Spinal.
or
Well,
what portion?
Spinal.
You did that in sparring?
No, I did it by a motorcycle accident. The doctor discovered I was doing my sit-ups, 2,500 a day with my 20-pound weight, and one day I couldn't move anymore. And I asked the doctor, what's wrong? And he said, believe it or not, it's wearing your back is broken. It's like,
Mike, were you really sick this week? What was the problem?
I broke my back.
What do you mean by that? You
My
broke
back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
A vertebrae or what? Spinal. Oh man, Sue Am. The holiday DoorDash murder. That's really scary because that's close to me. And I used to DoorDash. I'm not doing DoorDash anymore. I used to do it at night. Or in the evening, I should say. In the evening time. Oh, Mary P. checking back in. This is for you, Mary P.
Really sick this week? What was the problem?
I broke my back.
What do you mean by that? You
My
broke
back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
Spinal. Oh, shoot. Spinal. He actually is pretty smart. I watched a video on him not too long ago, and it was like kind of eye-opening. Here's an update from Nate Eaton on the Daybells.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Nate Eaton outside the Ada County Courthouse on a lunch break from the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. Some big news out of the testimony this morning. The medical examiner has been on the stand most of the morning talking about JJ and Tylee, their autopsies that were done, what was found as they did these autopsies over his mouth.
Okay, so I don't know. I haven't heard about Tylee. Let's see.
Or whatever other manners there will be, but the medical examiner just said moments ago that JJ Vallow died as a plastic bag asphyxiation from a plastic bag and duct tape over his mouth. The toxology report showed some normal levels of substances that would be found in a normal body. It sounds like there was one substance, I believe it's called GHP, that was found in his system, but the body could naturally produce it. Basically, he said that could be something, but it likely is not. Now, Tylee, before lunch, 10 minutes ago, the medical examiner announced that she died from homicide, but no exact way.
Oh, so they don't know how Tylee died. Where are you going, Mags? Don't go, Mags. So GPD or GHB is the date rape drug. The body produces gamma, hydro, whatever it is. Because that's like a central nervous system depressant. And that is the date rape drug. Ecstasy.
She died of a homicide, but they don't know the exact how she died due to the homicide. So it's been a really heavy day here in the courtroom. Autopsy photos were shown. When I say autopsy photos, I mean something like 30 or so autopsy photos. They were not shown to the public. Rob Wood, the prosecutor, wanted to show the pictures. The defense objected, said that it was too prejudicial. Boyce overruled them, and then the defense asked if they could be shown in black and white. The defense, Boyce then met with all of the attorneys, and the decision was made to show the pictures to the jurors on monitors that are in front of them. The judge also has a monitor, the defense has a monitor that Lori can see, and the prosecution has a monitor. So they decided that they would show those images on the monitors, but not to the public. So all the monitors were turned around so we could not see. We still heard descriptions of the autopsy photos, and they were quite graphic.
Okay, I'm going to stop there because I watch it too, Jen. This is no spoilers. I mean, cause of death, there's going to be a lot more that's talked about in the actual testimony. So, yeah, it sounds like they could not determine how Tylee died, which is really disappointing, honestly. But JJ, that's awful because he was wrapped also with duct tape on his ankles and all around his head and his neck. And they said that he was, I think they testified yesterday that he was just so that they thought when they were digging that they were going to find Tylee near him or maybe underneath him. So they were very careful when they removed him from the ground. And when they did and they didn't see her, you know, that was when they made the discovery over by the bonfire there too. It's just sick. What time are we back in court, you guys? In 3:30 or? I didn't catch what time we're back in. She was burned. She was dismembered. They took tools from Chad's shed. He had this big shed. They took all kinds of tools, gardening shears, shovels, spears, all kinds of stuff. Susiana, I'd rather not give my opinion on psychic readings. I just would rather not go there. I've made my opinion known before, but I just would rather not revisit it. I mean, I will say this, that the last picture of JJ, we all knew he was in red and black pajamas. Yeah. We all saw the picture that Lori took and probably sent to Chad. We also found out yesterday that they had 18 burner phones. 18 different phone numbers. Can you imagine them trying to track down this stuff? Who's who? Who has what? Yesterday, the digital evidence was outrageous, but you couldn't see anything. It was all PowerPoints and documents, and you couldn't see anything. So we've got a half an hour. I'm going to play the call between Lori and her sister. This was a video call at the jail. If you haven't heard this, this might be new to you. If not, you might pick up something new you didn't hear before. This is pretty powerful. The beginning's annoying as hell. I first didn't listen to it because I was like, oh my God, I can't listen to Summer Shiflett crying and her voice. But if you keep it going and stick around, it's pretty explosive.
Hi, Sonny. Hi. How are you? Not good. And how are you? Not good. I don't know what to say. Do you not want to talk? I'm willing to listen if you want to talk to me. I just don't know what to say.
Creep Town, dude.
Not anybody knows. I've been in isolation for 2 weeks, so I don't know anything that's going on. I haven't talked to anyone. Well, they know that they found Tylee buried in a pet cemetery and JJ buried on Chad's backyard. And we don't understand how that happened or why. let that happen to them and didn't tell us and left me in the ground like a piece of trash, then I don't know you because you would have never done anything like that. That's correct. And if you knew and didn't tell us, that's not okay. We love them. We would have taken them. We would have taken care of them. You could have gone off and done anything you wanted. That's what you think? I don't know what to think. None of us do. You haven't told us anything. We believed you. We stood up for you. I cannot. I would love to. You cut me and Mom off for 4 months and told everyone not to trust us because we'd tell Adam. And now we find this out and you expect me to just keep going on faith when there's been zero explanation and you expect me to just keep believing without ever having a question? I'm not saying that. That is what you're saying. Either explain it or don't expect me to not be upset and doubt you when the kids are on Chad's property. I'm not okay. I love them with all my heart. I would have taken Tylee and JJ in a heartbeat. And everybody else would have too. You know that. If they were in any danger. I have no idea what happened. You're right. Nobody does because you said nothing. Because everybody sees what's on TV. That has nothing to do with TV. This is when you're in my conversations before you left and cut me off. And now you expect me to be there for you and you were going to abandon me. And if you weren't in jail, you wouldn't even be talking to me and we wouldn't even know they were dead still. This is your opinion. Yes. I deserve more than that. I've been there for you like a rock, and I went on TV and defended you. I've done everything to defend you, and I still would right now if you would tell me the truth. I would love to. Well then, love to. You didn't want to in October, November, December, January, or February when you weren't in jail. Why didn't you tell us then? Why you didn't call me when Alex died, which now I'm glad he's gone, if he was a part of this, but you didn't call to tell me Alex died or that your kids are gone? Nothing? You don't think that's going to cause pain throughout our entire family? That's never my intent. Well, you don't think I'm in pain? No, I don't. I think you were dancing on the beach having a great time. Getting married. And you took pictures to prove your kids don't deserve a burial, but you need to get wedding pictures? You don't think that's upsetting? Nobody knows. I'm sorry, honey. Then nobody knows except for you and the Lord. Yeah, ask him. I have. And guess what? I don't have one scripture that says it's okay for children to be thrown away like garbage in the ground. And that's okay. There is nothing in the scriptures that is godly about hurting a child. Nothing. And they deserve a proper burial with family that loves them at the least. I can't support that. That's hurtful to everyone. That's the most selfish, incredibly selfish thing I can think of. I can't think of anything worse. I don't understand. I don't understand. This is not my Lolo that I've known and loved. I've never even seen you be upset with your kids. I went to bat for you and said that to everyone. I never have been upset with them. I never have been. How can you just go on without them, without any upsetness, and without telling us anything, and then expect us to understand? Nobody knows in the world. Nobody in the world knows what I've been through. And I don't expect you to. All you've seen is what's on TV. No, that's not what he says. And all the influences of all the people around. Okay, so now I'm deceived. No, everyone in the world is deceived. deceived except for you. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that. I'm saying nobody's seen me on the floor crying. Nobody knows what I've been through with my children that I love more than anything. Lori, mind. You were dancing on a beach with a smile on your face, taking wedding photos. Yeah, months later. You don't trying to go on with life, trying to be happy, trying to find some kind of happiness. You think I want to be alone? Do you think that your mother and your sister and your son don't deserve to know that the children are gone? Why wouldn't you call and tell us that? Why were we cut off? You saying you want to go on and be happy? You're just going to be happy without your family and your life until you're stuck in jail and I'm the only one stupid enough to be your friend when I've been your best supporter, Lori. I've loved you my whole life. I still do. I can't bear to think of anything bad about you. It hurts me. I don't want to see you in jail. I don't want you to be there. I don't want people to misunderstand. If you would tell me the truth, I would stand up for you for the rest of time. You know that I would. I know you would. But there is nothing okay about this. Nothing. I know. If you think it's okay, well.
Lori says, I know. She acts like nonchalant. But yeah, I mean, a big takeaway is like what Shell said. You went and you had a smile on your face on the beach getting married. And she said, months later, I didn't want to be alone. Did you want me to be happy? Delusional.
You have greatly been deceived if you nothing about this is okay. Nothing about this is okay, Lori, Summer. We have all read the scriptures. I know you've told me about a lot of your spiritual experiences. You know I've tried to support you in all of them. But I am telling you, because I love you with all my heart, please consider that Chad has lied and been deceived, and that you have been deceived, and that this is not what you think it is. There's nothing okay about killing children. Nothing. And even if you didn't kill them, and Chad didn't kill them, and Alex didn't kill them, you threw them away like garbage in the ground. Charlie's bones are burned. I can't handle that. And threw her in a pet cemetery. You know that's so degrading. How could you let them do that? I don't understand. It's so painful. I can't even tell you. I don't know what else to say, but please consider that you have been deceived. That is not Christ-like. There's nothing good in that. There's nothing good in that. That's not a test for you. You were innocent, and they were loved, and they didn't deserve to be treated that way. And who loved them their whole life and took care of them their whole life? So why would you let them be buried that way? I didn't. Well, then come up with.
Did you hear the tone of Lori's voice? That is really what got me too, is the way she sat there with her little innocent woe is me voice, but then she goes, I didn't.
I didn't. Well, then come up with an explanation publicly.
And Nate says that the call cut off then, but I don't know. I heard it on another thing, and there was a little bit more, but not a whole lot more. But that is pretty intense there, pretty intense. And I think think Potato's right. Like, it shows how out of touch Lori is. and obviously remains, right? And, I was wondering about Tylee. I was thinking about the difference in, Tylee and JJ's disposal, if you will. Because I know I've heard that they believe something along the lines that you can, when they do their castings, it's come out in court that when they do their casting things, they're trying to get the bad spirit out of someone's body to, like, save them from being, like, possessed and turning into zombies. So they were doing these castings to try to get these evil spirits out of Charles, is what was testified to. But Lori is so far gone at this point. And I think that she's just as conniving and self-centered as Chad Daybell. And I think that they fed off each other big time. She sounds like a damsel in distress. Lori, I didn't do anything, Vallow. But I'm finding that these burner phones, they can track location. So if you're logged into your Google account, which they were, and Alex's email, Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com, lame. But anyways, their Gmail shows what device they logged in on. So when you're in your Gmail account, if you go down, it'll show you everywhere that you're logged in. And that's, I think, how they got their location. From what I could gather without seeing the documents. Yeah, they were the perfect match, right? I just think they fed off each other. They're both selfish. And Melanie Gibb was up to it to her eyeballs. Because I found out that Melanie Gibb's kids were only in their teens. And she wasn't raising them. She sent them with their dad. So Melanie Gibb threw her kids to the side, but she gave them to the dad. And David Warlock, guess how many kids David Warlock has? 7. 7. And rumor has it, David Warlock believes in, like, sister wife shit. Like multiple wives, whatever you call that. So he threw away his wife and 7 children as well. No, they're all sick. I'm telling you, Gibb, Warwick, Daybell were all in this up to their eyeballs. Up to their eyeballs. These people, the prosecution literally made a deal with the devils with these people. I've showed you how David Warwick lied. Tomorrow, we're going to watch Melanie Gibb and her multiple lies.
This may have occurred, but I'm trying to get a foundation as to the time again. I may have missed it, and I apologize if I missed it.
Mr. Breyer, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Do you mind pulling your microphone down and then aiming it up at your chin? So, there you go. Repeat that one more time.
Judge, I missed the
Okay, the best. I cannot wait for Chad's trial. On a subject change. I can't wait for Chad's trial and to watch Pryor. I hope it's televised or whatever.
This witness chair. Ms. Gibb, if you'll scoot up to that microphone and then pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin. Okay. Mr. Wood and Mr. Pryor, I think the...
She thought that was funny. She thought that was funny.
This witness chair. Ms. Gibb, if you'll scoot up to that microphone and then pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin. Okay. Mr. Wood and Mr.
She's like, at what chin? Chad's chin? I don't know. They haven't decided if cameras are going to be on Chad's. Oh, Melanie, 100%. She knew everything. She knew everything. She took immunity. Her, Zulema, I take that back. Zulema, Warwick, and Gibb, and Daybell. And that's the only reason that they even have a case, because the one who did the deed is dead. Alex killed everybody. And you know what else I found out? And I don't remember if this came out in the prelim for Chad or if this came out yesterday. Check this. Bombshell on Alex Cox. Alex Cox had an accident at 16 and suffered a brain injury. It all makes sense now. It all made sense. When I heard that, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. It was Summer's testimony. It was Summer Shiflett yesterday. That's what it was. Summer Shiflett testified that Alex Cox got into an auto accident at 16 and suffered a brain injury. And she said he never was the same. And he never was emotionally past a 16-year-old. Lori knew that. So basically, in my eyes, Lori also took advantage of a disabled person. She took advantage of a disabled person, in my opinion, if that's true. And Summer testified to that. And they also testified about the sister dying. But they didn't ask how she died. They just said, how many brothers and sisters do you have? I don't even remember what I said. By the time chat catches up, I always forget what you guys are commenting on. I'm waiting for someone to remind me. I get on these tangents and then I read chat and I'm like, okay, what are they commenting on? Which part? Boom shakalaka laka boom. Oh, about Alex. Yeah. She took advantage of him. She knew. 3:30. We got about 14 minutes. What's SK? What does that mean? SK? Alex was the hitman and they exploited him. Yep. They sure did. That was months ago. Don't you want me to be happy? I don't know what got into this woman that allowed Chad Daybell to infiltrate her life, but her sister testified that she was nothing like this. Her sister had never heard of the 144,000. Her sister had only heard about the light and dark from Lori. And I think that's where she tried to, kind of talk Lori down. Maybe seem like she was supporting her, but, trying to come across like she's supportive, but also trying to lead her. But Lori was the older sister. So growing up, she looked up to Lori, It's okay, Lucia. The next break, you guys, I won't be here, so it's just going to sit through if they take another one. I don't know if they're going to end early today, but if there is another recess, it's just going to be sitting through here. Just letting you guys know ahead of time. So you're not calling 911 on me. Where's Jay? I always try to let you guys know if I'm not going to be here for the breaks and stuff. But if I'm ever not here, it's just because maybe I got caught up on a phone call or something like that. So unless it goes the whole lunch and you don't hear from me, then you should worry. What's for dinner, Mary? Now it's our dinner talk. Lucia's making lemon chicken, roasted peppers, and sweet potatoes. I'm on my way, Lucia. What time do I got to be there? 911. We appreciate you too. We appreciate you too. Okay, guys, we're about 10 minutes out. So I will be back in about 8 minutes.
It's
No, it's
very
not.
white-sided.
Right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Nothing from the people, thanks.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got everybody right?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and bring him in.
I'll the defense exhibit C, I just offer that as offered. Yeah.
I don't know. I gave it back to you because it had to go to Dr. Grimmett. So upload it. Okay. And then, yeah, since it's offered, just upload it as Exhibit C. What? Yes.
I can't just get it. No, it's okay. I'll figure out how to.
Yeah. Actually, maybe we probably ought to do that because otherwise it's going to be in a different format.
Just as long as it doesn't go back to the jury.
Yeah.
No, no, I wasn't planning on sending it back to the jury, but the issue is if in civil cases, we always have both sides upload it, but this is a little bit different. Let me think about that.
Okay. I'll let Jack look.
Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our break, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We would call Dr. Leandra Torres.
Raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Young?
Thanks, Judge. Good afternoon, Doctor. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good, thank you.
When you get settled, I'll have you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Leandra Torres. That last name is spelled Torres.
Is your first name Loandra?
That is correct.
Good. One of the few names I was able to get right, perhaps. So what do you do for a living, doctor?
Currently, I'm employed with the Office of Civil and Forensic Mental Health. I am the clinical director of the Court Services Department.
What does that mean?
Well, it essentially means I'm involved in a number of different duties. The Court Services Department here in the state of Colorado is responsible for a number of the court-ordered evaluations as it pertains to competency to proceed, as well as the mental state at the time of the crime evaluations. So in my role, I'm responsible for supervising the supervisors who supervise all of the state evaluators who do those types of evaluations. Another one of my primary roles is to advise administration as it pertains to clinical issues associated with policy and legislation. And my tertiary role is that I am the associate director of our formal forensic psychology fellowship with the department.
Are you a psychologist?
I am a psychologist.
How long have you been a psychologist?
I have been licensed since 2012.
And have you been doing that same role, or at least in that, at some point with that agency throughout your whole career?
Not throughout my whole career.
What did you start out being when you became a psychologist?
I was initially licensed in Texas, and I worked in Texas for a couple of years conducting competency to proceed evaluations at a private hospital. Then I came to Colorado, was licensed here. I worked for a couple of years at the state hospital down in Pueblo, primarily doing violence risk assessments with individuals who had been adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity. Following those 2 years, I transitioned to the Court Services Department, worked as a state evaluator, doing competency to proceed evaluations, as well as mental state at the time of the crime evaluations. I did that for a couple of years, promoted to a supervisor level, so started supervising individuals as well as conducting these evaluations, eventually promoted to the clinical director level, where I started transitioning to doing the things that I already outlined, in addition to continuing to do some evaluations.
Do you assign evaluations to particular psychologists and psychiatrists within that agency?
No, I'm not involved in assignment.
Are you a board certified in the field of forensic psychology?
I am.
And what does that mean to be board certified?
Being board certified essentially means that you have gone through a rigorous examination that includes a written examination and an oral defense of your work in front of a panel of experts. So your competence in the field is acknowledged to be at a high level enough to become board certified.
And is that rare for a psychologist licensed in Colorado to be board certified?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's difficult and it takes many years. I think the whole process for me at least took approximately 2 years and a lot of studying to accomplish.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have my bachelor's in psychology from Johns Hopkins University. I then went on to obtain a master's and a doctorate in forensic psychology from Alliant International University in Los Angeles. Following the completion of my doctorate, I did a 1-year formal postdoctoral fellowship, which helped me specialize in the area of forensic psychology and conducting competency and mental state evaluations.
And have you taught and gave presentations in the field of forensic psychology?
I have.
Tell the jury about that.
My teaching has been, well, formal teaching, I'd say, has been pretty limited. I did conduct a course out of Texas Tech University during my fellowship year, but I've been involved in training for quite some time. As I noted, I'm the associate director of our formal forensic psychology fellowship. So that means that I assist with the training of individuals who have received their doctorates and are specializing in these types of evaluations. So there's a lot of training and education that goes into that. In addition, being the clinical director for the Court Services Department, I am involved specifically in the training of competency to proceed evaluations, along with one of my colleagues.
How many competency evaluations have you conducted in your career?
Competency? I think it's fair to say that I've probably conducted somewhere between 700 to 800 competency evaluations.
And how many legal and sanity evaluations have you conducted in your career?
Sanity, I've done close to 35.
And have those 35 been here in Colorado?
All but one.
Assuming that one was in Texas?
Yes.
See how I put that together so quickly?
Very good of you.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic psychology in the past?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
31.
And out of those 31 times, did those include both competency hearings and perhaps jury trials involving the issue of insanity?
Yes.
At this time, we would ask that the court qualify Dr. Torres as an expert in the field of forensic psychology and allow her to render opinions in that field.
No objection. The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So, Dr. Torres, could you let the jury know how you became involved in this particular case, the people of the state of Colorado versus Letecia Stauch?
Yes. I became involved in this case in 2020. I was one of the evaluators who conducted her initial competency evaluation.
And how did that competency evaluation come to you?
I can't say I remember the specifics, but we do have a process for assigning evaluations. And given the high profile nature of this case, they asked myself and Dr. Gray to conduct it since both of us are board certified in forensic psychology.
We're going to talk about Dr. Gray in a second, but why two psychologists involved in this case versus just one?
Usually with such high profile cases such as this one, we like to involve two individuals because it's two sets of eyes. Two individuals who can draw an opinion from what we see, what we are reading, and that's the primary reason.
And who is Dr. Gray?
Dr. Gray is currently employed as the the director of training at the Court Services Department.
And does he have an office down at what used to be called the State Hospital, Colorado what is it called? Colorado Institute?
The Colorado, it's not the Colorado Mental Health Hospital in Pueblo.
Okay. Is that where does he still have an office down there?
He does.
And what does he do there at the state hospital?
His primary duties are ones of training, so he is our primary training director. When I noted that I do training for competency evaluation, he is the other colleague I referenced. He is also the primary director of our postdoctoral fellowship, overseeing the training of our postdoctoral fellows. He is also involved in organizing the yearly or bi-yearly trainings that we have as a department, which revolve around a number of different topics, those associated with competency, those associated with clinical diagnosis, etc.
And did this case come to you and Dr. Gray for evaluation based on a defense counsel raising competency in this case on June 5th of 2020?
Yes.
And could you, the jury's heard a little bit about a competency evaluation, but could you let the jury know what you did upon receiving an order from the court to do that competency evaluation?
Sure. We have a pretty standard process that we follow. The first thing that we do whenever we receive an order for competency is that we contact both sets of attorneys, the defense attorney and the prosecuting attorneys, to ask any questions about why the issue of competency was raised, what concerns there might be, if there are any concerns at all. Following that consultation, we then review all of the information that we have available to us. In this case, there was a good amount of discovery that we had to review. in preparing for the actual interview. Once that is completed, we conduct an interview for competency to proceed. In this case specifically, it occurred over the course of 2 days, meaning that there were two separate meetings, and we conducted some psychological testing as part of our evaluation.
And I'm going to talk about that competency evaluation here in a little bit, but did you also conduct an insanity evaluation based on the defendant's not guilty by reason of insanity plea that took place in February of 2022?
Yes.
And so I may be jumping back and forth as we talk about those, but did Dr. Gray assist you in that evaluation as well?
Yes, both of us worked on the sanity evaluation as well.
And did you use information that you gained or you looked at in the competency evaluation from June of 2020 for the evaluation you did on insanity from February of 2022?
We did incorporate, we did consider our competency evaluation. The discovery was pretty much the same for both cases. And for our sanity evaluation, we had access to a number of other documents like medical records, health records, employment records.
And did you receive additional discovery based on the time frame between the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluation?
We did.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Why were you and Dr. Gray chosen to do the insanity evaluation on this particular case?
We were chosen to do the sanity evaluation for similar reasons, in that both of us are board certified and it is a high profile case. But in addition to that, we had already reviewed the discovery from the competency evaluation, which makes it a little bit easier. It facilitates the evaluation moving forward. It means another evaluator doesn't have to review all of that information. A tertiary reason would be because we had already seen her at one point in time, which could be helpful in terms of coming to conceptualization for the issue of sanity.
Did the prosecution or defense counsel have any say on you and Dr. Gray doing the evaluation in either the competency or the insanity evaluation?
No.
Was that simply a court order that went to the state hospital? There's a process where people are assigned to do the evaluation and then it's done?
Yes.
Okay. However, you did indicate that you contacted both parties initially to see what concerns there may be or what issues there might be for you to look for. Is that what you testified to?
Yes, we did that for the competency evaluation as well as for the sanity evaluation.
And as you do these evaluations for court order, is there any incentive to go one way or the other in your conclusions?
No, we're paid the same regardless.
I hope you understand why I'm asking that. I'm not trying to offend you or anything, but do you just look at the discovery, the police reports, everything involved, go through the same process where you may interview the defendant and then look at collateral information based on that interview and then make a decision?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to go through that process, and I'd like to start with the competency evaluation first, okay?
Okay.
What did you review prior to your competency evaluation with Ms. Stauch? Was it back in June when you saw her, or was it closer to August?
We saw her, it was closer to August.
Okay, I can take a look at your report. Did you actually see her on August 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to your interview with her on August 4th of 2020, was she at state hospital facility for some time period?
She was there, I want to say, approximately 2 weeks before we saw her.
And is that a benefit to your evaluation or is it a detriment to your evaluation?
It's a benefit.
Why is it a benefit?
It's a benefit because it allows some observation of her behaviors for, one could say, a 24-hour period of time that we can then incorporate into our understanding of what is going on with her.
And so while she's down in Pueblo, right? Is that where this was conducted?
Yes.
Are you reviewing discovery and looking at collateral information prior to doing the forensic interview with her?
Yes.
Is there a reason why you don't do the forensic interview first and then look at it later?
We review the information that we have available to us. A lot of it is primarily the discovery, so that we have an understanding of what's going on in her case, as well as the potential evidence against her, so that we can better evaluate her own understanding of her case and the evidence against her.
And could you describe for the jury the state hospital, where she was staying, and the setting of the state hospital, I guess is the best way to describe where she was living for that 2-week period?
Sure. She was in our high security forensic building. There is a unit there specifically for female defendants. So she was on that unit. It's a locked unit, but individuals on that unit are otherwise free to roam around the unit. They usually have their own room. I'm pretty sure they do not share rooms, but I'm not 100% sure of that. Usually there are treatment groups that are happening on the unit. I imagine that she might have attended some of those, but I don't recall exactly if she did or not.
Are there people watching her? Are there nurses there that you could go ask questions about what her demeanor was like, how she's interacting with other people, that kind of thing?
Yes, there's nursing staff on those units 24/7.
And did you do that in this particular case? You and Dr. Gray, did you consult with the nurses within that unit to see how she was acting while she stayed at the state hospital?
We reviewed the documentation that they had for Ms. Stauch. I don't remember that we specifically spoke to nursing staff regarding how she had been doing on the unit.
And what documentation did you review? Just kind of summarize that for the jury.
Any of the mental health notes and records that are kept. So those would include interactions that she had with nursing staff. Those are kept on a daily basis. As I noted, when groups are run, there's usually documentation that goes along with that as well, but I don't remember incorporating that into our report, so I don't actually think that we saw anything associated with individual or group treatment.
Jump forward to 2022 when she went down for the insanity evaluation. Was she a resident at the state hospital for that evaluation?
She was not.
Did she just come down for the time period that you and Dr. Gray spent with her during that evaluation?
Yes.
The documentation that you talk about, do the nurses, are they trained as to why they're documenting their observations of particular people in that ward?
Yes, they are. Most of them have been there at least for some time, so they have an understanding of documenting behaviors that they are seeing. I think I would also add that we did read the notes by the unit psychiatrist who initially evaluated her whenever she arrived at the hospital, which is a typical thing that they do.
Do you remember that psychiatrist's name?
His last name is Hoffman.
And what did Dr. Hoffman have to say with regards to Ms. Stauch as she was entering the facility and during this 2-week time period?
From my recollection, he noted that she reported past depression, past anxiety, issues with panic attacks, excuse me. She also reported or endorsed symptoms that might be consistent with mania in a bipolar disorder. So ultimately, he noted that she could have some post-traumatic stress disorder, that she could have bipolar disorder, but he noted specifically that there needed to be more information to really figure out if that was the diagnostic picture, given that a lot of it was based on her self-report.
And is that information that you and Dr. Gray used at least during the competency portion of this evaluation?
Very greasy. Yes.
For instance, was bipolar disorder a diagnosis that you were looking at as you were conducting this evaluation?
It was one of them.
And we're going to get to those in a little bit about the diagnosis. Why are you looking at diagnosis during a competency?
We consider a diagnosis because for competency, the legal definition is a mental or developmental disability, which essentially means if there is a mental illness that is impacting her, say, functional competency-related abilities, which means whether she understands factual information pertaining to how court works, or whether she has a rational understanding of her case, and can think through possible defenses in a rational manner.
And did you find that she could, in this evaluation, did you find her competent to proceed in the court proceedings?
Yes, ultimately we found her competent to proceed.
Now, again, the jury knows this, but I want to ask you, are you the first one doing a competency evaluation in this particular case?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Dr. Grimmett, who did the second competency evaluation?
Yes, I am.
You probably saw her out in the hallway earlier.
I did.
Okay. That's why I say the jury already knows about these things. So what I would like to do is talk about your forensic interview with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, on this June competency evaluation.
Okay.
So you meet with her in August of 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
What did she have to tell you about her personal background? Do you recall?
I mean, she said a number of things. In terms of her personal background, she told us how she was born in North Carolina. She described a somewhat disruptive childhood, just as it pertains to some emotional, physical, sexual abuse at the hands of a stepfather. This individual, the stepfather, probably came into her life when she was about 4 years old, but she noted that the sexual abuse maybe started happening late in childhood or early adolescence, maybe between the ages of 9 and 12. She noted that she witnessed domestic abuse. I'm actually not 100% sure if she told us that during the competency evaluation or during the sanity evaluation.
And if I could interrupt you just there, in your report, if you have that in front of you, if it helps you refresh.
And any time the doctor needs to look at either reports, I don't have a problem for just looking at it to do the whole regret.
There's a lot of information in this case.
There is, yes.
So if you need your report, we can take a look at it. But I do want to address what you talked about, the sexual assault when she was younger by a stepfather. Do you remember that aspect of it?
Yes.
And I'll just refer you to page 2 of 10 of your report. Do you recall her saying that she was approximately 12 years old when that happened?
That is what she told us during the competency evaluation.
Did she tell you something different in the insanity portion of the evaluation?
During the insanity evaluation, she said it started around age 9.
And that's almost what? Almost 2 years later, a year and a half to 2
Oh,
years?
the sanity evaluation was close to 2 years later.
Did she talk to you about her educational background during the competency portion of your evaluation?
Yes.
What did she say about her educational background?
She noted that she completed a bachelor's degree, a master's in education at Capella University, and a doctorate of education at Liberty University.
Did she tell you whether or not she was involved in sports and potentially received a scholarship for in sports?
Yeah, she did say that.
What did she say about that? Do you recall?
She said that she received a scholarship to a Division I school for softball specifically. Oh, sorry, an athletic scholarship.
Did she talk to you about her employment history?
Yes.
What did she say about her employment history?
In terms of her employment history, she noted that she had primarily worked in teaching, that she had a credential in special education specifically, that she worked for a period of time in South Carolina prior to coming to Colorado. Here in Colorado, she worked for a time period at Whitefield School District, and that her longest period of employment was approximately 6 years when she was in South Carolina.
During the competency portion of her evaluation, did she ever indicate that she lived in Florida at any given time and worked in Florida?
I don't think she mentioned that during the competency evaluation.
Did you also ask her questions about any potential prior mental health issues with Ms. Stout during the competency evaluation?
We did.
And what did she say as to regards as she had ever been in any inpatient treatment for mental health issues?
During the competency evaluation, she said she had never been psychiatrically hospitalized.
And was that consistent? Well, let me ask you this first. Did you review the jail notes in this case with regards to Ms. Stout?
Yes.
When she was initially brought into the jail on March 5th of 2020?
Yes.
Was that consistent with the jail notes that you saw based on Ms. Stauch's prior inpatient or lack of inpatient treatment?
I'm pretty sure that it was consistent.
Okay. Do you want to look at the notes or?
I don't think we reported in our report specifically whether the jail had noted previous hospitalizations or not.
Okay. Let me just ask you this. Was it, let's see, March and June of 2022 is when you're doing the insanity evaluation. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Had that changed in March of 2022 with regards to her history of inpatient treatment?
Yes. In March of 2022, she did tell us that she had a history of psychiatric hospitalization, specifically in Canada.
And were you able to ever corroborate whether or not she was ever an inpatient, well, in inpatient treatment in Canada?
We weren't.
Look.
We wanted to. She was not able to tell us what city it occurred in or the name of the actual facility. So when you don't have that information, it's hard to figure out where you need to request information from.
And I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the place, but during the insanity evaluation, did you discuss the inpatient treatment program that she was alleging that took place in Canada?
During the sanity evaluation, she did not speak very much about it. If I'm remembering, she said that she could not remember it herself.
We're going to play a portion of video testimony, and we'll talk about that then.
Okay.
So let me go back to what we were talking about here. Were you familiar with Dr. Grimmett's report that happened after your competency evaluation, but before the insanity evaluation?
Yes.
Are you also familiar that she told Dr. Grimmett about this Canada inpatient treatment?
Yes.
Now, was there some consistency with the amount of time that she spent in each version that she was telling different doctors?
I'm gonna take a look at my sanity report.
Okay.
In my sanity report, I noted that she had made statements to Dr. Grimmett about being hospitalized in Canada, said it occurred in 2018 to treat a psychosis and lasted only 2 days.
And do you recall what she's telling you all during her insanity evaluation?
Outside of the specifics I noted in my report that she gave some vague information, but that she didn't recall the name or location of the facility itself.
We'll cover it when we play the video later.
Okay.
Okay. Back to the competency evaluation interview. I'll turn your attention to page 4 of 10 of your report, the middle paragraph there of the competency evaluation. Do you have a paragraph there listing things that nursing and the psychiatrist that you alluded to earlier talked about how she was doing on the ward during the competency portion of this?
Yes.
And what was going on based on your note there in your report?
In my report, I note that when she arrived at CMHIP, when they do an admission evaluation, she told mental health staff that she had heard voices in the past related to an ex-husband of hers, but she said that she wasn't currently experiencing hallucinations. She talked about her past trauma. She said that she had nightmares and that she had visual flashbacks. She reported being anxious, having panic attacks several days of the week. She said that in the past she had had symptoms consistent with a manic episode, specifically talking so fast that she did not make sense, rambling about things in a manner that didn't make sense, that she had experienced high energy, brief amounts of sleep, and impulsive and erratic behavior.
Was there other notes saying that at the same time she was calm and communicative and, I don't know, I keep using the word normal, but acting normal under that setting?
Yeah, it said that generally speaking, she tended to present as calm and cooperative, pleasant. No apparent symptoms of acute mental illness were notable from mental health staff or even the psychiatrist.
In the last paragraph on that page 4 of 10 of your report, you have a note there inquiring things that she might have asked staff about, how she should act and that kind of thing. Do you see that in the report?
Yes.
What was that all about, and what did that mean in the course of your evaluation?
In the mental health notes from the state hospital, it noted that she specifically asked staff whether they could tell when a patient was faking instability or mental illness. You don't see that very often in the records. You do see it on occasion. For me, it was interesting to incorporate into this report simply because it opens up a hypothesis as to whether she herself might want to be exaggerating or feigning symptoms of mental illness.
And is that something that you consider going into the forensic interview when you're conducting the interview for the competency portion of this evaluation?
Whether or not somebody is exaggerating or feigning symptoms of their mental illness is something that we always consider when it comes to these types of evaluations.
And why is that?
Because in this context, there is a potential secondary gain in terms of potentially exaggerating or feigning symptoms of mental illness. Although I'd say it's not as common as one might think it would be. There are always individuals who might want to fake mental illness to either be found incompetent, delay the proceedings in their case, or in the sense of a sanity evaluation, it would be to be found insane and potentially avoid a prison sentence.
But at least at this point in time, in August of 2020, you're only evaluating her to see what her mental state is on that day. Is that right?
Yeah, for competency, you're looking at their current mental state to see whether a mental illness is impacting their current functioning.
And so, this is a proper question or not, but I'm going to ask it. in an insanity evaluation, would you want to dig deeper to get more collateral information because the stakes may be higher than they are in a competency stage?
Well, I don't know if I would so much agree with the second part, the stakes part, but for a sanity evaluation, it often does involve a more thorough deep dive into past mental health treatment, past hospitalizations. I would say getting that history for a competency evaluation can be equally as important. You're just looking at the information that you get through a different lens depending upon what evaluation you're doing.
Did you conduct or did you have the results of any psychological testing with regards to the competency evaluation that you conducted back in August of 2020?
Yes. For the competency evaluation, we had one of our colleagues, Dr. Hashimoto, do some psychological testing, and specifically, she gave the Personality Assessment Inventory, or PAI for short. And then we also did the MMPI-2, so the Minnesota Multifaceted Personality Inventory, second edition.
And why are those tests and results relevant in your evaluation?
Both of those tests, they're similar and different, but both of them are used to help with issues of diagnosis. It has a variety of scales that look at different types of diagnostic symptoms. So for example, anxiety, depression, past trauma, schizophrenia. Both of those tests also have validity measures on them. Both of them can give information as to whether someone might be exaggerating symptoms of mental illness, or conversely, they're defensive about symptoms of mental illness. So we give these evaluations to help our diagnostic understanding of what someone might be experiencing or going through. It's just another data point. We give them when the diagnosis is a bit unclear. We also give them to see if there's any concern about further exaggeration or feigning.
So what were the results with regards to Ms. Stauch and the psychological testing that you've been talking about?
Both of those measures were invalidated. The first one that we gave was the Personality Assessment Inventory. That one was invalidated due to, I'd say, potentially careless responding, or potentially having, we call it an idiosyncratic read of the items on that test. But what that means is they read the item and it's not exactly answered in the way that the item was written, or it's not pulling for the right information. So as a result of that, the entire profile was not interpretable. In response, Dr. Gray and I, during our interview, because we saw her 2 days in a row, we asked her about some of her responses to some of those specific test items. And then given that that was invalidated, we gave a second measure. That's when we gave the MMPI-2 to see if we could get some information from that. Unfortunately, those results were invalidated due to exaggeration.
When you say invalidated, are they invalidated based on Ms. Stauch's answers to the questions?
Yes.
In 302 questions, does that sound about right? Or is it close?
And there might be a little bit more, but that's about right.
A lot of questions.
Yes.
Multiple choice?
True, false.
True, false.
Yes. The PAI is on a Likert scale. I don't know if that matters, but.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh.
What does that mean? I'll tell you what matters.
No problem. A Likert scale is, to put it simply, do you ever experience this? Give a response 1 through 4. So the way it's worded specifically is you don't ever experience this particular symptom, or you sometimes experience it, or you frequently experience it, or you often or always experience it.
So scale 1 to 10 type thing?
Yeah, except it's 1 through 4. It's only 4 choices.
Okay. Going back to the forensic interview with regards to the competency evaluation, did Ms. Stauch ever give you any self-diagnosis of potential mental illnesses that she felt she had?
During the competency evaluation?
Yes.
During the competency evaluation, I don't recall specifically, but I do know that she talked a lot about being manic. She talked about slipping in and out of reality.
Is that consistent with bipolar disorder being manic?
Mania is a component of bipolar disorder. And just because somebody says that they're manic doesn't necessarily mean that they are or have been or have bipolar disorder.
Did she ever bring up anything about having another personality or multiple personalities during your competency interview with her?
She did not.
Did you ask anything about that?
During the competency evaluation, we weren't specifically looking for a dissociative identity disorder. But interestingly enough, when we were reviewing her responses on the PAI, the first test that we gave that had been invalid, one of the questions we asked her specifically about talked about having 3 or 4 personalities, and she had responded true to that item. So we asked her about that, and she essentially told us that sometimes she experiences different aspects of herself. So for example, sometimes she feels more compassionate, or sometimes she feels more competitive when she's playing sports, or sometimes she lacks empathy when she's around her family. But she did not talk about or specifically delineate having different personalities in the way that she did during our sanity evaluation.
And was that of note to you? Because I know the big picture is coming on the insanity evaluation, but the first contact with her, you asked her directly about dissociative identity disorder or multiple personalities, and she denied that at that point?
Yeah, she definitely didn't endorse it in terms of the criteria for dissociative identity disorder and how they're written. So her response to us was pretty benign. We didn't think very much of it.
I imagine it became, what's the opposite of benign?
Important.
It became important when she did disclose that she had dissociative identity disorder during the insanity portion.
Yes.
And we'll talk about that when we get there as well a little bit more, okay? Needless to say, did you make some diagnosis of Ms. Stauch based on what you knew during the competency evaluation?
Yes.
And what diagnosis did you reach for Ms. Stauch?
We ultimately diagnosed her with a personality disorder, specifically a specified personality disorder noting borderline and narcissistic features.
Tell the jury about that. What does that mean?
Sure. A personality disorder is essentially maladaptive personality characteristics that are evident throughout the lifespan. We noted borderline and narcissistic features given her history of instability of relationships, her history of mood swings that were, I want to say, best delineated by her public defender at that time. When we consulted with the public defender, she was the one who described an intense reactivity of emotion to different things, that just somebody who goes from 0 to 100 very quickly. We also noted her own self-report of impulsivity. Those were the primary features of a borderline personality that we noted with her. In terms of narcissistic features, she really touted her intelligence and her abilities, And when she spoke to us about her treatment in the jail, her expectations as it pertained to how she would not proceed with her defense, but how attorneys should treat her, there was some notable entitlement in that that gave us a hint that there might be some narcissistic features in there as well.
And the jury's heard about rule out, but did you have any rule out diagnosis with Miss Stout?
We did.
Can you just explain again what that means and whether or not that was relevant into your determination that she was competent to proceed?
Rule out diagnoses are essentially provided when you feel like you don't have enough information to say, yes, she meets these criteria for a particular diagnosis. We did a rule out for bipolar disorder as well as post-traumatic stress disorder. And we noted that this was a rule out because a lot of it was based primarily on her self-report. We didn't have much in terms of collateral information from past treatment records to substantiate the things that she was telling us. But given that her self-report was consistent with what one might see, we wanted to at least acknowledge that this could be there. We're just not 100% sure that it is.
Did you eventually, I think you already alluded to this, but did you eventually rule out bipolar disorder during the insanity evaluation?
We did.
What about post-traumatic stress disorder? Were you able to rule that out at any time?
Not completely.
And we'll talk about that again when we get to the insanity evaluation portion. I just want to go back a second to the psychological testing that was conducted in relation to the competency evaluation. On page 7 of 10 of your report, you indicate that results of psychological testing showed that she was significantly over-reporting symptoms of serious mental illness, responding to items in ways atypical even of genuine psychiatric impatience.
Yes.
This raises questions about the veracity of her self-report.
Yes.
What does that mean? And what are you basing that on?
So as I noted, these psychological tests that we gave, they had these validity measures. She invalidated the PAI. I already spoke to the reasons why. When it came to the MMPI, that one has even more validity scales on it, has more than just one that looks at issues of exaggeration, has 3. One of them is just generally, are you exaggerating symptoms of mental illness? And that one was very elevated. There is a third one on there that looks specifically, are you endorsing symptoms that even the very ill, psychiatrically hospitalized patients don't tend to endorse? And she endorsed a number of those to the point where that was elevated as well. So we give these tests, it's indicating to us there might be some feigning and exaggeration. We keep that in mind when considering the things that she is telling us.
And I'm going to jump all over the place, so I apologize, but did she also take the MMPI-2 during the insanity portion of her evaluation?
Yes, we gave it again.
Were the results consistent with what you just talked about from the competency evaluation time she took the test?
Yes, the second time we gave the MMPI-2, it was again invalidated due to exaggeration, and both of those scales that I've referenced were elevated.
And did she take it again with a Dr. Leach? And did you review the results from Dr. Leach, who's a psychologist, with regards to the MMPI-2?
Yes, she was given this test a third time. To my recollection, those results were not invalidated. But I don't remember specifically anything else about that testing. I'd have to go back and look through the notes.
Do you have your notes there on that? If you're not, I can approach with.
I have the summary that we wrote. all that we wrote about that third one is that she was getting close to those cutoff points for potential over-reporting symptoms of serious mental illness.
Would that be consistent with the prior two MMPI-2 tests that she taken, both during your competency and insanity evaluation?
Consistent in that there was exaggerating of symptoms, inconsistent in that both of our tests were invalidated because of that.
And what does that tell you in the big picture with regards to her self-reporting, especially when she starts talking about dissociative identity disorder?
Unfortunately, I'd say that the indications of exaggeration or feigning undermines her own self-report.
In your report on the competency evaluation, in several sections, you allude to psychosis as to whether or not Ms. Stauch was hearing things that weren't there or seeing things that weren't there. Why do you note that in your report? What's the relevance of that?
During competency evaluations, we are taking into consideration what defendants say to us, but we are also observing them, looking for any signs of mental illness. Given that psychosis is one of the biggest things that we see for people who are eventually found incompetent, we're always assessing for psychosis in these types of evaluations. Individuals with psychotic disorders sometimes don't have the insight or awareness that they're ill. So we are looking to see if they are evidencing any signs that would indicate that they are potentially distracted, potentially hearing something that might not be, I want to say audible, but might not really be in the room, or whether they might be otherwise distracted by symptoms of psychosis.
Did you see any symptoms of psychosis with Ms. Stauch during any of your interviews with her during your entire time you spent with her?
None.
Does that also apply to insanity? Is psychosis something that you may be looking for in a defendant claiming to be not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes.
Same reasons or different reasons?
With sanity, I would say that the number of qualifying mental illnesses is even more narrow than issues of competency or incompetency. But frequently for sanity, psychosis is one of the primary issues that might result in somebody ultimately being opined insane at the time of the crime or found insane at the time of the crime. There are other mental illnesses that could qualify for that, but the specific legal definition of insanity requires a mental disease or defect, and the definition of that is essentially a mental illness that impairs one's perceptions or understanding of reality, which is psychosis.
And of course, that would have to go back to the time of the crime, that they were experiencing some kind of psychosis at the time of the crime, and that's what led them to commit the crime, perhaps? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, a psychosis or some other mental illness that impairs the perceptions and understanding of reality.
Is psychosis common with people who are found to be legally insane?
It is one of the primary reasons that might lead to somebody being found legally insane.
Can you give the jury, I'll say hypothetical because I don't want to infringe on anybody's rights, but a hypothetical of someone who might be insane at the time a crime is committed based on psychosis?
Sure. I think an obvious example might be, let's say, somebody who is diagnosed with schizophrenia. Maybe they started to exhibit signs and symptoms of schizophrenia during their early adulthood. They have a strong background or history documenting their schizophrenia, and then let's say they do murder a family member because they believe they have a delusion that that individual isn't really their family member, but is some sort of imposter trying to take over the government, and they are therefore trying to save the world by murdering this particular individual.
And so what's the second part of the insanity evaluation that you look at? Because it's much more than just having a severe mental disease or defect, isn't it?
Yes.
What's the second and third component of the insanity evaluation?
So the first one is whether they meet the threshold of a mental disease or defect. And then the definition of insanity here in the state of Colorado, there's two parts. The first one is that mental illness impairs their understanding of right from wrong. The second part is whether that mental illness impairs their capacity to form the specific intent as it's written in the specific crime charged.
Is that also referred to as the specific culpable mental state?
Yes.
And it could be intent, could be knowingly, could be recklessly, could be after deliberation, that kind of thing?
Correct.
And so I want to talk about the right from wrong in an insanity case, and I'll use your hypothetical. A family member is murdered due to the belief that they're going to take over the government, and they felt like they had to kill. Is that basically what we're saying?
Yes.
And the mental disease that it's severe enough to cause them to think that. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, the mental disease or defect has to be tied directly to their understanding of what was going on at the time of the crime, potentially their motivation, their behavior, their emotions, and their thought processes at that time.
And so if they did not have the capacity to know right from wrong, they would think it would be right to kill that family.
Right, essentially for a greater good.
So would they do anything to cover up the fact that they killed that family member if they thought it was the right thing to?
In the sanity evaluations that I and some of my colleagues have conducted, sometimes people don't, and sometimes people do.
Is there also an issue? Well, I mean, in your hypothetical, would it be uncommon if someone was truly legally insane to say, what's the problem here? I had to kill this person. Don't you understand that?
I want to say that we do frequently see that where the individuals stick around following the actual murder. They don't run away. They don't try to hide. They don't try to obscure evidence.
And the second aspect of it, forming the culpable mental state or having the capacity to do that, is it really the nature of the killing that kind of dictates their actions, determine whether or not they had the capacity to form that intent?
Yeah, when it comes to the capacity associated with the specific mental state, as evaluators, we take a look at the statutory language associated with each of the crimes to see what is the mental state that we're looking at. And we look at those definitions, with intent, specifically discusses whether they have a conscious objective in mind. Knowingly is more of whether they have an awareness that their actions are going to cause a behavior or that their actions are going to cause a result. Recklessly is whether they are consciously not paying attention to the fact that their actions could cause a result. So we take a look at those definitions and we think through that cognitively in terms of what were they demonstrating at the time of the offense, even in their own self-report. What are they saying that they were thinking? What are they saying about their own behavior? And we're really looking at whether or not they have the capacity to make judgments, reasons to think things through.
Is the type of weapon that may be used, does that come into consideration when you're making that type of evaluation?
It can be. I would say it's not often a central focus of the evaluation.
Let's jump into your insanity evaluation of Ms. Stauch, okay? Let me see how we're doing on, Judge, we're doing okay on time? All right.
Yeah.
We now are in February of 2022. Defendant pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Is it the same process on how the state hospital is informed and then you and Dr. Gray are appointed to do the evaluation for the insanity?
Yes.
So did you request anything in addition in the discovery, the police reports, things like that, in preparation for your insanity evaluation?
We did. For the sanity evaluation, similarly to the competency evaluation, one of the first things we do is consult with both sides, defense and prosecution, to ask why was the issue of sanity raised, what are the concerns you might have, or lack thereof. In our sanity evaluation, we received a number of additional records from defense, Mr. Tellini specifically and his team. We reviewed the discovery material. Again, we reviewed the competency evaluation that had been written by Dr. Grimmett that had been new at that point in time. We also reviewed our own competency evaluation. And in addition, we conducted some collateral phone calls with individuals familiar with Ms. Stauch.
And who did you contact, the individuals who are familiar with Ms. Stauch?
We spoke with Al Stauch, her ex-husband. We also spoke with Brenda Acquard, her aunt. We made attempts to contact 3 other individuals, but were unsuccessful.
And as part of the things that you talked about with Mr. Tellini and his team, was that obtaining hospital records, medical background on Ms. Stauch for your review?
Yes.
And did they provide you with medical records for your review?
They did.
Did they provide you with any medical records from Canada from this alleged inpatient psychiatric treatment that Ms. Stauch's telling about?
There was ultimately nothing from Canada.
Again, I'm jumping ahead. I apologize. But during the interview, did Ms. Stauch talk to you about a Dr. Fleischman? Is that sound familiar?
Yes.
And was that an individual that she said she was having therapy with for a year in Florida?
Yes.
Did you get any records from a Dr. Fleischman with regards to psychiatric treatment that he may have done with the defendant?
We ultimately didn't. If I'm remembering correctly, Ms. Stauch told us that we could receive that information from a social worker working on her defense team, an individual named Kyle. But ultimately, the only thing associated with Florida that we received was a letter that accepted her into intensive treatment at House of Freedom.
What was that about? Do you recall?
Our understanding of House of Freedom is that it's essentially some sort of residential treatment for substance use. But Ms. Stauch clarified for us that all of that had been in error, that she had gone for just a day, but didn't stay when she realized what it was for.
Did you have any indication back in her personal background that she even lived in Florida for a year period?
There was nothing to my recollection that she lived in Florida, just that she frequented Florida.
And I apologize. I already asked you who you talked to on the phone, the relatives.
You did.
Okay. Did you review the discovery again in preparation for your insanity evaluation?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Because 2 years had passed, and sometimes it's very hard to remember who you saw a couple of weeks ago, let alone a couple of years ago.
Sure. So tell us about the interview, and we're going to get into some video portions for the court's benefit. if the court wants me to jump into the videos before the break, or we can wait and do it after the break.
Let's try to go about 3:15.
Okay.
I don't know where that puts your evidence, but let's try and do that.
Well, you know, at this time, there is a stipulation for the admission of the forensic interview for the insanity evaluation that was conducted on March 24th and June 29th of 2022. And so in my hand, I have People's Exhibits 723 through 728. Each exhibit is a morning or afternoon session with the interview with Ms. Stauch, and they're broken up based on how we received them in discovery.
And defense, do you agree?
Your Honor, that's correct. We had stipulated that both Sanity evaluations performed by Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray. We submitted evidence, as well as the videotape recording by Dr. Lewis will be submitted into evidence. Well, neither side is going to play the entirety of all the interviews, but then bits and pieces may be played as each party wishes.
All right. I think for purposes of the record, though, because there's 6 of them and they are all videos, but it sounds like they're of different sections. For purposes of the record, you need to identify what each one is.
Sure, Your Honor. And if it helps, People's Exhibit 723 is labeled Stauch, March 24th, 22-1. People's Exhibit 724 is labeled Stauch, March 24th, 2022-2. People's Exhibit 725 is labeled Stauch, March 24th, 2022-3. People's Exhibit 726 is Stauch, June 29th, 2022-1. People's 727 is labeled Stauch, June 29th, 2022-2. And People's Exhibit 728 is labeled Stauch, June 29th, 2022-3.
All right, Exhibit 723 through 728 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, let me just get to my notes here. What I'd like to do now, Dr. Torres, is I want to play a portion of your interview that was conducted on March 24th, 2022, which is a portion of People's Exhibit 723. And then I'm going to have some follow-up questions afterwards. This is about 7 minutes long.
From where?
Over here.
We're going to play it on the TV screens.
All right, I'm at the feed.
And so for the record, we're going to play People's Exhibit 723, starting at 18:28 in the interview and stopping at 25:32.
Dr. Torres, I've given everybody else the option, if you would. It's only about 7 minutes, but if you want to step down and be somewhere else, if you want to stay there, that's okay too.
I think this is okay. Thank you.
You mentioned that.
I just want to make sure the volume's good, Your Honor. We paused it at 18:32.
As it'll go.
Around the time.
Did you want to ask the jury if that was sufficient volume?
Does that work? That's about as high as it'll go anyway, so not much I can do about it after that.
We have some control over here too, if not all the way up on here yet either.
Okay. All right. Sounds like
Started creating different personalities. Yeah, could you tell us more about them? So I wasn't allowed to go to people's houses in the night, or I was scared to let people come to my house and spend the night because I didn't ever know if he was going to have like an episode. Like when you have like episodes, we have to like run to the car and drive around till he passed out and sleep, and then sneak back in the house. So I didn't ever know like if I had friends stay over the weekend. Like I don't want them to be exposed to that, you know, because people pick on, you know, in school, people pick on, you know. So that around the time I was like 10 or 11, I just started like almost like being able to like take myself out of the situation and let another part of me be the one get molested. And that was when I came up with Harmony, and Harmony can like tell you about the beef and dip. I try not to do it because I've stored it in a place far away. You know what I mean? But so I started let Harmony be the one being listed and not me, because that way, if my friends ever ask me, you know, like, why come you can't come over? I could create like a perfect picture in my world that you can come over one day. It'll be great. We'll do this. We'll play ball, hang out. I didn't want them to go to that world where they had to know like who's living abuse. I was getting molested, because my friends would have been like their moms and stuff like that would have been like, you need to tell somebody. You need to do this. So. And I was always scared of losing softball too, so that was like my outlet.
Sure. So you created her. And it's a personality, so did you create anyone else?
When, remember, I told you I lived in a trailer? That was in 1996. That was during the Olympics. The U.S. women's gymnastics team that won a gold medal. And that I played another personality doing that. That's Christina Brigana, and she's friends with like Carrie Strug, Dominic Dawes, and a bunch of people that are on the team. And like I had the whole trailer to myself, so she would like be able to like create apparatuses and like do like balance things off stuff, you know, like 'cause maybe days my mom would be gone, you know, and so that was just the way I would cope with. No, and not knowing if my mom was ever going to take us back there, because I knew she would. Every time she said she was never going back, we'd go back. So that helped me deal that year, because I had to stay really good in school, you know what I mean, because my plan was like to get out one day, you know, and do really good, which I did end up doing really good in school. You know, I have a doctorate degree, but like if it wasn't for being able to use those different, I guess you could probably like personas or whatever, I wouldn't have been able to live with her.
We have Harmony. Christina was the other one.
That was from when I was little. As I got older, there was more. There's Letecia, and there's Taylor, and there's Maria. She's protector. It's like I don't sometimes like if you look at like a lot of my different social medias, they have different names. Different page, different one. You could always tell if you're going to play softball, because like if I was in Letecia, like Letecia, I'm ambidextrous, so I could hit left-handed and right-handed, and like sometimes people wouldn't understand when I go to the plate, and they'd be like, hey, you need to hit left-handed, and you need to, like, because there'd be like a run if you know like baseball. If there's like a run in second and third, they're like, you need to hit left-handed, but if I was in that personality, I couldn't hit left-handed.
We have, as you got older, there was Letecia. Taylor? You said Taylor was the protector?
Yeah, Taylor's my main person. No, Maria's my protector. Taylor's my main personality.
Thank you. Maria.
Victoria is the only personality that I have like empathy in, because I store so much of, you know, trauma. If you want me to like be like if a friend's talking to me and they need me to give them advice, I have to switch to Victoria to actually try and be empathetic at all. Like severely empathetic, you know what I mean? I just don't have that.
All right. Taylor's the main personality. Maria's the protector. Victoria is the one who has the most empathy and kindness.
And then Letecia, she's bipolar. She would be doing the most. Like, you'll notice when I'm on Letecia. Actually, the psychiatrist the other day came to take my meds. She was doing the most. She's bipolar sick, and she was up for 4 or 5, 6 days at a time. You know what I mean? So I think it's Kepler or something like that.
You're currently on Kepler.
Kept something. Yeah, that. Kept from. I was gonna put me back on the Zyprexa, but I'll be eating too much on it. I don't like it.
So who are we talking to right now?
Yeah. Okay.
When you say Taylor is the main personality, what do you mean by that?
It's like, okay, so you notice like where Letecia, she's like more like into her like thug life. I guess you can say like rap music, that kind of thing. But Taylor's everything is like Letecia all wanted to be because she gets to be like, yeah, kind to everybody, but like successful. She has a whole separate world, you know. She's married to Tyler. They have kids.
Everything that Taylor wanted to be, and Letecia gets married to Tyler.
No. Taylor is everything Letecia. You had it backwards. No, Taylor is married to Tyler and have 3 kids, Ariana, Alicia, and Adriano.
Okay, we stopped it at 25:32. Before we get into what Ms. Stauch had to say here, who is present during this interview?
It was just Ms. Stauch, myself, and Dr. Gray.
And why was there no attorneys in there with you?
We don't typically allow the attorneys to be in sanity evaluations with us.
Why is that?
The primary reason is because we would want to prevent any potential interference by an attorney, whether it would be a prosecutor or a defense attorney or somebody telling the defendant to withhold any information or to elaborate further on any information.
And was that Ms. Stauch that we saw in the video?
Yes.
Is it the same Ms. Stauch that's seated to my left with her head down on a notebook here in between the 2 attorneys?
It is.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
So let's talk about what she's saying. What impact does it have when she says, I created these personalities?
When it comes to dissociative identity disorder, that's not the understanding in terms of what that looks like. It's not about creating or having control over several distinct personalities.
And so what is dissociative identity disorder and why do you say that's not about it?
Dissociative identity disorder, in short, it's when somebody is experiencing 2 or more personality states, and it's usually accompanied by some sort of amnesia, blackouts, a period of not remembering what you were doing. It's a complex diagnosis. Essentially, the different personality states themselves are not controlled. When an individual has this diagnosis, they might not even initially be aware that they are exhibiting different personality traits, hence the blackouts or the loss of memory for periods of time. And the emergence of these different personality states, we call them alters, but the emergence of them can be very random, not necessarily I'm going to now go into this personality state and now I'm going to go into the second personality state. So the fact that she told us that she created them herself, in terms of our conceptualization, we started to wonder about the possibility that she was exaggerating or feigning this particular diagnosis.
And does this relate back to the competency evaluation when you asked her directly about the way she answered on the psychological testing with regards to, I believe you said 3 different personalities?
That, I would say, was more in retrospect. When we were doing the sanity evaluation, I don't even recall remembering that specific detail from the competency evaluation.
When you went back and reviewed that, that's when you saw that detail?
Yes.
Okay. What about the fact that she mentions that one of her personalities or her personas was involved with the gymnastic team and that she's friends with the gymnastics team? Is that something unusual, perhaps, to have that persona?
Again, for me, it was her report that this was a creation of hers, and that it's associated with something that was happening per her report in 1996, the Olympics that year. And if I'm remembering correctly, she noted that that was just another personality that she created at that time.
With people who actually suffer from dissociative identity disorder, would they know the other personas?
Sometimes.
Explain.
So it's going to be, I'm going to say, case by case dependent, but the research suggests that the clinical presentation of a dissociative identity disorder, they used to think that there was no memory or awareness of these other personalities that one might be experiencing. But now it's thought to be more porous, meaning that there is some awareness that this might be happening, but it's going to be a case by case thing.
We're going to see some more examples of this in some videotapes, but just one last question about this. You mentioned earlier that there's some amnesia or blackouts. Would people who suffer from dissociative identity disorder remember what they did when they are in another personality?
They might have some awareness of it, and sometimes they might not.
Is it on a spectrum? Are there more severe issues with people who may suffer from that diagnosis than others?
Yes.
And is that consistent with all the mental illnesses in the DSM-5? Some are worse than others depending on the person.
Yes, even within a particular diagnosis, someone might have a more severe presentation than another person.
The next portion of the video we're going to watch looks like it's close to 10 minutes long. It's going to be on People's Exhibit 724, starting at 1448 and ending at 2455. Again, if you want to sit back here or sit up there, whatever you're more comfortable.
This is fine, thank you.
$14.48, yes.
And just decided to get married, so that would happen, so I think we have to shut up for real estate, like that would shut it down. But it was to keep from having to do those crazy things that were just custody. We wanted to make sure whatever we did never hurt anything to do with children. So it was good on that, but then early in our marriage, Albert goes to Oklahoma. He's away at Oklahoma, he's away in Colorado Springs for training. And I'm taking care of the kids on his weekends to make sure he didn't lose his weekend. So I would have the kids on his weekend, but he would be in Oklahoma and he'd be in Colorado Springs. So like a lot of our marriage, I'd say 85% of it, we never even lived together. We never lived together until Colorado, like officially lived together. Because, yeah, that was when we moved to Colorado Springs. Because we moved to Colorado Springs in March, but he didn't come yet from Alaska. And I had got the kids in school and stuff, so we really didn't live together. And so I started working at French, and I got back from probably graduating high school, and then we had all went on a cruise. So really, it was August 2019, and we actually like lived together. So it was more of like almost like a convenience. Like I feel like the marriage of convenience was I did everything for the kids. I took care of the kids. You know what I'm saying? I worked and we could buy whatever we wanted because we both had really good incomes. And I know that whatever, but that's the truth. You know what I mean? That's what it more so like.
When you started dating Albert, were you still living in North Carolina?
No, this was South Carolina.
Really in South Carolina?
I was like, sometimes it's not
Did you and Albert ever have any problems with the
No, like, okay, so our mom is a nurse practitioner for psychiatry. A lot of extensive experience in psychiatry. They would constantly tell Albert, I needed to be on medication or I need to be doing this throughout our whole marriage. You know what I mean? So that would cause a lot of problems. Like even if you look at the report that she wrote to police before I got arrested, she talks about, you know, in there about, you know, 1 minute I'm this way, 1 minute I'm that way. You know what I mean? So like basically was married to him and her. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't necessarily a lot of physical. There was not, you know, any physical abuse. It was a lot of emotional abuse. He's a narcissist. So, you know, he's the victim and everything. And he took advantage of my mental, sometimes I way my mental status would be, and like go to his mom about it, and they'd all try to like, you know, tell me I need to be on this meds, or I need help for this, or I'm crazy, and you know. So it was more so mental and emotional. You know, there was never any physical up until the end. When we got custody of the kids, he thought I was in cahoots with him, which I guess you can kind of say I was. So if you look at my phone record, you'll see my plan was leaving, but I didn't want to leave the kids. Several messages you can see me say, I don't want to leave the kids because I know they will get taken care of. So we had custody of them. But their mom, she started dabbling in drugs, but she wasn't ready to get the kids back yet. So my plan to her was always like, I'm gonna let you know right before I leave. You better have a house, you better have everything together, and then I'll help you get the kids back to Carolina. So when he found out that what he called it, was in cahoots with her, that's when he started getting violent and aggressive, like throwing lamps in the house, there's a video on my phone they have where he stopped the car, because I record it all the time, because I wanted to keep all that evidence for Landon to have. And he's beating the piss out of Gannon, and he's flinging stuff like irate because he thinks we're all in cahoots against him to get the kids back. And he's like, you're just trying to take the kids from me. You're trying to get them back to their mom. So once I got the Colorado's and we lived together, that's when it became like that. There was no hitting me with his hands. It was just flinging stuff in the house, being angry, slamming doors, punching doors. Like, he would get like that because he swore down I was working with her. I mean, which I guess you can see it as me working with her, but I felt like if I left, they weren't going to be taken care of. Like, he was going to do schoolwork. He was going to make sure they were clean. Nobody, he wouldn't. So he doesn't have that nurturing piece or that ability to multitask or none of those things. So in a way, I was kind of working with her to get the kids back home, but I guess he took that as me going against him. I was doing what was right for them. You know. I was leaving.
And so the kids would have been his two kids.
Right. If you look at all the school paperwork, who always talked to, up until he realized what I was doing, that I was collecting evidence to get the kids back home to her, because she had already promised me that I could see the kids whenever I wanted in Carolina, like that she would not take them out of my life. She had already told me that. And so like once I started collecting, he would notice I'd be driving down the road and I'd have the phone on. And I'd just start collecting everything, because I'm already a paranoid person. But I knew like if I start collecting stuff, you know, like I would have it to give to her for everything. Because I wanted her to get her sobriety first, get a home, whatever. And once he noticed I started doing that, that's when it got a little bit violent with him speaking. I was trying to set him up and take the kids from him. Like, his weren't paranoia. His was just because he knew I was right with him. He knew that everything I was collecting was preparing for when I left. Because if you even look at my phone searches on the evidence, you'll see that, like, I was looking for a place to stay. I was like getting everything in order. I had already told Gannon, like, on Wednesday, I'm going to call your mother and tell her what's going on, but we gotta wait till Wednesday. And the reason I said wait till Wednesday, because I was starting that flight attendant job, and I wanted to make sure that everything had went through my flight attendant, that I had been like officially hired. I was going to the training, everything before I said up to her that, hey, I'm leaving. You know what I mean? here's our plan, this is what we're gonna do to get the kids back. They wanted to go with me, but I told them, I was like, don't charge me with kidnapping. If you don't call the country, we got to have a plan, you know, so. But that was always the plan. So they can call it cahoots, whatever they want to call it, but my plan was to make sure I know that Rhonda and Matt would take care of that. Landon's mom, dad. And as long as they, because when I was in South Carolina and I had the kids, they were the only two people that helped me with anything. I had by myself, so I knew they would be safe with them. Whatever I needed to do to prepare them to have them, that was the method I was taking. So.
And about how many months, maybe before this alleged offense happened, did things take that where he really became aggressive?
I know it sounds minute. I've created so many different personas in my life and so many different ways to cope with everything I've been through. The sunlight is one of them. Like being in somewhere warm, being somewhere where I can use those coping skills to help me when I have a flashback, you know, when I wake up from a nightmare, so I tried to talk to him about it. And I said, hey, Colorado and me just don't, you know, like it's causing me to get worse mentally. I was having more of my manic episodes. I was just like having more episodes where I'd forget and lost the time. And a lot of it was because I didn't have those coping skills. Like you can't play softball here in Colorado. You know what I mean? Not during the months that I'm used to playing back home. And so, you know, all these skills I built over time were taken from me in Colorado. So when I got here officially in August, it was weird because I had to do outside duty work too. For teaching, you know, to have like outside duty, stuff like that. I was freezing in September, you know, and I was like, I wanted to do something else or let me go be a flight attendant where I could do warm sometimes. And I'll set my schedule where I'll be with the kids a few days a week and I'll be a flight attendant a few days a week. Because I knew mentally I needed that outlet because I'd used it all my life. That's when he took offense to it of like, if you're going to be a flight attendant, there's nobody going to be here to watch the kids. And I was like, I'll be here on these days, but these days I want. So that was around September, October of 2019. Because I had applied for a flight attendant job and I was supposed to start it the next year because they would have like a waiting list or whatever. That's when it got like that when he saw that I was actually going to be leaving or be gone part-time. He can't operate without having someone do everything. So that's
We just stopped it at 2455. Before we get into the content of what Ms. Stauch is saying, could you give the jury understanding of the form of questions you're asking? In other words, are you suggesting the answer when you ask questions, or are you wanting to get information from her and explain why you do that?
Sure. During a lot of these forensic evaluations, we like to ask questions in an open-ended manner to give the defendant the opportunity to explain their life story or their perceptions to us. We try to avoid, to the best of our ability, yes or no answers. We definitely don't like to feed them information, especially when it relates to diagnosis that they can then regurgitate back to us or to someone else. So the questions we ask tend to be open-ended.
And is that what we see in this last segment we saw? Is that kind of how the entire interview went? You would ask a question and you would get a answer and there would be rambling and there'd be nonstop talking. Is that the sense of how the whole evaluation went?
She did have a tendency to ramble during our evaluation. I think that there were times where maybe we asked a question, especially as it pertained to the offense, where she spoke at length, easily 30 minutes, 40 minutes before we asked any follow-up.
And with regards to the segment we just watched, did you or Dr. Gray ask questions about her relationship with Al shortly before the crime?
We did.
And is that the response we're seeing where she's talking about, I was going to leave Al, that kind of thing?
Yes, we were trying to understand the nature of her relationship with Mr. Stauch since it's relevant to this case.
And did you have an opportunity to listen to several pretext phone calls that were conducted between Al Stauch and the defendant, Letecia Stauch?
Yes.
And is what she's saying in this last segment consistent with what she's saying in these pretext calls where she's asking him, are we going to be together? Are we going to get back together, bring our family back together over and over and over again?
I do remember that from the pretext calls. Yes, this report would be inconsistent with that specifically. And I might suggest that both things could be true at the same time.
Sure. It's complicated, right? It's a relationship. You don't know all the behind the scenes information that's going on. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
How about when you talk to Al Stauch on the phone as part of your insanity evaluation? Did he give you information about their relationship just prior to Gannon being killed?
He also noted that things were rocky, to say the least, that there had been some thoughts about separating and that no actions had been taken at that time.
What about when she talks about living in Colorado and not being able to play softball and she needs to be in the sun, that kind of thing? Was that any relevance to your evaluation when it comes to insanity?
When it comes to insanity, the primary focus of that evaluation does tend to be at the time of the offense. And it's helpful for us to have an understanding what the defendant was going through. I'd say even up to a couple of weeks before the actual event, just to understand what was their emotional state, what symptoms might they have been exhibiting at that time. Did they undergo any particular stressors that could have exacerbated symptoms of mental illness at that time?
I want to talk about the stressors. When we talk about dissociative identity disorder, is there a triggering event that might commonly be seen in people who suffer from that mental illness that causes them to switch personalities?
There can be, and at the same time, it can be random.
In this clip, again, she mentions switching personalities. Do you recall her saying something about that?
I'm trying to remember specifically what was said during this clip. Would you be able to remind me?
Sure. She mentioned something about being able to switch personas based on the weather and how she can adapt to different things. And do you recall that line of her answer? If you don't, it's not that.
Not specifically, no.
Your Honor, this would be a good time to take a break if the court likes.
I was going to ask about that, actually. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. If we can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Dr. Torres, you can step down if you would like to do that.
Thank you.
Court will be in recess.
All rise.
Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thanks.
Defense? Yes, sir. Okay, let's go ahead and bring it in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you, Dale. Seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358. Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to talk to you just very briefly because of something that Mr. Combs said to me. Regulation of room temperature in this room has been challenging. So I want you all to know that if you need to bring something in, such as a jacket, a parka, a scarf, a wool cap, or gloves, mittens, those sorts of things, if you need to bring that in and you've forgotten to do it and you've left it back in the room and we need to take a break for you to go get that, we're happy to do that. So just let us know if that's an issue. So with that, Mr. Young.
Thanks, Judge. Same thing for you. If you need
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You and I didn't have an opportunity to go over these videos prior to your testimony. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so you don't know what's coming up on the next video. Is that a fair statement?
I don't.
I'm going to do a better job of kind of giving you a preview of that, and then I'll ask you what to look for. Would that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. So the next video is we're still on People's Exhibit 724. We're going to fast forward to 1 hour and 19 minutes and 26 seconds. We're going to play a 3-minute clip. In this video, I'd like you to watch for evidence of dissociative identity disorder. And then I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions on what that means to your evaluation of Ms. Stauch in that disorder based on what we see on the clip. Is that fair?
Okay.
All right. So with that, Your Honor, we'll like to play 1 hour, 19 minutes and 26 seconds, and we'll stop it at 1 hour, 22 and 25 seconds.
Has this thing, okay? So Letecia believes that Sam Hunt are always together. Y'all know who Sam Hunt is? Country singer, right? Okay, so he always kind of laughs at me about this because I be telling him Sam Hunt writes these songs about me all the time, you know what I mean? And so we went through, when I'd be in my bipolar episodes, we had everybody convinced back home that Sam Hunt was Harley's dad because Hunt's their last name, you know what I mean? And then I don't know, because I'd be getting this ego of why wouldn't you want me I still do the same thing now, even at the jail, when I don't even have nothing but an orange suit. You know what I mean? But I still be thinking the most, you know what I'm saying? So, I am aware of the discrepancies in my personalities and being, you know, working with special needs kids throughout the time I have, I know when I recognize something's abnormal to be around somebody. I'll be like that, and then next thing you know, I won't come out of my room. Especially around like holidays and stuff like that. Like, I won't come out of my room. I'll just be sitting in my room the whole time. Like in my marriage, Albert would be like, "Won't you come in here and watch TV?" And I'd be like, "No, I'm staying in here." "Why do you want to stay in here?" But then I go into the mode of like, well, I mean, I spent a lot of time in my closet growing up. Why not? You know, and I would just not eat, flow with me. You know, the world's gonna end. I want to die. You know, and then I'd fluctuate back into it again. So, like common sense, I knew something, you know, wasn't right. Like, I'm not a stable person. I'm not a person that you're going to say that being a professional that I am, went through all this time with schooling. How do you think I did it? It's because I didn't sleep. You know what I mean? I'd be so excited. I'd be doing this degree and that degree and that degree. How did I get them all? Because of those times. But then there'd be times when I wouldn't be turning in my schoolwork, and I'd have to message the teacher and be like, "Look, the best right now, you know, like next week I'll catch up and do 3 weeks worth of work, but just not this week, you know." And so like you learn that's just not normal. Like if you guys, one of y'all came to work with each other like that, and you consistently came like that, you'd be thinking one of two things: are you on drugs, or is something really wrong? And I don't do drugs, so. Like, the more that happened, you know, like, I became cognizant of it. And then Harley, as she got older, she started noticing. She'd be like, "Mom, you'll be this personality, then you'll be this one, and then I don't even know sometimes." And she just learned to, like, you know, like, to deal with it. And then sometimes they can't even pry me out of the room because I won't leave for days, you know. So, as it happens more, you
So we stopped it at 122.25. She's talking about discrepancies in her personalities and that she's aware of them. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
Tell the jury, how does that impact, if it impacts it at all, your diagnosis or lack of diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder?
Well, as noted before, awareness of the different personality states in dissociative identity disorder, it's complicated in that you can be aware of them, and at the same time, you might not be so aware of others. But that being said, when I watch those clips, despite what Ms. Stauch is saying, to me, it sounds like she's trying to explain different mood states as opposed to different personality states. And it sounds to me as though she's trying to explain to us that she can be manic and then depressive or have depression, kind of reflecting a bipolar disorder. But what's particularly marking is that idea that she can anticipate when she's going to come out of a depression. As she noted in the video, she talks about having all this energy to have all of these degrees, and then she might be depressed, not want to come out of her room. She might not do the work associated with teaching that she's supposed to be doing, but she can catch up on it the following week when she comes out of this depressive state. I mean, in bipolar disorder, again, you can't anticipate or plan when you're going to be manic or when you're going to be depressed. Those are not things that one can control.
Regardless of what was going on with Ms. Stauch when she was in school, she was able to complete her schooling and eventually obtain a doctorate degree. Is that fair?
Yes, that's what she said.
So when you talk about she may have been depressed at some time, it didn't mean she didn't black out and forget about the schoolwork. She just knew she had to go back and do it in a future time or at a later time.
That's how it sounds to me.
She also mentions in this clip that Harley, her daughter, knew about her different personalities. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
Did you or Dr. Gray try to contact Harley Hunt, her daughter, during the course of your evaluation?
We did.
Were you able to talk to her?
We talked to her only briefly, but we never were able to conduct an interview with her.
And why is that? Do you know?
Ultimately, she said that she needed to seek some legal counsel before she could speak to us.
Do you know whether or not Harley Hunt eventually talked to law enforcement at some point during this investigation?
My understanding is that she eventually did.
And do you know whether or not she actually testified in this trial?
I'm aware that she testified.
Would it be surprising to you that she testified that she didn't know anything about her mom?
And Your Honor, I want to object. This is an inappropriate question asking this witness to comment on.
No, I think you can I think the question is phrased is objectionable. You, number one, you are reciting what some other witness had to say and you can't testify. Number two, I think that you can rephrase the question to ask her in a hypothetical fashion, if a witness had testified or if the facts were to establish X, what would be your opinion? I think you can do that.
And I understand. I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor. If Harley Hunt said something inconsistent with what Ms. Stauch said in the video, would that impact your decision on whether or not she had, well, let me strike that. Would that tell you whether or not she was being credible when she told you that Harley was aware about her different personalities?
I want to object to the question asking her to comment on the credibility of the witness.
Sustained. You can't ask somebody to comment on the credibility of someone else. You can ask her whether or not it would be consistent or inconsistent, but you can't say that it's credible or not.
Well, we're talking about Ms. Stauch. You're doing an evaluation and you're relying on her self-reporting to certain things. Is that fair?
Yes.
Would that self-reporting be impacted if you knew Harley Hunt said something inconsistent with what she said on the video?
I'd say collateral information is always very helpful in these types of evaluations.
And obviously at the time that you're doing the video interview with Ms. Stauch, Harley Hunt was not cooperating with you or anyone else. Is that right?
I don't know if she was cooperating with anyone else. She just politely declined to participate in our interview with her.
Okay. The next clip I'm going to play is at 1 hour and 27 minutes and 34 seconds. We're going to stop it at 1 hour and 33 minutes and 24 seconds. And in this particular clip, Ms. Stauch will be talking about delusions or hearing things. And then I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions about what she says about that. Okay?
Okay.
So with that, we can start the next clip.
Minutes ago, you said you hear voices that they're all your personality,
Right.
and that's it.
Yeah, and the devil. But there's always the devil. The devil is trying to tell you to do something. Like when I was on the heights of January 26, the devil was telling me to jump off the heights because it had to be a white family to jump off the heights. That's the devil. That's like cosmic powers trying to like come in and intervene. That's going to be with all of us. You know what I'm saying? The closer you are to God, the devil's going to come get you all the time. You know what I mean? But as far as like, I don't believe in this whole thing that people say, and no disrespect to y'all's jobs, but for me, I don't believe in this whole thing where people say, oh, these people are talking to them. These are your cosmic powers and your personalities. Like, all my personalities are going to talk to me and be like, why don't you just slap that girl? Like, those type of things. But I don't think that these people be on this whole best thing and they be doing that stuff. Like, none of that. But there's always the devil that has you to do that. You know what I mean? Like running a Jeep off. In the form of chance for you to run a Jeep off. You know what I mean? But I don't believe in the other stuff. So,
So you don't believe in which other stuff?
Right. I be seeing people come in and they be on meds and they be swearing up and down like, oh, these people were telling them to do this. And I'm like, what? You know what I mean? It's only gonna be the devil. Like the devil told me to jump off a hot kill myself. That's different. It ain't gonna be just random people sitting out somewhere telling you this. Like, this ain't how it works. You know what I mean? Yes, does my different personalities tell me to do different things? yes, but that's still a part of me, just in a separate world. That's not, you know, I don't know. I just feel like they be just a little bit delusional in that level. I believe in, if anybody saying anything wrong, that's the devil or that's yourself. I mean, you got 5 cells, it's them. It ain't, if you, that's people not on drugs like me, no. People that be on meth and all that. Like, I be seeing them coming there and they be swearing up and down, you know, the most craziest stuff is going on. Like, I don't believe in that. I feel like it's the devil. Not, I mean, have I? Yes. I've been in forms of psychosis in my life where I saw things. Or maybe you can call them delusions. But on a regular basis, no. Like if I'm in a different world, like if I go to a world like Janelle's world, I see everything Janelle sees. But that's because I've created those worlds. I've been able to be like, I know what Janelle does. Or if I go to Christina Browning and I'm doing gymnastic stuff around cell, like I know that I can make a balance beam, or you know, I put apparatus out or whatever. But I know those are things that I leave this place to go to that place, so I put them. You see what I'm saying? It's not something that, you know, there's, you know, oh, that looks like the sun is in here. Like, no, it's not like that. I actually created those worlds. I know what goes in there. I put it there. You know what I mean?
Sounds like it's almost a conscious choice on your part.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Except Maria. Now, I don't have choice in that part, because I can't control going to Maria. That, I can switch back and forth, but I cannot switch to Maria without it being triggered. Like, you'd have to put me, like, under some, like, you know, drug-induced setting or something to trigger to get Maria. I can't forcefully switch to her, but everyone else I can, because it's a conscious way of doing it, you know? Like, every time I go to court, I tell Miss Robinson, the lady out here, she goes with me to court, I'll be like, bye-bye, Miss Robinson, I'm leaving. And she's like, don't leave yet. And I just go to a whole other world. Like, sometimes I'll be calling my name. She'll have to, like, snap me out of it. And I'll just be in a whole different thing, doing all different stuff. But I've created that as a way to deal with things in life. It's not something that, you know, that is like a chemical imbalance or something, I don't think. I think it's just me. But then not Maria, though. She's a trained sniper now, so she can do the most.
Where did she get training to do?
But Maria does for hire. She got trained from Russia. She does for hire, but she's from Mexico. She got trained for hire. She does $1,500 per minute. She does different things. That includes everything. Like, so you see her come out, she's talking about eliminate this person, eliminate that person, but it's only certain people. It's pedophiles, people that like sexually molest people, people that rape people, like those that need to be eliminated from the planet. You see what I'm saying? These are people, you know, you can say, well, you're a Christian, you're supposed to not say that, but Maria's not Christian, so she don't say that. Those are people that just need to be completely wiped off the face of the planet. Because if you're going to sit there and hurt a child and pedophile and molest them and all that, then you need to be breathing.
So we stopped it at 133.24. There's a lot to unpack there.
Yes, there is.
Let's start with her conversations about the devil and the devil telling her to do things. Okay. What's your take on that?
Our take on that is ultimately it seemed like an exaggerated symptom, that one specifically. She talked about auditory hallucinations, hearing personality states, again, in dissociative identity disorder. The research related to clinical presentation says that's possible. Hearing the devil wouldn't be associated with a dissociative identity disorder. Hearing the devil could be associated with a psychosis. But again, given Ms. Stauch's history, there's nothing there to corroborate that she's had any significant psychosis that persist, that one might hear that symptom and say that symptom goes with this particular clinical presentation. What was also striking was, at least as it pertains to issues of psychosis, is that individuals who do have a psychotic disorder specifically are usually hesitant to draw attention to their symptoms. They can be difficult to assess because they might deny symptoms, or they might just withhold information as it pertains to those. So the fact that Ms. Stauch just very openly told us about this hallucination, hearing the devil and hearing the devil at different moments of her life, it's just not a particularly credible symptom in the way that she presented it.
The way she presented it was in reference to the hike that took place on January 26th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And so, for the sake of argument, if in fact the devil was communicating with her, did she have ability to say, no, I'm not going to jump off a cliff? In other words, she didn't listen to the devil.
Yeah, that's important.
Why is that important?
When it comes to issues of psychosis, people sometimes hear hallucinations that command them or tell them they should behave in a particular manner. Some individuals with psychosis have difficulty controlling their behavior in light of that, and some people can control their behavior in light of that. It kind of depends how sick they are at the time.
And she mentions again to you and Dr. Gray. Incidentally, Dr. Gray is asking specific questions about psychosis, it sounds like, during this portion of the interview.
Yes.
And she understood those questions and is responding to those questions. Is that fair?
Yes.
She starts to talk about her different worlds. And was that a common theme throughout the interview?
Yes, generally speaking, whenever she spoke of these other personality states, she frequently talked about how she created the personality states, she created the worlds, she could move from one world to another on her own volition, with the exception of Maria.
Now, how does that fit into a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder? Do people who suffer from that disorder describe their different personalities as going to different worlds?
I've never assessed somebody with a legitimate dissociative identity disorder to be able to know if that's how they usually describe it or not. What strikes me is that it's convenient that the one personality that is particularly important and relevant to this evaluation is the one that she has no access to.
Talk about that in just a second. But with regards to going to this worlds, for instance, too much information, but when I'm having a problem trying to go to sleep, I go to a beach and I think about sitting on that beach and listen to the ocean. Am I suffering from some kind of dissociative identity disorder because I do that?
I would say that I would need to do a more thorough assessment.
No further questions. Yeah, I did. All right, well, I guess maybe I'm off. I don't know. I'm never going to think about that again. Let's talk about Maria, okay? You just said that there's an exception to her different personalities with Maria. How significant is that to your evaluation?
As I said, Maria ultimately ends up being one of the most relevant personalities associated with the evaluation of her sanity at the time of the offense. She talks about all of these other personalities. She explains to us that she is unaware of a couple of her personalities, that she learns of them through the evidence. She seems more aware of a separate set of personalities. And then when it came to Maria, she said that she could not tell us what Maria was thinking at any given time. Just like she noted that she can move from one world to another in these other personality sets, Taylor, Christina. I don't know that I could remember all of the names off of the top of my head. When it came to Maria, she said that she couldn't do that with Maria. But it's also interesting to me that she seems to have an awareness of Maria's existence in terms of her being a trained sniper, where she was trained, the idea that Maria speaks different languages. All of that seems a bit far-fetched to me in terms of this idea of dissociative identity disorder. Because dissociative identity disorder, the minority of, well, I'd say the majority of individuals who experience it as multiple personality states coexisting at the same time within them, which is where the identity confusion comes into play. It's not usually presented so overtly in terms of, I have this separate personality with all of these different qualities than me.
Is it inconsistent to say that she knew this much information about Maria and yet at the same time say she can't control switching over to Maria?
To me, I would think that if she had no access to Maria, I would expect her to have less of an awareness or understanding of that particular personality.
While we're talking about Maria, at some point during the interview with Ms. Stauch, whether it was in March or in June, did you ask to speak to Maria?
We did ask her if we could.
And how did she respond to that?
She essentially said that she couldn't just switch into Maria. She noted that, I think she said a little bit in there, that something would have to trigger that particular personality to come out of her. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, during the course of our assessment, she said that we would need to bring out specific evidence or discovery to help her return to that state. Just how she noted that she was aware of these other personalities. We asked about what Maria was thinking at the time of the alleged offense, and that's when Ms. Stauch told us that she could not tell us what Maria was thinking at any point in time.
I'm going to fast forward to November of 2022. Did you review an interview that was conducted by a Dr. Lewis with Ms. Stauch in her insanity evaluation?
I did.
And did you see a portion of that interview where Dr. Lewis said, "Hey, can we speak to Maria?" And then Maria appears talking in a Spanish accent?
Yes.
Was that Ms. Stauch in the interview?
It was.
Was that inconsistent with what you saw when you asked her if you could speak to Maria?
I would say, generally speaking, it seemed to be. Dr. Lewis asked multiple times, to my recollection, before Maria emerged. I also saw Dr. Lewis doing something with handwriting, and I'm not familiar with whatever technique that was.
Okay. We may be watching that at a later time, okay? The next segment I want to talk to you about is reference to Maria again, and it's in reference to an incident that happened when she was being transported from South Carolina to Colorado where there was an assault on a deputy. Do you recall that information?
Yes,
And do you recall talking to her about that information?
briefly, yes.
Okay, we're going to play this clip and then I'll ask you some more follow-up questions about that. And just so the record's clear, we're still on People's Exhibit 724. We're now at 1 hour and 39 minutes and 2 seconds, and we will stop it at 1 hour and 41 minutes and 10 seconds.
If you look at that report where the drive here, that lady was trying to get me with her gun. And like you can see on the camera, well, I kept on telling her, like, I knew exactly what she was over there doing and thinking. And I kept telling her, like, I know what you're doing over here. I know you're out to get me, you're trying to shoot me with your gun. Like, I knew all that, you know what I mean? So like, that was a time, an example where it was very heightened, where I was like all over the place for thinking they were out to get me with the stuff. And that I was trying to read what she had going on, and she was trying to shoot me with her gun. I don't know if you saw that report, but like you could see it in there where I keep looking at the cameras telling them this. You know, that was an example of a time that it was like very, very high.
And those perceptions that you get are always accurate, or?
From like the premonitions?
No, on the, when you get really paranoid and it seems like you know what other people are.
Yeah, because like think about it. In that instance with that lady, that Deputy James, it was accurate. She did have a gun on me. So or what else she'd been doing with a gun, pointing at me. She was trying to kill me with it. So like that was a perfect example why it was accurate, you know what I'm saying? And of course Maria came. That whole incident happened when Maria came and she's just gonna regulate on them, you know what I mean? So it's usually always accurate, like the whole incident with the guy trying to tell me I hit somebody. I didn't really hit somebody, but these people were out to get me the whole time, and I kept telling them, like, look, there ain't no way I hit somebody. Y'all were setting me up, like, who hit somebody and there's no marks? So I knew they were doing that because his last name was Sanchez and Maria's last name is Sanchez. So how did that happen? You know what I mean?
Okay, we stopped it at 1 hour, 41 minutes and 10 seconds. Was it clear to you when you're talking to her that she's saying Maria was the one that kind of took over and assaulted the deputy on the way back from South Carolina?
Yes.
Looking at the interview with Dr. Lewis, where it's alleged that Ms. Stauch turned into this persona named Maria Sanchez, talking in a Spanish accent, did you review the video of the assault coming back from South Carolina?
I did not.
Would you like to see that?
Sure.
See, these guys are ready for it. I got to find the exhibit number. Let's try People's Exhibit 338. I didn't rehearse with them either. For the record, we're playing 338.
She keeps threatening me. Stop. Well, she keeps threatening.
Stop.
She keeps on threatening me. I have stopped it. She keeps on. Well, she got out of the restraints. She keeps on. Threatening me. I will. Arm down. I will for you. She keeps put your
arm down.
Put your arm but she keeps threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you, but not to her.
Tisha, give me your
I
arm.
will to you, but not
Cooperate
to her.
with me. Cooperate with me.
I will with you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, not with her.
Tisha?
I will with you. I said I would.
Then give me your arm now.
I said I would with you. I said I would with you. I said I would with you. Yes.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I said I would with her. Well, the other
They're
girl.
double locking. Go ahead. I got her on.
I have to talk.
Tisha, stop
I'm not
resisting. Yes, you are.
Okay, we stopped it at 1:56. You heard several voices on that.
Yes.
Did you ever hear a voice that was consistent with the voice that you saw in Dr. Lewis's interview of Ms. Stauch, where she was talking in a Spanish accent?
I did not.
Did you recognize Ms. Stauch's voice in this video clip?
I did.
And is it the same Ms. Stauch that you evaluated and the same person seated in this courtroom that you did your insanity evaluation?
Yes.
Is that consistent with or inconsistent with what she's telling you that she turned into Maria when she assaulted this deputy, the video we just watched?
It's not consistent with the Maria that I saw in Dr. Lewis's videos.
But is it consistent with what she's telling you that she switched worlds or switched personalities and Maria went into protection mode and assaulted the deputy?
I would expect that if she had gone into this personality of Maria, that it would be presenting as the Maria that I saw in Dr. Lewis's videos, meaning with a Hispanic accent.
We're now going to go back to your interview and we're going to stay with People's Exhibit 724 and we're going to go to 2 hours and 21 seconds. And this is about a 10-minute clip. So if you want to sit down, but just to kind of give you a preview of what we're going to be talking about. Again, it has to deal with dissociative identity disorder, her switching personalities, and then actually talking about events close in time to the crime. Okay? It's up to you if you want to sit there or back here. Okay?
Did you say this was just 10 minutes?
This is about 10 minutes, right?
I can stay here.
Okay. We'll go ahead and play it.
What the timestamp?
2 hours and 21 seconds. We're going to hit play.
If I turn the volume on.
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. This kind of relates back to a few things. So you've mentioned flashbacks. Can you describe more what that feels like for you?
Yeah. So anytime that I feel like I'm threatened or something is in trouble, danger, threatened, any kind of way, I'll always have a flashback of like me trying to protect my mom. Like there was one time when my mom's boyfriend Greg was like beating my mom and he threw her through the glass window at the front and I ran around the house, got the bat, hit him in the legs and knocked him down. So like I'll have flashbacks of those times with those things happening. You know what I mean? I try to like, I did therapy before. try to like reframe it, you know what I mean? I did that before through the school district. It just doesn't work for me. I would still have that flashback, and then that's why sometimes I switch personalities and go in the protective mode, because I'll have that flashback and I'll think I'm back in that same time. You know what I mean? Like, for example, you know, I text my boss and tell her that my stepdad died. I had a flashback that morning when Lena came into my room. I thought, I guess it was like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, I texted my boss and told her that my stepdad had died. But that was because I was having flashbacks the whole time and nightmares of the day when my stepdad died, because I weren't really sure if he was dead or not, you know what I mean? And it happens a lot, because like I can see somebody walking on the street and I'll be like, that looks like him. One of the triggers is red and black, okay? And I know you have red and black on. So I can even watch like NC State, that's one of them, basketball. You know, go to NC State game, red and black, you know what I mean? Because it's surrounded, it's not just one, it's surrounded. He would come in with red shirt on and black, and he always named this as like his whole thing of like his mom. So his mom was killed supposedly by his stepdad. So he always wears red and black to like commemorate this, you know what I mean? So like I can see somebody walking on the road with red and black on it, and I'll have a flashback of stepdad coming in the room, turning lights on. He'll go, "My name is James Lowry," and he has this whole like monologue thing that he does before he heightens up to the huge, you know what I mean? And so that happens. That's why when I was driving one day on the back roads, I was thinking there was somebody walking, and I was thinking it was him. And so, like, it gets scary because, like, what if one day I was to, like, try to run that person over, like, thinking that was really him, you know what I mean? So those are the kind of flashbacks I have, and most of them, I'd say 90% of them have something to do with him. Me and Kyle call him Jackass James, just because we, like, don't see it triggering me so much. Jackass James, because that's what, you know. Other that I have flashbacks is from prior, because the house burned down when I was younger with my mom, and my mom blamed me, and I called 911, and I got in trouble for calling 911 because my mom was saying that the way they read the report, she wasn't going to be able to like get the house fixed on her insurance, and like same thing, got in trouble for calling 911 when said that here. What happened was I was trying to cook for my siblings, and I had a pot, and curtains used to not be in there now, whatever. And I had to run go get my little brother, and I was trying to find my sister. And when I came back in, it caught flame on the thing, and it burnt my mom's whole kitchen living room. So like anytime there's something hot, I can smell it. Like I can smell the fire as I'm there. Like sometimes, like if, for example, it can be something small, like people could be doing like a wood fire in the woods, like, you know, burning trash or like a bonfire. I don't do bonfire because I will be the bonfire and I'll just be like, no, like, and I'll have a flashback of the time that the fire happened in the house. The reason we moved from North Carolina to South Carolina was to someone shot our house and set it on fire because we lived in a very neighborhood. So I'll have flashbacks of my mom calling me, telling me that everything we had worked for was burned in the house. So those are like just some examples of what happens. I mean, I can almost like feel like it's burning, or I can almost feel like I'm there. I smell it, I see it, you know what I mean? And then I'll remember everything, and it's almost like it's different than when I switch personalities. When I switch personalities, like I go to those whole different. When that happens and I have a flashback in that same place that it happened, like I just visually there. And it happened so much for my stepdad. Like I could never. I tried the psychotherapy and the whole reframing it. I don't expect me to reframe getting molested by a person that your mom married and trusted you. How do you want me to reframe it? That's what I'd always tell him, like that he didn't do it because he did. That just doesn't work. And so like I tried doing all that, but I couldn't. Anyone that looked like him, anyone that freaking like walked like him, like anything. Throughout my whole entire life. You know, and especially with the whole, like, whenever he come in with the whole, like, James Byrie, if their person's name was James, I'd always cringe and be like, you know what I mean? When I read, this sounds bad, God forgive me. When I read the scripture, the book of James, I can't even go to the scripture in the book of James without having those flashbacks. And that's bad. Reading my Bible. Can't even read that section because that was his name. Because I'd be thinking, like, as good as James was, because James was Jesus' brother, how? And this is James. Like, there's something wrong here. And my brother, she gave my brother Dakota James his middle names, and like I don't that. So those are like times that things just like were reading a flashback. And like when they did my brother's graduation, they walk across the stage and they were like, he graduated high school and I was there. And they were like, Dakota James Lowry. I literally was like freaking out. Like, don't tell him that. He is not like his dad. You know. Just a lot.
You're saying that these flashbacks are more than just a memory.
Oh God, yeah. I'm telling you, almost like you're right there. See, so it's all your senses are activated. You know what I mean?
I also recognize that red and black is trigger for you. That you're familiar with flashbacks today when you told me.
So when you first said something to me, I didn't say anything to you, but that was the reason I didn't. Do you remember when you first were like, how are you doing? And I didn't say anything to you? I told myself, like, you know what I mean? Like, she has nothing to do with Jackass James. You know what I mean? So I'm sorry, don't think I tried to disrespect you in any way when you first said them to me, but I go into like that defense mode on it. My friend, when she comes to visit me on the video stream, she won't wear it. Like, she won't do it because she knows that's one of me. That's totally that is wrong for her. Like, and I went to school, like, I'd go watch ball games at North Carolina, but if we played NC State, I'd be like, oh, hell no. Because I'd just, like, surrounded by a sea of red and black. Not.
And you've mentioned triggers. We've talked about several different triggers that you have. What exactly is a big trigger?
Well, if they don't trigger a flashback, which is usually what happens. It kind of depends on what my mental state already is. So basically, if it's just, I'm a little heightened, it'll be a flashback. If I am in severe protective mode, like scared for my life or someone else's life, it will go into anyone's enemy and I'm protecting those people around me. One time we were at Burger King, this was in January of 2020, and this guy, he came in and he was trying to pick on Lena about the drink machine. It's literally like, I felt like she was this guy was trying to do something to her. He looked like James in a way, sort of, kind of like body shape, everything. I get on the table at Burger King and I'm like turning out the whole entire Burger King like to protect her. Like, I feel like that's my job. But like, I have to do it first before Maria does. If Maria does it, I'm not going to remember it. And if she does it, it's going to be bad because then it's going to be somebody who is trying to hurt somebody else who's going to be hurt. You know.
I want to start with the last thing she said there. She said, I want to do something to protect people before Maria does, because if she does it, Maria is going to perhaps take it to a different level. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
And then she went on to said, I can't remember what Maria does. Do you remember that?
Yes.
How significant was that to your evaluation when you're considering dissociative identity disorder?
It was important to us during our evaluation. And I suspect we'll talk in more detail about it, but we had her delineate the events leading up to this offense. And she does, I use the word speculate, because she has told us that she doesn't know what Maria is thinking at any point in time. But she, at the same time, tells us that at the time of the offense, Maria might have thought that the individual who was killed, ultimately Gannon, was Letecia's stepfather.
she ever tell you at any point during the entirety of these interviews how she was able to tell you what Maria did if she doesn't remember what Maria does?
No, she was never able to explain that to us.
She talked about flashbacks at several times during this portion of the video. What's the significance of the flashbacks and why were you asking follow-up questions about that?
Flashbacks, again, were relevant to the question of mental state at the time of the offense. As I noted, she said that Maria, well, we were asking follow-up. I'm going to answer the second part first. We were asking follow-up questions because her description of these potential mental health symptoms at the time of the alleged offense were somewhat layered on top of each other and quite frankly, a bit confusing to follow. So, you know, throughout the course of our evaluation, she would talk about dissociating and she would talk about these missions as though she were in a manic episode. She would also talk about dissociating and then the issue of flashbacks, which in itself is a form of dissociation, but not a dissociation as it pertains to a different personality state. So we were looking for symptoms potentially associated with this post-traumatic stress disorder, and flashbacks are a presentation associated with that. But given that her own self-report was confusing, difficult to follow, not really consistent with any of the specific presentations that we would expect for dissociative identity disorder or psychosis or even flashbacks associated with PTSD, we were asking follow-ups.
Was it inconsistent with how she described the flashbacks? Initially, she says, when I have a flashback, I switch personalities. Do you remember that?
She has said that, yes.
Did she later on come back and say, flashbacks are different than me switching personalities?
Yes.
What significance does that have, if any?
Again, it's trying to understand what is this clinical diagnosis that we're looking at. When it comes to flashbacks, flashbacks are when you feel as though you are specifically reliving a traumatic event from your past. It's more than just seeing something and being reminded of something that happened to you in the past, which we all probably experience from time to time. There's nothing particularly pathological about the latter one. But when it comes to flashbacks, usually an individual exhibits behaviors that are notable by other individuals because all of a sudden it's as though the person is no longer here in this awareness and reality because they are essentially reliving something that has happened to them in the past. So it's noticeable.
Did you see any evidence of her flashing back to anything while you were interviewing her during this period?
No.
It seems like that you were asking questions, and I guess I can ask, what were you trying to figure out what the triggering event was that would cause her to switch personalities during this conversation?
During this conversation, I think I was just trying to get a better understanding of what is it that she means when she says flashbacks. It's not uncommon to see in these types of evaluations people using psychological jargon without really using it correctly or understanding exactly what it means, which is, again, why we ask open-ended questions. So I was asking what she meant by flashbacks, because as I noted before, throughout the evaluation, she seemed to layer or conflate or use terminology, but seemed to mean something else. So I was just trying to get a better picture or understanding of what it was that she was trying to communicate.
And is this the first time you're hearing anything about red and black being some kind of triggering event for her?
That clip might have been the first time that she specifically stated that. I'd have to go back and watch all of the interviews to be sure about that.
Okay. But you recall her talking about that, and were you the one wearing red and black, or was Dr. Gray wearing red?
No, I was wearing a red and black coat that day.
Did you notice anything unusual when you first met her wearing your red and black outfit?
I remember when she came in, because that was the first interview for the Sanity evaluations. She seemed a bit sullen, a bit, she wasn't as polite or bright as she was when we did the competency evaluations.
Speaking of that, did you and Dr. Gray perform some psychological testing during the course of these interviews?
Yes.
Did you have her remember phrases or words or numbers and sequences of numbers?
We did, yes.
I'm asking way too many questions in one time. How did she do on that? Let's talk about the number sequences first.
Sure. During the competency evaluation specifically, we gave a very brief cognitive screener. It's called, well, in short, it's called the MOCA. It's the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test. It literally takes maybe 5 to 10 minutes to administer. And it looks at a variety of different cognitive domains. So things like attention, short-term memory. And when I say short-term memory, I'm speaking about being able to remember words over the course of a few minutes. It also looks at abstraction abilities, naming abilities, a little bit that looks at executive functioning, which is kind of an umbrella term that encompasses cognitive abilities associated with reasoning and problem solving and planning. But she did fine. She did fine on all of that. There wasn't anything noticeable that would call our attention to her having cognitive deficits or a cognitive disorder.
What about brain damage? Anything to indicate that she may have had brain damage?
Nothing specifically.
Did you administer what's called the Montreal Cognitive Assessment?
Yes, that's what I was just talking about.
Okay. Just happen to have that in my hand here. I hand you what's been marked as 736. People 736. Recognize that piece of paper?
I do.
And what is that?
This was the brief cognitive screener that I was just talking about that we administered with Ms. Stauch during the course of her competency evaluation.
And with regards to People's Exhibit 736, is that a fair and accurate copy of the test and her results of that test, or at least her documentation of that test as you did it back during your evaluation?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 736.
No objection. Exhibit 736 will be admitted. Go ahead.
In People's Exhibit 736, on the right-hand top corner, there's a picture of a clock.
Yes.
Could you describe that particular clock and what Ms. Stauch did as a result of that examination?
Yes. That particular task, we call it clock drawing. Essentially, it's when we ask an individual from scratch to draw a clock, to put in all the numbers 1 to 12, and then to set the time to 10 past 11. We usually try to make sure that there is no clock in the room that they can copy. This particular, I'm not a neuropsychologist, so I'd say neuropsychology is not my specific specialty, but I do understand that this particular test is sensitive to some sort of brain impairment when that is present. So Ms. Stauch's clock drawing it's fine, for lack of a better term. She has a circle, she has all of the numbers, and the hands are appropriately set to 10 past 11.
And are you familiar with whether or not Dr. Lewis performed a similar test with Ms. Stauch in November of 2022?
Yes,
Did you see the results of that particular test?
I did.
Were they consistent with what you saw during your evaluation?
They are not.
Why?
I don't remember exactly what those other clocks looked like. Vaguely, I do remember that one was a clock, but all of the numbers were stacked on possibly the right-hand side, could have been the left-hand side. And I think there was a second clock drawing that looked significantly impaired. But I don't remember the specifics of it.
We have an opportunity to review Dr. Lewis's report in relation to her opinion, Mrs. Stauch's sanity.
Yes.
And was that a big part of her opinion, indicating that Ms. Stauch may have some kind of brain damage as a result of the clock that she drew November of 2022?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to go old school and publish this exhibit by just holding it up in front of the jury.
That's fine, or you can just pass it to them and.
Okay, so we can do that's definitely old school. I will pass it to the jury. We'll have them take a look at it. We'll pass it through.
I'm old, so it's just school.
Clock.
Yeah.
Yes.
And while they're doing that, can we approach just to?
Yeah.
No. For the record, the jury, everyone had a chance to look at that. Okay, Dr. Torres, the next segment we're going to play is, again, People's Exhibit 724. It's going to start at 2 hours and 16 minutes and 57 seconds. In this particular clip, we're going to be hearing more about Maria and who she protects. And then I'm going to ask some follow-up questions with regards to dissociative identity disorder and your evaluation in regards to that disorder, okay? So with that, we'll play the next clip.
With your dissociations, you said before, apart from Maria, there's a level of conscious awareness about it. Would you say it's like daydreaming in terms of other lives, other personalities?
Yeah, it is actually a whole world. But daydreaming to me would be just somebody having like a good imagination. You know what I mean? No, it's like a whole entirely different world. Like, for example, if you were to talk to Harmony, Harmony can tell you exactly what it was like to be abused in depth, like detail by detail. Every sexual part that questions she'd want to answer, she could do for you. You see what I'm saying? So I try not to say that's like daydreaming because that's like real. You know what I mean? Where if, I think the other ways to like explain it. Maria, like I said, she don't she doesn't have awareness that everybody else is just her world and she's protecting me. And there's not people consistent in her world. Like, for example, you, Maria wouldn't know you. The only people consistent in Maria's world is Chance, Harley, and like people that she's been sought out to protect. So without any daydreaming, it's an actual job that she has to do. And the kids were part of that world. Like, anybody want to do something to Gannon, Lena, Ty, Harley, Maria feels like she can get them too, because I've spent my whole life not having adult protection. I'm going to give them protection in 5 different forms. And that's because of more of like different worlds that are created, not necessarily just, you know, like when I do it in a courtroom, I go to that whole world, not like the people can go with me, not me just making it up like, oh, I'm at the beach. Not like that. It's actually me going there to the beach with them.
I feel really silly about bringing up the beach. Let me ask you some questions about what we just saw. Again, she talks about Maria and she talks about who she protects and who she's in the world. Now she's expanding who Maria protects. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And she includes Lena, Gannon, Harley, and I believe she said Chance, if I recall correctly. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What significance is that, knowing that we're going to see eventually her interview where she seems to indicate that she turned into Maria when Gannon was killed? What's your take on that?
I would think, or at least, my understanding of dissociative identity disorder, these different personality states have their own details associated with them. To me, in terms of Ms. Stauch's self-report, her presentation, it has always been confusing to me how all of the personalities seem to have an awareness of Ms. Stauch's own history. I'm not necessarily an expert in dissociative identity disorder. There are some people who devote a large chunk of their work to that practice. I am an expert in forensics. I'm an expert in clinical diagnosis. So I have some awareness of these diagnoses. With that being said, in terms of my understanding of the conceptualization of that disorder, there just seems to be too much of an overlap in terms of what Ms. Stauch says about these other personalities, the way in which she can control going from one to another, the ways in which they overlap with each other.
Did you or Dr. Gray ever consider the fact that she could just be making this all up?
Yes.
That she could just be winging it as she's talking to you, and she must have slipped about talking about protecting Gannon in this segment?
I don't know that we ever thought of it specifically like that. I mean, we did consider the possibility of feigning or exaggerating, simply given the fact that she exaggerates. She seems to exaggerate in her self-report to us throughout these interviews, the psychological testing, the fact that her self-report during the Sanity evaluations is at times consistent and at times significantly inconsistent with her self-report at the time of the competency evaluations, as well as the collateral data that we had available to us. She tells us that these personality states have been present since her adolescence. And she specifically mentions that Maria shows up. I don't know exactly when, but she mentioned to us that Maria was around when she was 16. You would just think that somebody would have seen something, maybe not a mental health professional, given that her mental health treatment was somewhat spotty. But even the individuals that we spoke to, nobody had heard of this or knew anything about it.
Talk to Al. Did you talk to Al Stauch about these things?
We asked him, I don't remember the specific question, but we did. We asked him if he knew of her behaving erratically, going into different personality states. We asked him specifically if he was aware of somebody called Maria Sanchez. And overall, no, he didn't endorse seeing or knowing anything about this.
And would Harley Hunt, her daughter, probably be the best person to know about those things because she's been with her whole life?
We had hoped to ask Harley that question, but as I said, we weren't able to speak to her ultimately, so we didn't get that opportunity.
Why did you ask Ms. Stauch whether or not she was daydreaming or words to that effect? Do you recall that question?
Yes. Again, given her tendency or the way that she was presenting to exaggerate, I wanted to see what she said in response to that question, because of her self-report of creating these identities, creating these worlds. To me, it sounds more like a fantasy. It sounds more like daydreaming than actually what would be expected with dissociative identity disorder in terms of not having that sort of control. So I wanted to see what she said if I asked her, are these daydreams, or how is it different from a daydream?
During the entirety of both your competency evaluation and the insanity evaluation, did she ever tell you that she couldn't recall what Maria did, or that there was a blackout and I have no recollection of what happened?
She said it largely to two major events, one of them being this alleged offense. The other one was when Maria emerged at age 16. Ms. Stauch was telling us about some arrest or some problem she had gotten involved in. I forget exactly what state this occurred in, if she was in North Carolina or South Carolina at the time. But it had something to do with a bottle shattering. And then, if I'm recalling correctly, I think she said that she may have assaulted someone else, but she said that it was Maria who did it in protective mode and that Ms. Stauch has no memory of it.
Okay. Kind of want to finish up today's testimony with going back to your hypothetical on insanity. Remember that?
Yes.
The family member felt that he was going to power to change the world, and they wanted to kill that family member because he wanted to prevent that person from doing that.
Sure. Yes. Close enough.
In that hypothetical situation, would you expect the person who's charged with a crime, if they are truly legally insane, to make up stories about how the crime happened?
No, I would expect more consistency from one report to another. Often when people are arrested, they're interviewed by police. I mean, sometimes they refuse to be interviewed. But whenever they are, it's helpful to read what they say to police because it's so close to the time of the offense. If there's a video of it or an audio recording, even better, because I can see it with my own eyes or hear it with my own ears. But usually when an individual does ultimately meet the insanity defense, there's more consistency. There's documentation about a history. There's information enough to substantiate the claims and the self-report and what was occurring with that person at the time of the offense.
And is that in large part because they didn't have the capacity to know that it was wrong, therefore they don't have the capacity not to admit to it? That makes sense?
Say that. I think there's some double negatives in there. I'm trying to follow.
Let's go to your hypothetical.
Okay.
Charged person or the person claiming to be insane says, I killed my family member because if I didn't, they would have changed the world. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
Would there be a reason for that individual to lie about the reason why he did that if they didn't think it was wrong?
Usually, again, in the evaluations that I've done, the issue of lying or changing the story doesn't often come up. Usually the story or the presentation is pretty consistent across time periods. Sometimes there might be a couple of details that are off. They're usually not large conceptual details, but I would attribute that just to issues of normal memory, forgetting across time, because sometimes we see these people for evaluations years after the offense has actually occurred.
And Dr. Torres, the next segment we're going to play is about an hour and 14 minutes long. We're going to wait and do that tomorrow. Friday, that's right. We're not here tomorrow, so Friday. But this is going to be, the next clip is where she describes the events leading to the death of Gannon and the events surrounding that, at least the first version events that she gives you. Okay, are you familiar with that part?
Yes.
I may remind you again on Friday, but that's where we'll start out Friday morning. So now's a good time to stop, Judge.
Dr. Torres, you can go ahead and step down for now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our evening break. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Remember, you can still blog or communicate with others, just not about this case. You can't do any blogging about your jury experience or communication with other jurors. You can still watch TV and go on the internet. If anything regarding this case comes through your feed, change the channel or turn the page and do not give it any attention. Do not use any information from any other source concerning the facts or the law applicable to this case other than the evidence presented and the instructions that I give to you. We should be able to start right on time at 9 o'clock on Friday morning, so be where you need to be. As I said earlier, feel free to bring in jackets, blankets, those sorts of things, and we'll see what we can do about Friday. So with that, all right, for the jury, please.
Yes, you too.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Chalimi, is the defendant prepared for courteous advisement? Sure. Okay. All right. Prosecution, what felony convictions would you rely upon to impeach the defendant's credibility if she were to testify?
I don't believe there are any, Judge.
All right. Ms. Stauch, how old are you, ma'am? All right. And how much education have you had? Okay. I've heard through the trial that you have a bachelor's, a master's, a master's, and a doctorate degree. Is that accurate? Okay. I'll turn that one on. I will. Just for this one, yeah. That is, it's either 3 or 4. All right. And how's your health today, ma'am? Are you now or have you been under the influence of any alcohol or drugs in the past 24 hours? Do you understand that you have a right not to testify? And that if you choose not to testify, then the jury can be instructed about that right and be told that the jury cannot infer your guilt from the fact that you remain silent, and it would still be the prosecution's burden to prove the elements of the case to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand, however, that you have a right to testify? Do you understand that if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so? Do you also, do you further understand that if you choose to testify, you may be cross-examined by the prosecution concerning any matters which are relevant and material to this case? Do you also understand that juror questions may be submitted, but the same rules of law, evidence, and procedure that apply to juror question or that apply to lawyer questions will also apply to juror questions, and that improper juror questions will not be permitted. However, legally proper juror questions may be asked of you if you decide to testify. Essentially, you've seen that process of questions that have been submitted by jurors to other witnesses. You would be subject to that same process. Do you understand that? Do you understand that the decision to testify or not to testify is yours personally, and only you can make this decision? Do you further understand, even though your attorney may disagree with your decision, that the decision is entirely yours and yours alone?
Yes.
Do you fully understand this advisement?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything further you wish for me to explain to you concerning your right to testify or not testify?
No, sir.
I've given you this advisement because it's required under the law before you make a decision regarding whether you choose to testify or not. I'm not going to ask you about that now. You're entitled to see all of the evidence that's been brought against you by the prosecution. So we need to finish with their case first, but I also understand that we may be getting towards the end of that either by the end of this week or maybe be the beginning of next week. So I want to give you some time to think about it. I want to give you some time to talk to your attorneys about it. There's a lot of evidence in this case. There are a lot of things that you may need to consider before you make that decision. At some point, however, I will ask you the ultimate question. What is your decision? You don't need to tell me now, but I want you to think about that because at some point I'm going to ask you that question. Okay?
Okay.
All right. I muted those again. Okay. You tested them, right? Just tap. Yeah. Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. No, I turned them off, so they should be okay. All right. Is there anything that we need to address outside the presence of the jury at this point in time, prosecution?
Just logistically, Your Honor, can we leave stuff here? Or do you have stuff happening tomorrow?
Who is that? You can leave it here.
Okay.
Just clean a space off at the end of the corner of the table. So they've got some place to sit and some place to put something. But I don't think that really is going to take very long. It's more going to be, I think, in the form of argument than it's going to be a whole lot of presentation of anything else.
Okay.
And then what, the 10 o'clock is WebEx. So the other one is WebEx. And then the last one will be, where am I doing that? Mediation. Yeah, and I'll be here the whole time. So yeah, no, you can leave it all here.
Okay.
The only issue I want to disclose to you, the only issue is tomorrow afternoon, I'm doing a mediation for somebody on something.
Okay.
And it's a criminal case. So, but you know how those work, and I'll be here is he in custody? So he's not in custody, but I'll be here. There will be an attorney with him and stuff. So I think everything will be okay.
Okay.
So,
Thank
okay.
you.
All right. All right, then we'll see everybody on Friday morning. Do you anticipate that you're going to be done on Friday?
Well, it will totally depend on length of probably direct and cross, mostly of Dr. Torres. We've got one witness after that. I gave the exhibits that we're going to use through that witness to Mr. Tellini. I think it was yesterday I gave you those.
Okay.
It'll depend on just
That's
how
fine.
that goes. I would anticipate latest, probably Monday sometime.
Okay. And so if necessary, are we taking Dr. Lewis out of order?
She's flying in Saturday night, but she's not flying out till Wednesday.
Oh, we ought to be good then.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. If we have some downtime on Friday, it's not going to be that big a deal. We will talk about jury instructions and see where we are going and go from there. Okay. Court will be in recess. Thank you. everybody does that. It's okay.
I heard it wrong. With the itchy.
You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back. 'Cause I ain't got time for that. I don't give a damn.